found her groove. Soon the roadway began to fill with motionless carrion remains. Neil backed away until he was next to the truck in which Jerry was standing. Neil had stopped discharging his pistol as the distance between him and the thinning herd in front of him continued to grow. Jerry reloaded his rifle at least twice, while Emma continued to pound shells at the beasts. The effort and time she expended in reloading her rifle was much quicker, so she was able to keep up a more consistent rate of fire. Neil took that time to return to his backpack and retrieve it and, more importantly, his trusty shotgun. By the time he walked back up to Jerry's position, the shooting had ceased. It was all over, at least for the moment. 32. Standing amidst the carnage they had wrought, Emma, Jerry, and Neil took a moment to survey their surroundings. The tunnel behind them seemed like a portal to some other place, some other time. The other side was so much quieter and peaceful. There wasn't a coinciding pile of bodies starting to collect miniature snowdrifts in the twisted angles formed by lifeless limbs and torsos. There wasn't the stubborn, acrid aroma of spent gunpowder lingering despite the wind and the weather. Looking over his shoulder while still standing in the truck bed, Jerry took note of how close the Begich Boggs Visitor Center appeared. It was a short distance away over the cold, deep Portage Lake. He could see the surrounding parking lots and short, narrow lanes that led to and from the small shop where the others awaited their return. He couldn't see the shop itself due to a screen of trees and other landscaping, but the proximity at which the three of them had fought their most recent battle to their refuge was startling. He peered through his scope for a better view, scanning the area in a fruitless attempt to see anyone. Jerry wondered if the undead that had just come at them were already in motion and heading toward the visitor center area before he and his two cohorts had ventured onto the Portage Glacier Highway. Was it his lone gunshot down near the visitor center that had prompted their movement, or were they already in motion, searching for their next meal that had wandered so close? He wondered how different things would have been had he and the others in their group been caught unaware by the predators. It likely would have been a much different battle. Jerry was distracted from his musings by Emma's question. "So now what?"
"We go forward," Neil said, "all business. But we also stay ready. Emma, how is the load on that machine gun there?" Authoritatively, she corrected,
"It's an assault rifle, and I've got plenty."
She patted her own backpack and an ugly orange fanny pack stretching tightly and bulging slightly across her hip. Neil asked Jerry, "You good?"
"Yeah, I've got a few boxes of shells in my pack and both pockets are full. If we don't run into too many more of them, I should be good for days."
Jerry continued,
"Hey Neil, how about if you're going to do something like that again, you let us know first, huh?"
Smiling, Neil said, "I can't promise anything, but I'll try. I just saw those three and all I could think about was—" Emma interrupted him.
"It's okay, Neil. We get it. Remember that it ain't just you that's got a score to settle with those fuckers. Save some for the rest of us, all right?"
Nodding, Neil pointed down the road with his shotgun. "Shall we?" When they rounded the bend, the visitor center fell out of sight, but in the distance they could finally see the Bear Valley staging area where cars, buses, and all manner of vehicles gathered to await their turn to pass through the substantial Anton Anderson Memorial Tunnel to Whittier and beyond. There were no more undead to be seen. In fact, the sense of desolation and loss couldn't have been more acute. Of course, there were more idle vehicles waiting in vain for their driver's return. Suitcases and other pieces of luggage and travel packs, some still closed and full, but most having spilled their contents on the road, were discarded randomly all along the route. Here and there were also the eviscerated and mostly devoured corpses of past victims, some adult-sized piles of bones, but many seeming more likely to be those of children who met their gruesome fate many days earlier. The snow thinned somewhat, but the wind, cold and biting, found renewed resolve, whipping itself into a determined frenzy. It blew straight out from the lake, originating from the icy Portage Glacier some 5 miles distant from them and out of view. The cold cut right through their light gloves and even found passage through the multiple layers covering their legs. Exposed earlobes, chins, and noses all struggled against the unforgiving Arctic chill.
It's fucking cold,
Emma groused.
Remind me again why I live here?
Neil agreed and sympathized with a silent nod, but chose not to speak and allow the cold air into his mouth and lungs. The frigid gust seemed to blow without end, threatening to chill them all to the bone. Without a word, Neil started to walk, turning his back to the wind as much as possible, without losing sight of what lay ahead. Emma and Jerry joined him in his slow, determined trek. The cold and the quiet forced Neil to retreat inward with his thoughts. Such introspection was not always the most comfortable set of circumstances for Neil. He wasn't entirely comfortable with his own thoughts under the best of conditions, and this was decidedly not the best of conditions. He felt depressed and more than a little resentful, but he had a hard time in finding a target for his resentment, which led him to spin that resentment on its head and direct it back at himself as well. He stung with loss and disappointment, despite its familiar bitterness. None of that was surprising. In fact, most of that was fairly predictable. He was, however, growing concerned with his own detachment to everything. That's not to say that he didn't care about Megan's death or about the others' lives. Quite the contrary, he did care. But his caring seemed to be trumped and bested at every moment by the predictably bad turns that life seemed to throw at him. Neil didn't hold himself responsible for Megan's death. Well, maybe he did. But that wasn't the big issue. It wasn't the suspicion that had Neil once again doubting the wisdom of keeping him their de facto leader. Neil was actually merely concerned that perhaps he was just unlucky, and that maybe his own luck figured into the fates of everyone else. He once saw a movie with William H. Macy playing a worker at a Vegas casino. He didn't deal cards or spin roulette wheels or even mix drinks. He was a cooler. He was so unlucky that his mere presence at a table cooled everyone else's luck the moment he appeared. If there was a gambler on a streak, Macy would walk up and put the streak to an end with doing nothing more than just being himself. Neil wondered if he was their cooler. Were they all doomed to failure because of the same luck that he seemed to have been dealt in every other pivotal moment in his life? Emma saw Neil's distant expression and said,
Hey, gloomy Gus, stop enjoying your misery all to yourself. Why don't you share a little?
You don't want any of what I got. Believe me.
I wouldn't have asked if I didn't want to know. Give me a little credit, would you?
Can't we just drop it? I promise to stop persecuting myself if we don't have to have this conversation. With her smile and trademark humor in her voice, Emma said with more than a little condescension,
Did that work for you in your marriage? With Megan? With your mom?
Neil lifted his head and asked of the heavens, What is it with you women?
It's not our fault that men are so much less complex and more predictable than women. It's just the way things are, and the reason why I still want you to talk.
Still doesn't make it right. Emma was wise to Neil's continued stall tactics and said as much, but they had drawn close enough to their destination and possible danger that she let the moment pass. Instead, she checked the load on her firearm and let it settle into a better firing response position, rather than the much more casual manner in which she had been carrying it. They crossed another bridge, this one much shorter than the initial bridge before the first tunnel. The shallow creek below was barely deeper than the rocks that formed its bed. Its lazy waters rippled with each wind gust, but otherwise seemed content to merely sit and wait to freeze. On the creek banks below, there was more luggage which had been tossed aside in an obvious rush. The unnaturally bright colors of the bags and some of their spilled contents contrasted against the pristine location obscenely. On either side of the road, much closer to the entrance of the tunnel, sat buildings of various sizes and of various operational roles. All of them shared similar rustic construction themes, trying their utmost to blend in with and accentuate the surroundings. Whatever intended function these buildings may have once had, they had more recently become the failed, final refuge of desperate souls. And like every other refuge before, this one had failed to shield its occupants from the newly awoken undead terror stalking the fading remnants of humanity. The largest building, an official-looking A-frame structure, appeared to have been frozen in partial birth. An emergency vehicle had been caught halfway in and halfway out of the large garage, which had closed violently and suddenly onto the large yellow truck's roof. Apparently trapped in the wreckage, the passengers became easy targets for the ghouls who had been hunting them. Hellish streaks of crusty human remains streaked the yellow doors and sides of the vehicle around the shattered windows through which the undead had feasted upon the helpless victims inside. Shredded bits of clothing, likely discarded by gnashing teeth, twisted and curled on the pavement in colorful patterns. The many pieces of fabric not attached to the ground by the hellish glue of blood and tissue moved to and fro like unfettered leaves caught in the wind. When Neil saw up close the gargantuan metal garage door sealing off the entrance of the Anton Anderson tunnel, he was struck with a confusing mix of relief, gloom, and wonderment. The door, after all, was closed, which led him to be hopeful that it had been shut in time to preserve the town and the people beyond. However, DB's question and warning about access echoed loudly in Neil's mind. He wondered how exactly to gain entry to the other side. His hope and pessimism were at odds with one another again. There would be no time for any such conflict, however. As they marveled at the engineering feat in front of them, the quiet was interrupted by a not-too-distant echoing pop, followed by another, and then a flurry more.
Gunshots?
Jerry said. Already running, Neil said fearfully, "We gotta get back. They need us." Jerry's eyes, as wide as the tunnel in front of them, looked beyond Neil toward the sound of the gunfire. The possibilities chilled him from inside out. He thought about Claire and felt his blood pressure skyrocket until his pulse echoed in his ears. His empty stomach did a single somersault, twisting itself around the churning acid inside. Both the lurking terror and the unforgiving cold were forgotten as the three of them broke into a full sprint. They ran hard for a few minutes, the only sound besides the gunfire their heavy footfalls and labored breathing. Then Neil stopped abruptly, resisting the urge to double over for lack of oxygen in his lungs. The burn in his chest was torturous. But his growing suspicion was even more so. He paused while Emma and Jerry looked at him doubtfully. They wondered why they were stopping. Neil merely listened and confirmed his suspicion. The shooting had stopped. It appeared that whatever battle had been fought had come to an end. The torturous quiet fueled their fear and angst all the more. They flew through the shorter tunnel and found themselves in a better position to see the building the others had been occupying. The first thing seen was a thick trail of smoke, like a beam of light announcing a midnight madness sale rising from the structure. It was not a promising sign at all. Jerry was the first to resume the marathon. Neil could feel the other man's fears and knew that there was no stopping him. Neil looked over at the still gasping Emma. "We gotta stick together. We can't let him go down there by himself. No telling what he'll find or what will find him."
Let's stop wasting oxygen then.
And Emma was running again. Neil, too, was passing a trot pace back toward a sprint again. He didn't see the horde of zombies that he expected to be standing around the parking lots and lanes. In fact, he didn't see any of the undead at all. Why had they been shooting? The three of them ran across the road and then hesitated next to the visitor center. Emma and Jerry were realizing the same thing that had already occurred to Neil. Through her struggling breaths, Emma asked,
What's the deal?
She bent over with her hands on her knees and tried to slow her lungs and her mind. Pointing, Jerry asked,
"Who's that out in the open?"
"If that's Duke over near those trees, then the man is probably DB," Neil said.
Emma asked again.
"What does that mean? What happened?"
33.
It was DB lying in the parking lot. There was blood pooling around him and mixing into the dirty crimson soup with the gravel and dust under him. From in front of the building, Neil could see that the doorframe was smoldering slightly while white smoke was billowing out the shattered front window. Neil knelt beside DB and touched the man lightly on his shoulder blade. DB was still breathing, but it was shallow. Neil cautiously rolled the man onto his back and hoped for the best. To Neil's surprise and relief, DB opened his eyes. He started to speak, but a blood-choked cough stifled his efforts. Neil used the sleeve of his coat to wipe away the blood from DB's lips and cheek. The bright red fluid nearly shone against DB's pale skin. Neil looked down upon the man and felt a frustratingly familiar sense of helplessness. DB finally managed,
"Fucking militia. Think they got everyone else. Duke needed to go outside, and I think we ran into—"
"Save your strength, DB. You're gonna need it. Hang in there."
Neil could almost feel the fear in DB's eyes. He knew the reality of his situation, even if Neil wasn't willing to admit it to him. His wounds were mortal. The multiple bullets in his chest and abdomen had destroyed many of his internal organs, and blood was beginning to pool in his insides. Emma surveyed all around them, while Jerry had gone into the burning building, emerging with only 3 largely empty backpacks and a couple of smaller caliber rifles that he had stood in the corner of a pantry closet. He shook his head to answer the question the others wanted to ask. DB said again,
"Fucking militia. Took the others. Kenai. Go to Kenai and find them."
Neil offered DB some water, but the other man refused.
"I'm bleeding out, Neil. I can almost feel it, and my legs are numb. I don't think I can feel anything but cold below my waist."
DB drew another breath, this one much deeper, and held it, then let it out slowly.
"Take care of Duke for me. He's a good dog, and always been loyal. You're a good man, and I know I can count on you. Watch out for him."
Emma looked over at the dead dog lying near some trees, and couldn't contain the tears any longer. She stepped away and tried to regain control, but it was pointless. She could only suppress so much grief for so long until, like a mug filled to overflowing, it just spilled out. Neil said gently,
"You and Duke can count on me. He is a good dog, and you're a good man. You deserve one another, my friend."
DB, meanwhile, began to whisper into Neil's ear. The dying man's voice was fading fast, as was the life in his eyes. Just above a whisper, DB spoke to Neil, who listened intently, trying to hear every word. In mid-sentence, the words simply stopped. Neil looked down into the other man's vacant eyes, which still glistened with a gloss of tears. With the palm of his hand, Neil closed the other man's eyes and stood up. Emma asked,
"Is he—"
"Yeah,
What was he saying to you?"
he told us to go get those fuckers. Can you guys give me a hand here?"
The 3 of them moved DB's body over to where Duke's was lying. They laid the 2 old men next to one another as respectfully as they could, and paused for just a reverent moment. There wasn't time for words, and grieving was to be done on the run. There was not time to be spent on anything other than the hunt. They needed to track down the others in their group, and they needed to make up lost ground as quickly as possible. The unfortunate reality was that sudden, violent death and loss had become such a prevalent component of their lives. that pausing to observe another person's passing was easily forgotten. 34. They darted between the vehicles on the choked Portage Glacier Highway, throwing caution to the wind, dodging in and out of tight spaces without a thought of the dangers that might be waiting for them. They were fighting against their struggling lungs and heavy feet, but none of them slackened their pace one bit. They were running so blindly that when Della emerged, dragging behind her a kicking and struggling young man dressed in camouflaged military fatigues, all three nearly tripped into one another. Gaining his balance, Jerry said with quite a bit of relief in his voice,
Della! Christ, it's good to see you.
Without a smile on her stone-cold visage, Della said,
Now that ain't no reason to take the good Lord's name in vain, Steve.
Neil asked, curiously, What you got there?
I got me a man who had a mind to do some evil, but is having second thoughts now, ain't he?
The terrified and hurt militiaman pleaded.
She broke my fucking arm.
Della smiled and dangled her tire iron proudly in front of herself. Not satisfied in the least, Jerry kicked the man hard in the back. He would have liked to have been sated with the sound of the other man's air suddenly evacuating his lungs, but he wasn't. So he kicked him again. This time, Neil pulled Jerry away. He leaned down next to the scared and hurt man, much the way he had with DB, but there was neither sympathy nor sorrow in his eyes. He asked, Hurt? The other man, still breathless, nodded. Neil smiled and punched him in the face, hard. The punch hurt Neil's fingers despite wearing gloves, but seeing the other man's nose explode in a spatter of red across his cheeks helped him forget the pain. That's as good as it's gonna get, Neil snapped. You're gonna lead us to your friends, or it's gonna get a lot worse. Understand me? The other man's crying suddenly stopped. His expression became very serious and even a little defiant. Neil could rightly read that the man was going to be anything but compliant. Neil swallowed and smiled his understanding of the unspoken message he'd received. Don't worry, little man. You'll tell us everything we need to know because, you see, we got nothing left to lose. And you, well, you've got 10 fingers and 10 toes to start with. Do you understand that? The militiaman understood clearly what was being told and was fearful of the pain, but he had been trained and knew what to expect if he was broken. The officers back at their base in Soldatna had warned all of them of the interlopers they would encounter and their evil, godless ways. He knew if he betrayed them, there would be hell to pay. Literally. And so, with wide eyes and sealed lips, he waited for the worst. Part 3. 35. Claire awoke, bound and gagged, lying across the back seat of what appeared to be a squad car. Disoriented, she wondered for a moment, hoping, actually, if maybe the past several months had just been a roofie-fueled nightmare. Through the pounding pressure in her temples, she fantasized that perhaps the world was how she remembered it before the apocalypse. When she forced a blood and snot-filled breath through her nose, though, she remembered how she had gotten there in the first place. Earlier that morning, she was just waking and wondered where Jerry had gone. He was normally right next to her while she slept. He'd been there when she had drifted off to sleep, but was absent when she awoke. Yawning and stretching from her uncomfortable spot on the floor, she looked up to see DB standing at the front door. He was looking out at first, but caught sight of her movement and turned to see her. He muttered something under his breath that Claire didn't fully comprehend, but she understood his meaning all the same. Duke needed to take a leak, so he and his dog were going out for a quick walk. Claire rubbed her eyes and smacked her lips together. She was lying on the floor of a small dining area of the coffee shop. No amount of blankets or extra clothing piled under her was capable of making the floor comfortable under normal conditions, but the pain in her back from her fall contributed to her extra stiffness. Danny, Jules, and the other 2 kids whose names she never seemed to be able to remember were still sleeping near her, but other than them, there was no one to be seen. Jerry, Neil, Emma, and Della were all out of sight. She thought that maybe they were just in the other areas of the shop. She stretched her arms high above her head and felt the pain in her back and shoulders again. They still hurt like hell. But at the moment, she didn't feel like just going back to sleep to escape the pain. She winced her eyes as she shifted her spine one way very slowly and then the other to try and loosen her tense and bruised muscles. She was just starting to get her wits about her when she heard a pop outside. It took her just a second or so to realize she had heard a gunshot that sounded like it was just outside the front door. She shook her head, thinking she must have just imagined it, and then she heard another shot which sounded almost like a very large firecracker. Danny woke to this latest noise and looked over at Claire for any hint as to what it was. The 2 were still looking at one another when a shadow passed in front of the window on the room's front wall. Still a little confused about what to do, Danny allowed instinct to take over. He pulled the small pistol from his pocket and pulled the slide back to ready the firearm. Suddenly, the front door burst open and a man wearing a military uniform burst through. At first, Danny and Claire hoped that the man was there to save them. Maybe the army had finally come back to Alaska to set things right again. When they saw his grizzled face and menacing expression, however, they both realized his intent was anything but to save them. He wasn't a zombie, but he was likely just as dangerous. Danny didn't hesitate. He pulled the trigger on the pistol, which kicked 3 quick times against his palm. All 3 bullets found their marks in the camouflage-clad man's upper chest, neck, and face. He fell to the ground, writhing for a moment in pain, and then suddenly, he was still. Claire grabbed the pistol from Danny just as a trio of similarly dressed men rushed through the doorway. One of them was quick to run toward Claire, who hesitated momentarily. He kicked the pistol from her hand and then cracked her on the head with the butt of his rifle. The lights went out immediately for her, and stayed that way until now. In addition to the pain in her back, she was now contending with a new pain in her jaw and left side of her face. She tried to sit up, but was finding that exceptionally difficult. Every move she made, she could feel the crusty scabs on her back split and ooze fresh blood. Her shirt was already pretty well plastered to the wound, and her movements, however slight, were pulling the fabric away with bits of flesh still attached. She whimpered involuntarily at the sensation. From in front of the steel screen separating the front and back seats, she heard a gruff male voice say,
"Is someone waking up back there? Don't worry. I know you can't speak. You can just listen instead. You shot Sullivan's cousin back there, and he ain't gonna like that one bit. You're just lucky he ain't with us on this scouting run, or you'd really be hurtin' now. Don't worry, though. He'll be waiting for you back at camp. He's gonna be real happy that we brought you back. Pretty little thing like you gonna help keep us all warm."
The gravity of her situation sinking in, Claire's fear took hold. She wondered about the others. Where was everyone else? Was Jerry still alive? Where was she being taken? She started to wrestle with the binding on her wrists, but to no avail. Her ankles were also too tightly bound for her to free them. And then her thoughts focused, and she wanted to demand where the kids had been taken. Why were they not with her in the car? She tried to force the handkerchief gag from her mouth, creating a bit of a ruckus. She tried using her teeth to saw through the fabric, but had no more luck with that than she did with freeing her hands. Grinding a toothpick between his teeth, the driver looked in the rearview mirror and smiled. His words oozed out of him like poison.
"Feisty little thing, aren't you? You're gonna be real popular. You just wait and see."
He produced a guttural grunt on the heels of speaking, and then smiled another toxic, toothy smile. His smile, so full of hostility, melted all the defiance out of her. Claire wanted to be tough like all heroines from action movies, Jolie in Salt or Arquette in True Romance. Try as she might, however, she couldn't quiet the paralyzing fear in her chest. She did the only thing that came to mind. She emptied a night's worth of waiting from her bladder onto the seat. She knew she would eventually regret it when her wet underwear and pants began to chafe and rub her bottom, but she appreciated the soaking she gave the cloth seats nonetheless. The smell would take a hell of a lot of scrubbing to remove, and judging by the terrain that passed by the windows, she easily presumed where they were on the highway. It was still quite a distance before they would be arriving anywhere, so she reveled in her quiet rebellion and waited until she was able to urinate again. While Claire was measuring her fate, Danny was also trying to be strong in the back of a yellow and green Vend Alaska panel truck. He looked around at the other 3 pairs of wondering, scared eyes and knew that they were all looking to him. The other children needed for him to be their rock. He was expected to be the strength to help them survive this latest encounter. Unfortunately, Danny's distraction was palpable in the dimly lit truck interior, as if it were another passenger along for the ride. To say that Danny was conflicted in his feelings toward Neil at the moment would earn a nomination to the Understatement Hall of Fame. He understood that Neil, if he was indeed still alive, was the best hope that any of them had to survive their abduction. Danny forced himself to expel any thoughts that Neil, Jerry, and Emma had already met their demise. If Neil was dead, then so was his hope that things were going to work out for any of them. At the same time, however, he couldn't deny the resentment he felt toward Neil for having left in the first place. If he had still been there, maybe things wouldn't have gone as badly as they did. Danny envisioned himself defending their new home alongside Neil. He imagined standing at the window with his rifle in hand. They had stopped them. He had stopped them, whoever them happened to be. The battle was won and they were all safe again, and he had helped. He was no longer a burden or an afterthought. He mattered. But it was Neil's approving look that made the fantasy complete. It wasn't about the killing or the saving for Danny. He just wanted to make Neil proud of him, and that was really enough at the present. As it was, Danny was unfortunately forced to focus on his reality and not on his fantasy. He couldn't stop rewinding and reliving those fateful moments in the coffee shop. He didn't remember taking the pistol from his pocket. It was simply in his hand at the right moment. In his memory, the pistol glimmered like the finely honed steel of a hero's sword. He pointed the gun, and then the man was down. He couldn't be certain that he had even pulled the trigger. Other than the man's body on the floor in front of him and the pulsing sensation in his palm, he had no way to know for sure what he had done. He couldn't remember the man's face. Hell, he may not have had time to look. Everything happened so fast. And now he couldn't help the reverberating echo in his mind of the words, "I killed a man." Like an explosion of fireworks, the words flashed in blinding patterns, until the echo found the back of his throat and he whispered, "I killed a man." Giving the thought voice made it all the more real. He hadn't denied his memory before, but now he couldn't possibly do it. He uttered the simple words as quietly as the flutter of a bird's wing. His voice barely tickled the air. Jules could tell something was different with Danny. He should have been scared or at least worried, but all he appeared to be was distracted. She needed Danny to be there with them instead of wherever his thoughts had taken him. Didn't he know that? She looked at him, trying to see more of his face in the sparse illumination. She cocked her head this way and then that, but the shadows were too powerful. Finally giving up, Jules chose to lean against Danny's chest again and hope the security his presence had brought in the past would return. She was feeling a new fear this time, but it was just as real and just as terrorizing. The only other thoughts to which she was able to retreat were wondering where those mean, scary men had taken Alec. They had grabbed Claire and pulled her away by her arms, dragging her behind them like she was already dead. Alec was led away on his feet like the other children. But he had been separated from Jules and the other kids when they had gotten through the cars on the highway. When he protested, one of the men hit him in the face and on his back and on his... The image of Alec's beating was too painful for Jules to consider. The end result had seen Alec thrown into one car while Jules, Danny, Nicky, and Paul were all led to the truck in which they were riding. Jules just couldn't figure out what she and the others had done that was so wrong. Why were those men so mad at them? She thought that maybe the building in which they had been sleeping was the army men's house, and they were just angry that she and the others were there, kind of like the three bears. She couldn't remember what had been Goldilocks' fate, but she was pretty certain she got away. That was the solitary shred of comfort and hope to which she clung. Goldilocks got away. Alec, meanwhile, was sitting in the back seat of a Humvee between two large, malodorous men. His left eye was swollen almost completely shut and was becoming the color of eggplant. The blood had stopped oozing from his nose, and a fair amount had dried and crusted above his upper lip, forming what appeared to be a rust-colored mustache. His hands were bound in his lap, but his ankles, unlike Claire's, were free. No one spoke to him. In fact, no one spoke in the vehicle at all. On occasion, the static from the CB radio in the dashboard would crack with distant voices, but none of it made any sense to Alec. He stared at his lap, afraid that any wandering his eyes might do would solicit another pounding to his temple or the back of his head. He wondered where DB and Della were. He thought he saw a body near their building as he was being pulled and dragged away, but wasn't certain if perhaps that was another person Claire might have shot. Alec retreated into the shell from which he had only recently started to emerge. The retreat didn't require any real effort on his part. His will obligingly ceded ground until he had none at all. He merely retreated beyond the depth of his skin, turning down the volume on all of his senses as he did. His withdrawal was hastened when one of his abductors struck him on the back of his head. He leaned forward slightly until all he could see was the dark, wiry, carpeted Humvee floor. He stared so long and so intently that his eyes strayed from focus and threatened not to return, which Alec did nothing to discourage. When he did finally look up, his vision had become blurred and dark. He was detached enough that he didn't feel the next handful of random blows to his skull. The final, an elbow to the bridge of his nose, had started anew the gush of blood from both nostrils, which coursed down across and around his lips and dripped in long, gooey strings of dark crimson from his chin. He made no attempts to stop the flow of red. 36. Neil was learning that the problem with bluffing about torture is that sometimes, when your bluff has been called, you have to be willing to torture to keep the bluff going. Neil was contemplating this unfortunate reality as he drove them all south on the Seward Highway. The silver Dodge Ram truck had been thankfully left unmolested by the fleeing militiamen. It sat with the keys still in the ignition, seemingly waiting for their return. Neil cast a single, longing look toward the pile of stones covering Megan's body off the road a bit, but wouldn't spare the time to run over to her. He needed to ask her for advice. He had been robbed of both her and Dr. Caldwell's point of view in just a handful of days, and he was beginning to feel a little blind and disoriented, like a boat without a rudder. There wasn't time to contemplate next steps, however. The sustained shooting had obviously attracted the unwanted attention of the herd of zombies that had been wandering back and forth along the Seward Highway. They were starting to appear in small groups and large groups along the Portage Glacier Highway and were threatening to overrun the road and restrict any attempts to escape. There was no time to dawdle. Neil, Emma, and Jerry climbed into the front seats while Della and their terrified and bound prisoner took their seats in the back. They had plenty of gas and daylight, so Neil was confident they could get to where they needed to be. The only problem was that Neil didn't know, ultimately, where they were going. He had a fair idea about the general area, but it didn't go any further or deeper than that. He was going to need some more specific directions eventually, and that's where his problems really began. It was fairly evident their young, scared prisoner would not willingly share the location of the militia camp. He hadn't said a word since his little exchange with Neil and didn't appear as if he was going to be talking anytime soon. They were at a stalemate of sorts, but there were other distractions, like getting on the trail of their kidnapped friends. They found themselves on the run again, this time toward something rather than away from it. It was running, but it felt different. This kind of running was agitated and aggressive. With the growl of the truck all around them, they began to feel like predators, perhaps a pack or a pride on the hunt. Lucky for Neil, the rhythm of the road passing under his tires had always had an enchanting effect upon him. Today's drive was no exception. The gentle vibrating buzz touched him from his toes to his eyeballs, massaging and relaxing the tension that seemed to plague all of his joints and muscles at once. Like a boa constrictor coiling itself tighter and tighter around its prey, Neil's tension was a formidable force. It resisted its utmost, but the soothing sensation subdued the constricting energy and banished it to his memory. The reprieve was welcomed with a quiet satisfaction across Neil's face. And, lacking any road music to accompany the drive, their soundtrack was the persistent but understated chorus of Rubber on Pavement. The warm refrains were distant kin to the mesmerizing words of a hypnotist. Under such conditions was the closest thing Neil ever came to experiencing Zen. His mind wandered without scope or direction. He merely was. There were very few other times in which he could so totally lose himself in such empty but complete existence. He was an empty vessel for thought and experience during those brief moments. Neil's thoughts were as untamed and free as a Joyce novel diving headlong into stream of consciousness. There was really no point in his trying to control or direct his musings. His thoughts quickly became a raging and unpredictable surge which gradually became a parade of faces. Grandma and Grandpa Jordan, his boyhood friend Doug, Dr. Caldwell, a random zombie with its weathered gray skin and hungry snarl, Danny, his mom and dad, his boss sitting in his enormous leather office chair as if it were a throne, and between each random image he caught glimpses of Megan. Her smile held no judgment or accusation. She was as lovely and as mist as spring. Along with Neil in the front seat sat Jerry and Emma, who seemed to share in Neil's quiet reverence. No one spoke. Words, for all of them, seemed so intrusive and out of place, like trespassers. In fact, the only sound that any of them made, with the exception of the occasional deep breath or throat-clearing cough, was Della and her soul-piercing humming. Her songs never had lyrics, but they all seemed so full of meaning and purpose. Next to her, seemingly lost in the drifting melodies of Della's tune, the militiaman, restrained with duct tape and cable ties, sat and awaited his fate. Neil chanced a glance at him in the rearview mirror and was struck with how young he seemed. He was no militia man. He was a militia boy, scared and alone. For Neil, the boy was his only link to Danny, Jules, and Claire. Their prisoner was unable to hide the fear lurking in his eyes. It has been said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and in the soul emotions are pure and deep. And it was quite obvious to Neil that, despite the boy's resolute but calm facade, the prisoner was terrified about his immediate future. Neil couldn't remember a time when he had ever been feared. He was always the likable guy, even in sports. His friends and co-workers all considered him an affable fellow. His wife might have had a different description for him, but her opinion was tainted, to say the least. Neil was worried that perhaps he wasn't the best person to be playing the hardened tough guy. It just wasn't in his nature to be that guy. He tried to think of ways to get the information from him, but his grasp on thoughts drifted again with the overwhelming din of their movement on the road. Emma knew why Neil looked worried and distracted. She could see that he was contemplating his next move. She could almost see him torturing himself the way that Megan always said he did when he made decisions. He wasn't really a tough guy to figure out. Perpetually dissatisfied with himself and still trying to prove himself that he was capable. Emma had known other guys like that in her life. They were usually the nicest men, but also the least likely to be attractive to her. She didn't much care for the melancholy, but she accepted it. It was just part of the package. When all was said and done, she knew that she and everyone else could count on him. She knew that Neil would, if asked, step up and use every means possible to get the information they needed. It was because she knew that they could rely upon Neil's willingness to be the man for all seasons that she decided she was going to do the dirty work. She started thinking of little tortures with which she could start. She could beat the man with one of their bats. She could break his fingers, cut him, burn him. If they let her, she was pretty certain she was capable of all of this, because she could envision it in the first place. There was a time not too long ago that she abhorred violence on television or in movies. Violence was just something that she didn't feel necessary to make a part of her entertainment lineup. She didn't sign petitions to ban violent video games, nor did she tell others what to watch, but she didn't typically see those kinds of movies either. Times had definitely changed, and so had Emma. And it wasn't just that she was considering torturing another living being. The problem was that she was considering ways in which to torture another living human being to maximum effect, and no objection was forthcoming from her psyche. Emma hadn't become psychopathic. She wasn't looking forward to hurting the kid sitting in the back seat with Della. It was just something that needed to be done, and she was perfectly willing to do it. At least, that was what she was trying to convince herself to believe it. Emma pivoted in her seat and took a long look at her quarry. She wondered if it would escalate to include shooting him. Where should she shoot him so as to hurt and possibly maim, but not kill? She thought to herself that she shouldn't shoot him in the leg or foot in case they needed him to be able to walk. Of course, if she shot him in the foot, he wouldn't be able to run away. She looked the scared kid in the eyes, and he immediately looked away, sending his gaze to the passing trees along the side of the road. But Della caught Emma's eyes. The big black woman seemed to fill the entire back of the truck, but still looked comfortable. Della cast her big yellow eyes to the left and then the right, looking at the backs of Neil's and Jerry's heads. Like a tennis serve suddenly hitting the net, her eyes dropped when they came back to the middle and stared back into Emma's eyes. It was clear to both of them what Emma's intentions were, to which Della started to hum another low, soulful song that sounded as if it had first been sung by Nefertiti's head priestess on a pyramid somewhere near Giza, and Della had been there to hear it. Satisfied, but a little unsettled, Emma turned back around. If it came to it, she was certain that she could do whatever was necessary to learn where her friends had been taken. She looked back out at the road and let Della's song wash over her. 37. The car lurching to a stop was preceded by an agitated series of chirps on the radio. Despite this early warning, Claire, apparently unprepared, rolled from her supine position on the back seat onto the floor. Without the use of her hands, Claire's tumble was painful and solicited a grunt. The car's driver, Howard, heard her discomfort and said,
"Serves you right. What the hell were you thinking pissing in my car, dumb bitch?"
Under her breath, Claire muttered,
"Fuck you, redneck."
She'd do more if she could, but wet underpants was her current limit. It was the discomfort of having wet undergarments that had prompted her to lie down in the first place. She was hoping her clothes would dry, but the smell would persist. Instead, Howard, upon noticing the rising pungency, had simply opened the front windows and permitted the cold air outside to fill the car's cabin. He'd turned on the heat, which warmed and comforted him but did nothing for her. Regardless, Claire knew that the foul odor would be hard to dispel from the seat's fabric for some time to come. She had heard the voice on the radio but was unable to decipher what had been said. With the passenger window still open, now that they had stopped, she could detect a distinctly burnt aroma coming from outside. It wasn't the inviting smell of wood burning, as in a campfire, though. The acrid air was much more industrial, like perhaps plastic or rubber from some internal part of an engine melting. Car problems. Car problems had sidelined their slaver's caravan. Talk about falling victim to the mundane. Claire climbed from the floor and did her best to right herself on the bench seat. She looked around and saw a wafting cloud of whitish smoke seeping like a last breath from the green and yellow panel truck's grill. It appeared they were on the Sterling Highway, but still well outside of the first large, by Alaska standards, community on the highway when headed south, Cooper Landing. On the left side of the vehicle were trees and a flowing river. She guessed it to be the Russian River, but geography and place names were never her strength. They were parked in a small, paved parking area that ran alongside the road. From the tiny lot, the river was easily accessible, allowing hip waiter-wearing fishermen to crowd themselves onto the riverbanks and into the waters themselves in the contest to land any of the plentiful salmon who swam and spawned in its waters. She wished she could somehow use this respite to her own advantage, but the bindings on her wrists and ankles were constraining her thoughts as well as her activity. She felt helpless and hoped that the delay didn't lead to... She just hoped that she wouldn't become entertainment for the road. Howard had alluded on a number of times to her upcoming role when they got her back to the encampment. Base. Whatever. Burly and disagreeable, Howard pulled himself from the car with some exertion and walked over to the expiring truck. He spit dark, tobacco-filled wads of fluid as he and the other drivers debated their next moves. Claire wasn't able to follow all of it, but she did surmise that the convoy was transporting more than just her and her companions. Supplies had been gathered in addition to captives, and so they argued which should be carried back and which should be abandoned, even temporarily. Finally, another man dressed in all black military fatigues held up his hands to end the discussion. He spoke calmly and quietly enough that Claire could not hear what he was saying. His composed disposition commanded everyone's attention and settled their collective anxiety. Claire wished she could hear what he was saying, but the odd thing she noticed was that she felt calmed as well. She sat back, adjusted her little behind on her mostly dry underpants, and awaited her fate. What more could she do? She sat in total silence for a few moments, contemplating all that she couldn't do. She couldn't run. She couldn't fight. Yelling and screaming was pointless. There was no reasoning with her captors, not yet, at least. Claire thought about all of this, barely noticing a low-level vibration that was tickling her chest, disguising itself as a cough that was threatening to pounce. She tried to clear her throat, to no effect. Then, all at once, it suddenly dawned on her what she was feeling. The walking dead. They were near and getting closer. She tried to crane her neck around so that she could see them. Nothing, but the buzz was getting stronger. Was she safe? Could they get in? She'd have no chance to defend herself. She finally knew how live bait felt just before it was hooked on the line or tethered to a stake. Blending themselves into a noxious cocktail in her stomach, Claire's anxiety eagerly mixed with the growing vibrations. She pulled harder and harder on the straps securing her wrists, desperate to get her hands free. She was nearly in a frenzy, her forehead and cheeks glazed with cold sweat and her breath forming a growing cloud in the car's cool interior. Cool interior? It occurred to her that the front windows were both down. She looked around for anything she could use to free her hands. If she could reach them, she was almost convinced she would willingly gnaw her hands free by chewing through her own bones if necessary. When she realized she was shaking the whole car and drawing attention to herself, she froze. Claire finally saw the movement, slow and stilted, to her left, and on a depression of inclined ground that separated their parking spot from the river. She turned her head slowly, like a merry-go-round on its final, rapidly deteriorating rotation. She wanted to avoid detection at all costs. She didn't want them to know she was there. She counted at least 5 of the ghoulish figures. She contemplated alerting her abductors to the threat, but then thought better of it. Let the fuckers die. Maybe she'd get lucky and the zombies and the rednecks would kill each other. She'd be willing to sit and watch that happen. Only thing missing would be some popcorn. She was trying her best to be flippant about her situation, but it was no use. She was scared shitless. There was no point denying it. She heard one of the men standing in the circle say, "Oh shit, more skins!" The undead, or skins, as they were known by the militiamen, ascended the gentle slope leading up to the road where the cars and trucks were parked. Claire had seen 5 of the creatures, but in reality there were closer to 10 of them. This close to their prey, the rotting abominations were much more vocal and excited. They emitted a collective, wet, hungry groan as they approached, their hands reaching out in front of them, desperate to close the distance to their next meal. Spilling around the front and rear of the squad car, the zombies didn't seem to notice Claire sitting in the car's back seat. Watching them, Claire could not control the shaking fit gripping her. It felt like she was suffering a feverish shiver without the fever. The crowd of undead was an eclectic group, to say the least. There were fishermen still wearing hip waders, a businesswoman in a shredded skirt suit, tourists and locals wearing casual t-shirts and jeans, and even a couple of police officers, one of whom had been eviscerated and now had an empty, festering pit where his torso had once held his internal organs. The monster's skin was not much lighter than the road upon which they were sauntering, and like any corpse, their fingernails had continued to grow, causing their emaciated, bony fingers to resemble small daggers. One of the police officer ghouls was pinched against the front of the squad car by the press of undead around him. His right hand, more of a claw, really, dragged itself across the car's metal hood with an ear-shattering and teeth-chattering scraping sound. He stopped and looked at the vehicle, a semblance of remembrance in his dark eyes. Fear, cold and bitter, gripped Claire as she realized it wasn't the car he was seeing. He was looking right at her. He circled around the car and came to the open passenger side window. Luckily, it wasn't down all the way, but it was down far enough that he could reach in toward her. She screamed when his face appeared in the opening, his rancid breath filling the car's interior with its foulness. She shifted to the far side of the seat and pressed herself against the locked door, trying to make herself as small as possible. The fiend's wiry gray arm found its way into the partially opened window, reaching toward her fiercely. Its fingers opened and closed, grasping at the space between it and Claire like a hungry, chomping mouth. Claire's terrified scream seemed to go on and on, echoing around her as if she was in a cave. She screamed until her ears rang and her throat ached. But really, screaming was all she could do. She couldn't hear the shooting over her own shrieks. The militiamen had overcome their own hesitation and were fighting back. There were 16 militiamen who were drivers and passengers in the convoy. Of the 16, several were strictly drivers and retreated in fear toward the vehicles. The problem was that a couple of zombies were coming from the other direction and had found their way undetected into the mix of parked vehicles. A young man of perhaps 20 was trying to get back to the pickup truck he had been driving when he ran unsuspecting into one of the zombies behind them. He cried out in terror when the gnashing jaws sank themselves into his neck just below his ear. The creature, quite literally quaking with delight at the taste of warm flesh, pulled away a merciless mouthful of bloody skin and, still chewing, dived down for another bite. With his carotid artery now severed and both his vision and his balance fading, the young man fell to his knees and succumbed to the attack. Another of the militiamen, while firing his shotgun from his hip and backing away calmly, lost his footing when he stepped from the pavement onto the shoulder of the road and did not anticipate the change in height of the ground beneath his feet. He fell backward, discharging the shotgun into the air. One of the zombies took the opportunity to pounce. One of its knife-like fingers burrowed itself into his calf right through his pant leg. The militiaman pulled a pistol from his belt and fired 4 rounds into the top of the beast's skull, spreading bone fragments and teeth all over the man's legs and feet. Already on his back and wounded, the man made an easy target for 2 more of the undead who fell upon him like hyenas on a wounded gazelle. He shot the pistol a couple of more times, but to no effect. The other men were faring a little better. They discharged their rifles, shotguns, and pistols in a furious storm of smoke and death. There was little to no discipline in their fighting, but it was effective. Soon, all of the zombies were dispatched, and the shooting ceased. Claire's screams were still erupting from the squad car. The zombie preoccupied with devouring her was still trying to get enough of himself into the car to be able to pick that seemingly low-hanging fruit. He jostled and wrestled with his body to be able to get in a better position to be able to reach her. No matter what he did seemed to matter, and his limited reasoning ability did not allow him to fully comprehend the futility of his efforts. He simply continued to reach and stretch, unaware and apparently not caring that he was tearing and splitting his deteriorating skin and leaving dark, streaking patches of bodily fluid on the vehicle's partially raised window and door. Many of the militiamen had recovered from the skirmish and watched Claire's predicament with amusement. They snickered and giggled to one another and dropped comments about Claire bringing this on herself. After watching for several moments, Howard decided that it was prudent to end the game. He stepped forward and tried to pull the beast away by using its collar as a lever. Its clothing was damp and mildewy to the touch and seemed to hang on its frame like a soft exoskeleton. He thought to himself that it would be much easier if he could shoot the damned thing, but he didn't want to do any damage to his car. He was proud of his car and didn't want anything to happen to it. And so he pulled even harder on the fiend who was lodged in the passenger side window of his car. On the 3rd tug, the zombie shifted position and poured out of the window. He landed awkwardly on top of Howard, but then turned with the agility of a predatory cat and found himself face to face with Howard. Cracked and dirty teeth, he lunged at Howard, who barely held his attacker at bay. This all was happening so fast that no one else had been able to react. The other men had been caught unaware and were stunned at the sudden turn of events. The man in black stepped forward and kicked the brutish creature in the side of the head. It was enough to upset the balance of power that was rapidly tipping away from Howard. The two scrambled again, and Howard was getting the better of the thing this time. Howard laid his hand against its leathery cheek and began to force its head into the side of the car repeatedly. Fissures began to form in the thing's forehead as its skull began to crack. Howard looked at the man in black and smiled. He was pulling back his hand for one final bruising pummeling when the ghoul shifted its head slightly and Howard's hand slid right off its face, leaving Howard defenseless. The zombie didn't hesitate. Its thrashing, jagged teeth and black, rotting gums fell on Howard's forehead right above his eye. It gnawed skin and eyebrow away from bone and chewed it hungrily. There wasn't time given for a second bite, as the man in black had drawn his pistol from its hip holster. He pulled the trigger and pressed the gun's barrel to the zombie's skull. Though much of the fluid in the zombie's body had long since dried, there was enough to create a sickly Rorschach splatter design on the dirty door of the squad car. Howard pushed the thing off of him and sat up, pressing his palm against the gushing wound above his eye. He took a handkerchief from an inside jacket pocket and used that to wipe away some of the blood and then held the stained cloth to the ghastly injury. Much of the flowing blood ignored the cloth and continued to pour down the bridge of his nose and onto his lap. Howard said through clenched jaws,
Sorry. I guess he just... Sorry. Do you think I could go back with you fellas? You could do whatever you need to back there. I'd just like to say goodbye.
The man in black waited for Howard to look up and then nodded slowly. He said,
Yeah, Howard. Whatever you need.
Looking back down, Howard said,
Thanks. That means...
The heavy revolver in the man in black's hand barked, ending both Howard's sentence and his life. His blood mixed with the coagulated fluids of the zombie already spread across the car's door. One of the other militiamen looked at the man in black. "Kind of cold, wasn't it, Carter?" With no compassion whatsoever, the man in black, known as Carter, said,
"You get bitten, you can expect the same. Let's get the truck fixed. Someone needs to siphon the gas out of this piece of shit."
The same militiaman answered, "We leaving Howard's car here?" Again, with ice in his words, Carter answered,
"Yeah? You want to stay too?"
There was no answer needed to that rhetorical question. No one was willing to challenge Carter or his judgments. He was more than merely intimidating. There was a ruthless disregard burning behind his cold eyes that set everyone on edge. When it came to terror, zombies had nothing on this guy.
"Kyle, Will, get that damned truck fixed and back on the road. Pete, move that murdering bitch into the truck with those kids. The rest of you, this ain't no leisure trip, we got a job to do. I want pickets to stand watch. Any more skins show up, I don't want to be surprised again. Now everyone's got something to do, so let's get to it."
The group of onlookers were frozen in their steps and staring at Howard's warm corpse, seemingly unable to tear themselves away. Of course, their lack of action solicited anger from Carter, who shouted,
"Get your fucking asses moving! Now!"
From the backseat of the car, Claire watched all of this unfold. The threat of the undead had been mitigated for the time being, but she was more worried now than she had been before. Carter was the scariest person she had ever seen, and the authority he wielded had the effect of making everything he did or said okay. 38. When their truck came to the junction where the Seward Highway split between continuing south to Seward or becoming the Sterling Highway and heading toward the Kenai area, Neil took his foot from the gas and let them come to a rolling stop. He wasn't certain what he was going to do at this point, but knew something needed to be done. He needed to know where to take them, and the only one in the vehicle who had that information was their captive. He said calmly, but his voice cracked slightly, "Well, we've got some decisions to be made about where we are headed." He turned in his seat and spoke directly to the young man sitting next to Della. "Are you going to make this easy or hard on yourself? I've been thinking about this since we got in the truck, and I'll be honest, I have no interest in torturing you. I do need information, though, and if you're not willing to share it with me, then I don't think I have a choice in the matter." Neil was quiet for a second or two, hoping that the answers to his questions would somehow materialize magically. Emma seized upon the delay to say,
"Neil may not be willing to torture you, but I am. You see, I don't really care. You may think that a woman wouldn't be capable of... Well, let's just say you don't know what I'm capable of, and neither do I."
Della looked at both Neil and Emma and quieted them with her caramel-colored eyes. Her expression held something that approached contempt or possibly shame. She couldn't believe these nice people could think that way. She had seen some pretty ugly things committed by some even uglier people in her days. Abuse, beatings, and some killings. When she looked at Steve in the driver's seat and at that nutty woman next to him, she didn't see the kind of crazy that would drive someone to such extreme behavior. Although, to be fair, the woman seemed like she may be headed for the deep end. Pushed much farther, she might just be capable of... Well, Della didn't want to have to explore those possibilities. Steve, the boy sitting next to the passenger door, he hadn't said a word. Not a peep. Della knew when them other fellas took that pretty young girl that Steve would be hurting, but his silent suffering had Della a little concerned. Was he gonna hold all that pain inside and let it build like in an old-time pressure cooker? When that boy did finally blow his top, it was gonna be messy for everyone around him. She didn't think he would do anything to this boy next to her, but she couldn't be certain. When a person makes all their decisions from a hurting heart rather than from his head, surprises were bound to ensue. So Della had been keeping a careful eye on him, lest Steve turn around and slit the boy's throat as he sat there. That would be a damned shame, especially given what she had learned. While Neil was lost in his thoughts and Jerry and Emma were drifting in Della's resonant tune, Della had also been talking with the boy. They spoke with voices just short of a whisper. They exchanged Bible verses at first. Steve, their captive, knew his Bible almost as well as she did. She was impressed with his knowledge of the book. She believed he had somehow forgotten its meaning and its messages throughout, but he knew the words. They talked about God and his plan and that the suffering around them all fit into that grand scheme. She didn't intimidate and she didn't threaten, but she also neither placated nor absolved. She talked about the greater good and how she thought people should treat one another. She shared details of her life. With her words, she painted images of a run-down, poor existence. Della's life had been full of deprivation and loss. She had seen death early in her days when her father died with his head in Della's lap. She was a young girl then, and his death triggered a cascade of hunger, displacement, neglect, and finally solitude. And despite all of that, or perhaps because of it, she never lost her faith. She held on to it while everything else in her life faded and disappeared. The boy listened to her intently. Her voice was so deep and so quiet. It was like listening to the echo of someone else's thoughts. But listen he did. On more than one occasion, his chest tightened and he had to control his breathing to stifle a building sob. At first, he tried to justify what he had done to others. He tried to suggest that ultimately the people they took were much better off after they came back to the camp. They had food and safety. They were given warm, dry housing. To that, Della said, "That's what they said to the slaves all them years ago. Do you think they better off? They come and go as they please? Do you make them do work that none of you is willing to do? When the women say no, do you stop?" Della's last words created a pool of glistening water in the corners of his eyes. He nodded his head and let the tears fall, and then he shook his head from side to side. He pleaded, "I didn't want to. Them other fellas made me, or they said they would do the same to me. I was scared, too scared to say anything, too scared to do anything. That's why I go out foraging all the time. I don't want to be back at the camp. I can't." "Steve, you know what you have to do," Della said. "How'd you know my name was Steve?" "Because that's what it is, Steve." Looking at her in bewilderment, he said that he would tell them where they needed to go. He couldn't be a part of what they were doing anymore. His conscience wouldn't let him. He told her some of what she needed to know and would tell her the rest as they got closer. And now, as they sat at the Sterling Highway turnoff, Della smiled her flashing white teeth. "Steve here said we needed to turn off here and head toward Soldatna. He said he'd show us how to find that girl and them kids. He knows them other boys that was with him are up to no good, and he don't want no part of that no more. Ain't that right, Steve?" The boy militiaman, who really was named Steve, looked up and choked back the fading tears. He nodded. "I'll show you where to go, but I won't help none of you kill no one. They may not be the best people, but until right now they was the only thing I thought well enough of to call family. I don't think it'd be right if I was pulling the trigger. If you do it right, you may not have to kill anyone nohow." Sensing the questions and the doubts, Della said finally, "You can trust Steve now. He found his way back to God, didn't you?" Emma was about to explode about that last comment, as if that was supposed to make her trust the little snake sitting behind her. Emma's disdain for all things religious carried a very short fuse, and when it was lit, the explosion was typically immediate. Neil sensed her agitation, likely through her noticeably clenched jaw, and laid his hand upon hers. He threaded his fingers between hers and squeezed. Her jaw loosened slightly, but she pulled her hand away. She realized it was just a gesture of friendship, but she wasn't interested. A friend could be lost just as easily as a lover, and, again, she wasn't interested. She cared about Neil and Jerry and Claire and all of them, but she refused to get so inextricably wrapped in her feelings for another person to ever again have to suffer the pain she felt when she lost Dr. Caldwell. She was surprised Neil didn't have the same cautious, guarded instincts. Putting both of his hands on the steering wheel, Neil said to all of them, "Soldatna it is then." And into the mirror, he said to both Della and Steve, "Thank you." 39. In a matter of minutes, the truck was fixed and new fluids had been added to replace those already lost. To Claire, it was quite apparent this wasn't the first time for this kind of repair. It was so commonplace as to have an exercised system in place to correct it. During that time, another curious and hungry ghoul appeared. By then, their responses seemed rehearsed. They corralled the skin, and then used a 6-foot pole with a lariat at the end to snare its neck. Partially subdued and constrained, the zombie was unable to turn and ward off the militiaman who approached from behind to plunge a combat knife into the base of its skull. It seemed almost methodical for them. The truck fixed, 2 of the men came for Claire, who was still bound in the back of the car. They opened the door and pulled her out by grabbing a combination of her hair and her shirt, which ended up around her head. The whistles and catcalls were enough to chill Claire's blood. She thought to herself that it was already beginning and this was nothing. She loathed considering her fate and the ugliness that would likely accompany it. She tried to wiggle her shirt back down, but her movements only created more of a stir for the men. She decided to stop and let herself be dragged by her arms to the truck. She steeled herself to the comments and the pats on her backside as she passed some of the militiamen. She was literally thrown into the back of the panel truck, her exposed back slapping hard against the cold metal floor. She once again found herself winded and struggling to find her breath. There were more hands on her, but these were soft and warm. They weren't grabbing and pinching her skin or tugging on her bra or pants. The hands eased her shirt back down to where it belonged. When she was finally able to see again, her vision was filled with the familiar faces of 4 children. Seeing the relief in her eyes, Danny carefully hugged himself against Claire, giving as well as receiving comfort. Jules then spilled herself across both of them in a warm wave of damp happiness. The 3 hugged and sniffled all over one another for several long, emotional moments.
"I didn't know if I'd ever see any of you again," Claire said. "Do you know where they are taking us?"
They both shook their heads, but said nothing.
"Have you heard them say anything? Maybe what they plan to do with us?"
Again, her question was met with apologetic stares and shaking heads. The other 2 children joined them, huddling together to share their warmth and gather their strength. Danny produced a pocket knife he had hidden in his shoe and cut Claire's bindings. Although her arms welcomed the freedom and comfort, Claire was concerned Danny may have to answer for the concealed weapon eventually. For the time being, however, she was too busy massaging her cramping arm muscles to place much concern for what might happen sometime in the future. She figured they had some time to come up with an explanation for her freedom, which might allow Danny to conceal the knife again. Before they climbed back onto the road to finish the trip back to their base, one of the men hopped from the GMC truck in which he was riding. The other vehicles were merging onto the road, the lead Humvee already out of sight. The lanky man ran over to the squad car, reached onto the car's dash, and turned on the red and blue flashing lights on the car's top. Like the expanding ripples of waves from a stone dropped in a pool, the red and blue pulses spread out across the road and trees in mesmerizing strobes. The man ran back to the opened passenger side door and climbed in, saying, "Howard would have liked that, I think. The pain in the ass deserved better." His sentiment was answered with a quiet but approving nod from the truck's driver. They kicked up a cloud of dust and gravel as their tires spun and they sped back onto the highway at the tail end of their caravan. Behind them, the dazzling lights continued to burn their enthusiastic funeral dirge for Howard and the other members of the militia recently lost. 40. The Sterling Highway was a winding, looping road that cut its track through a dense forest and along an often roiling river. Its beauty was typically overlooked by its past commuters who were so preoccupied with getting to the fishing hole, the river, the campground, or any combination of leisure pursuits. Its charm was also systematically overwhelmed by the sheer volume of traffic and the large recreational vehicles which comprised the many long lines of slow-moving vehicles. Without the distractions, Neil would have been in a better position to appreciate the fading but resolute beauty along the highway. The trees were still holding on to a handful of their leaves in bold defiance to the season. The green, however slight, was a welcome sign of the persistence of life. The flowing river to their left seemed to cut its course without care or concern, another reminder of how things had once been. This all passed without registering for Neil. He didn't take his eyes from the road, passing under them at dizzying speeds. With the information he had been given by Steve, he felt empowered again and on track. At every tight corner, he downshifted to help him control the vehicle, but quickly pushed it forward as soon as the road straightened again. It was on a particularly wide turn that Neil, Emma, and Jerry first noticed the flashing red and blue lights ahead. Neil let the truck slow considerably as he considered the possibilities. Was there an accident ahead? Was someone pulled over for speeding? What could those lights possibly mean? After 2 more bends, they were upon the scene. In a small parking lot with access to the river beyond, a Soldotna police car sat with its signal lights spinning absently. Around the car and the parking area were the bodies of several decomposing ghouls and 2 or 3 fresh corpses whose dark blood rested in gathering pools near their bodies.
"This is all new," Neil remarked. "Like it just happened a little bit ago."
Steve, his hands still tied, peeked over the seat in front of him and nodded his head.
That's Howard's car, and I bet that's Howard on the ground next to it. He was with us on our supply run.
Jerry broke his silence by asking angrily,
Is that what you call it? A supply run? Where does kidnapping figure into that? I mean, what supplies were you looking for that you could have gotten confused with taking someone against her will?
Neil didn't interrupt or redirect. Jerry's questions filled the interior of their truck and looked squarely at Steve for an answer. Steve, for his part, didn't shy away, nor did he conceal the shame he felt for having to answer it.
I was just looking for food and fuel and maybe survivors that needed our help. I didn't mean for... We were...
Steve felt the knot of guilt tightening itself around his windpipe.
I was wrong. And I knew what we were doing was wrong, but I was too scared to say so. I want to help you find your friends. I want to help. They can't be that far off now. I'm surprised Carter let them turn on those lights. He's usually more careful than that.
Jerry, his anger still stoked and burning bright, shook his head and looked out the window again. Off the road slightly and obviously drawn to the pulsating lights like a moth to a flame, a zombie with his shredded clothes and discolored skin was meandering awkwardly toward them. Jerry said,
We got company on this side.
"Yeah, we've got a couple over here too," Neil said. "I guess we should get going, huh? Those lights will be drawing them in."
Emma said,
Maybe we should take these fools first. There are only 3 of them. We could...
Neil interrupted her by putting the truck back into gear and saying,
"No time. We have to catch up to Claire and the others."
They sped away, leaving the gathering menace behind them. They felt like they were getting closer. For that reason, Neil drove with a little more caution. While still pushing the truck's speed above the posted speed limit, he knew that he needed to be mindful of running them into a trap. This Steve kid seemed to be on the level, but he could have been just as easily leading them into an ambush. 41. When the truck came to a sudden stop, Claire and the children gripped one another in the darkness. They heard more voices, including some that sounded distinctly feminine. Claire tried to get a sense of where they had arrived. It sounded like a bustling center of activity. It sounded like the recent past. It sounded roughly like a fair or a market. It seemed like an age before the truck's back door finally rolled up. The din of voices quieted at the sight of the newcomers, standing exposed and seemingly on display like animals in a menagerie. Claire and the kids hiding behind her gazed back at the scores of eyes looking up at them. There was a loud pause while everyone considered what would happen next. The steel-gray skies overhead were eagerly yielding to the forceful advances of evening. It would be dark soon, which meant that nearly a day had passed since they had been taken. A lot had happened, but Claire was more concerned about what was still to come. Darkness and the night had long been associated with misdeeds and evil. Perhaps it was the anonymity of darkness that encouraged the evil deeds of men. There was little to no accountability beneath a concealing shroud. If torment was one of Claire's concerns, she needn't bother with her worries. She stood in the back of the truck for a handful of moments before she was dragged out by a tangle of grabbing hands. She heard someone say gruffly,
"She killed Slade?"
And then,
"Yeah, shot him full of holes."
and finally,
"Sullivan's gonna be pissed."
the last comment, made by several different voices, was met with a concerned hush. The kids were all pulled away from her and led somewhere out of her sight. She was being carried away by her outstretched arms and legs. Countless hands found their way under her loose shirt, pinching at her skin and roughly rubbing the feminine curves held beneath her cotton bra. Claire tried to ignore the gruffness of the touching. She was in a loading bay of some sort at the back of a building. In the area around the bay, the other cars of the convoy had joined still other cars and trucks, all parked in a fenced parking lot. That was all she was able to see before she was carried through 2 sets of double doors. Claire was carried through a series of doors and hallways, lined with lockers and other doors, and came to the realization that she was in a school. She wondered to which school she had been taken, but ultimately it didn't matter. Her scared eyes scanned the walls and doorways for any recognizable banners or names which might give her a clue. Her wondering was cut short, however, when she was stopped and handcuffed to a hospital gurney in a room with a single panel of working overhead fluorescent lights, illuminated faintly by a lone bulb. The scant light buzzed and flickered as the failing exposed bulb resisted burning itself out like all of the others which sat around it like lifeless glass skeletons. To her right was a counter with a couple of sinks, and to her left was a series of large, heavy workbench-like stations. It looked like a shop room or some other technical classroom. She felt alone and scared, but her sense of isolation was short-lived. She heard someone clearing his throat from over in a dark corner just out of her sight. She tried to angle her head so that she could see better, but it was for naught. He was in a blind spot, intentionally. He spoke with quiet menace.
"I hear you killed my cousin. Damned shame, really. He was always braver than he was smart. Me, I would have sent in someone else to take the first bullets. I understand it was at least quick for him. I guess I could judge that as a kindness, but I won't. You see, Slade was the only family I had left in the whole world. He wasn't much, but he was mine. Sounds kind of like a bumper sticker, doesn't it? Well, I promised his mother that I'd take care of her boy. Aunt Lily was always my favorite, so I meant it when I promised it to her. And it didn't change my mind or my promise when I drove the business end of a ball-peen hammer into her skull and left her to gurgle and spit her last filthy breaths in the middle of her fucking kitchen either. She heard him take a drag from a cigarette and then fill the small partitioned room with smoke. He said in the same disturbingly calm voice, "Now you're wondering if I killed her before or after the shit hit the fan. To me, it doesn't really matter. Never really did." He paused and took a drag from his cigarette.
The smoke twisting in lazy circles above her head was the only evidence other than the icy voice that she wasn't alone. His voice, playing in the shadows like the dark echoes of a cave, whispered,
"People say that tragedy, war and such, can bring out the best and the worst in people. I like to think that maybe all that's happened is that I can just be me, finally."
Claire wanted to crane her neck around so that she could see better, but decided against it. She was afraid that such a position might look too compromised and might invite unwanted attention. A moment later, she realized the attention was coming her way whether she wanted it or not. She didn't hear him approach and had no way to expect it when her cheek, just below her eye, began to sizzle and burn from a cigarette cherry pressed against it. Her surprise came close to suppressing the pain, but when the momentary adrenaline surge subsided, Claire's skin screamed in pain. She tried to withhold her shriek, but it forced its way out anyway. Through the pain and her terror, Claire heard and glimpsed a flame sparking to life from a Zippo lighter. She heard a long pull from another cigarette and waited for his next move. 42. On the far side of the fenced area at the back of the school, Danny shielded Jules, Nicky, and Paul from a voracious, growling, gray-skinned beast. The chain links separating the Zeeks from the four of them didn't seem nearly strong enough as it sagged and bowed like a sheet of sail in the wind. But as they backed away from the one fence, they only drew closer to the one behind them, which had more of the hungry ghouls waiting on the other side. The children had been placed in the center kennel on a block of dog kennels atop a cold slab of wet concrete, which had once been basketball courts. Sitting at the epicenter of the demon's attention, Danny's stomach was churning and turning as the undead's sonic buzz became unbearable. Just short of whimpering, Jules said softly,
"I'm real scared, Danny."
"Me too."
"What are we gonna do?"
Danny didn't hesitate a second before he answered with as much reassurance as possible.
"Neil will come for us. You just wait and see. Neil will get us out of here."
The tears coming now, Jules asked,
"But what if he doesn't?"
"He'll come,"
Danny promised her.
"He always comes. You'll see."
By that time, they had all started crying as they moved by inches forward and back, staying just out of reach of the snapping, snarling jaws only so many inches from their own faces. A particularly nasty, wet, guttural groan that reeked of waste and decay oozed through the fence behind them, making them all jump nervously. In their terror, none of the children could hear the wicked laughter coming from a scattered few spectators enjoying the sport. They also couldn't see the handful of people, mostly women and old, demoralized men, who walked aimlessly around the loading bay area. They didn't appear to be prisoners, but they were anything but free. They appeared to be moving and stacking stores of supplies in cardboard boxes, wooden crates, and aluminum tins which were unloaded from a series of trucks. It wasn't necessarily back-breaking labor, but it was enough to keep them occupied and gave them purpose. If Danny and Jules had been able to see Alec, they might have been jealous, but there was really no need. Alec was at least inside and away from immediate harm, but he was far from safe from his own anguish. He was first tied down to a hard wooden bench and was subjected to a form of waterboarding by a man everyone called Carter, whom Alec had seen in charge of the operation in which he had been abducted. Carter would alternate between administering the torture himself and directing others in the proper method. Carter was a tall, dark man with black hair and eyes to match. He always wore a black t-shirt and snug black Levi's. His arms were thick and wiry, the many tendons and veins throughout showing through his skin in many places. The mint-scented chewing tobacco forever tucked in his front lip preceded his presence. Alec began to dread the aroma because when it became stronger, he knew that a new level of suffering was about to be introduced. This went on for hours. during which he was denied rest or even reprieve from his suffering. Later, he was beaten with bamboo sticks, while wildly loud music was playing directly into his ears from earbuds which were held in place by tightly wrapped layers of duct tape. The water, the music, the pain, and the deprivation all took their toll on him until he was completely pliable. Alec was bruised and bloodied, but Carter was always careful not to actually hurt the boy. They needed more loyal troops, and someone like Alec was a very good potential recruit. It was all about applying the right amount of pressure and then offering a seemingly generous and protective hand. The time it took for Carter to turn Alec's allegiance was amazingly short. The boy's exhaustion and hunger contributed in no small part to the easy success in making him join with his new brothers. Of course, under the conditions in which Alex had been kept, time lost its distinction. It became soft and doubtful. Poor Alec's already fragile soul was incapable of resisting such torture, and so he did the only thing his broken mind could think to do. He became one of them in a matter of hours. But Alec Hauser had actually fled, never to return again. Alec Hauser ceased to exist. 43. The place to which Claire and the children had been taken was indeed a school. It was once Skyview High School, although it would barely be recognized as that now. Once a place of learning and community, it was now a bunkered fortress, a redoubt in the wilderness. As a structure, it was as far removed from its original purpose as it possibly could be. The people, too, were different. At first, they were just frightened souls hiding from the gathering threats of doom. They hid behind locked doors and closed windows, hoping such simple measures would suffice. That's how it was all over the area. No one knew what was happening or how to prepare for it. When people from Kenai and Soldotna began to flee from the undead uprising, which seemed to be spreading from Anchorage like a swarm of locusts, threatening to consume anything and everything in its path, some people flocked to the local schools and government agencies. That was just what people did. When trouble began to percolate and build, local police stations, firehouses, borough and city government offices, and schools saw their parking lots begin to fill with concerned, scared people who sought protection and answers. As the plague spread its evil fingers into Soldotna and then Kenai, those sites became ghoul magnets. All of the people seeking protection and all the public servants trying to find answers became fodder for the slaughter. Skyview High School, just south of Soldotna's city center, saw a few desperate souls make their way there as well, though its location led to far fewer people congregating there. In fact, most people, once they were on the highway heading south, drove right past the high school and continued toward Homer, which sat at the far end of the road, more than an hour away. What none of the people who sought refuge at the school could have known was that it was the sparse numbers of people hiding there which helped keep them largely off the proverbial butcher's block. The couple dozen people who did come to Skyview waited for a short while and watched the news from televisions or the numerous computers throughout the school. When the news feeds from Anchorage stopped broadcasting, they all rightly feared the worst. Some decided to venture south, while others decided to weather the hard times in the sanctuary they had found. Some had barely survived encounters with the undead, escaping with just their lives, while others close to them hadn't been so lucky. They shared their stories and their sorrow. The talking and storytelling also motivated all of them. They knew their safety would require some work on their parts. Taking it upon themselves to protect their location, a few of the men and women at the school wandered out into the back parking lot where several full-sized school buses were parked. Luckily, the keys had been left in the ignitions, so the buses were moved to make a horseshoe-shaped enclosure around the front doors. Outward-facing windows on the first floor were fortified with whatever materials could be found. They all did their best to prepare themselves and their new temporary home for the storm that was headed their way. They had food and water for the time being and felt somewhat secure, though the weapons they had were minimal at best. With the handful of hunting rifles and various caliber pistols they had, a few felt comfortable enough to venture out into the abandoned edges of Soldatna. They grabbed some lumber and other building materials from a home improvement store on the far side of the river. Some close encounters with the aggressive living dead had all of them second-guessing the purpose and the efficacy of the excursions, though their needs seemed to be increasing by the day. Survivors traveling the treacherous roads found the oasis and hope in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness on the highway between Soldatna and Homer. The handful of lost souls grew to a sizable group of more than 24, and their secured compound continued to grow. They found generators to power refrigerators and electric heaters. A community health aide established a clinic of sorts in the school nurse's office and kept it stocked with supplies pillaged from a local clinic and nearby drugstores. While it would be a stretch to call it a thriving community, the little village was stable and relatively safe. Of course, their activity attracted the attention of a zombie or two on several occasions, but those few threats were dealt with and disposed of immediately. The first couple stumbled down the long drive connecting Skyview with the highway and looked simply confused at first. The two horrific ghouls, watched by a group of survivors sitting on top of one of the buses, appeared less and less normal the closer they got. Some folks thought that perhaps the creatures would lose interest when they realized they couldn't breach their defenses and then wander off. Others entertained the possibility of helping the poor souls. The debate continued for quite some time. After listening to the pair of fiends pound their fists and heads into bloody messes against one of the buses, and showing no signs of slowing or realizing anything for a few hours, several men armed with baseball bats taken from a gymnasium equipment room ventured outside their wall. The men formed an arc around the still focused attackers, and then waited for the creatures to turn. When the beasts did finally turn about, there was no hesitation on their part. The ghouls leapt at the men fearlessly. Their charge was unexpected and caused panic in a couple of the men. The rabid, thrashing devils fell upon one of the unfortunate men and immediately began to bite and claw at his arms, neck, and face. The other men started to pummel the two attackers with their bats, but nothing seemed to discourage them. Finally, one of the men hit one of the zombies atop his skull, and all of its fighting and biting fury stopped. The other creature was dispatched similarly, but not before the man beneath him had stopped struggling. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the brutalized man had also expired. While the men discussed how to discard the bodies, their comrade who had fallen stood back on his feet. The other men took several steps back in surprise. At first, there was a pause during which no one knew what to do. When the recently dead man lifted his head and looked at the others, every shred of humanity had faded from his eyes, having been usurped by primal hunger. He lunged, but was met with a flurry of aluminum and wood as the men swung their bats furiously, their arms fueled with adrenaline and fear. They swung and swung until every bone in the dead man's body was broken, including his skull, which had been pounded nearly flat. Looking at him afterward, they realized they would need snow shovels or some other tool to scoop up the remains. Fear was still an issue for all of them, but they did their best to hold it outside of their walls, like a fairy tale castle of good holding its ground in a dark forest of evil. Knowing how to deal with the monsters emboldened everyone, but when they ventured outside the relative safety of the walls, no one felt anything other than anxious, exposed, and vulnerable. When Colonel Braxton Edwin Arlen Ross, or Colonel Bear as he preferred, arrived with his organized militia in their military vehicles, with their military look and, perhaps most strikingly, their military firearms, things began to change quickly. The little community became much more ordered and more secure. Their perimeter expanded with the adding of a fenced area around the loading bay and part of the basketball courts nearby, and their number continued to grow. Actual building projects requiring raw building materials began to emerge. Their growing needs meant additional trips into town, which meant more danger and a greater reliance upon the militiamen, or, more to the point, their firearms, and other military equipment. Other changes were taking place too. When the community first emerged, it was an organic group, with each doing his or her part based upon the skills and experience that each brought to the collective. Everyone had an equal voice, because everyone had an equal share of the risk. Of course, there was friction when personalities or opinions clashed, but compromise helped all of them to survive despite all the odds against it. The stratification that occurred after the militia's arrival was fairly subtle at first, but very steady. It didn't take long before Colonel Bear was calling all the shots. Sometimes decisions seemed to be made strictly on his whim, without an apparent care to the possible outcomes. For instance, when the colonel decided that the civilians would be better protected if they were all moved from the individual classrooms they had claimed early during the crisis and into the library, he didn't ask, and no one put up much of a public objection. It wasn't that the library was any more or less uncomfortable than the classrooms, but there didn't seem to be any reasonable purpose other than to give the militiamen a greater range of options for their own accommodations. Put quite simply, there were those with guns and the willingness to use them, and then there was everyone else. Still reeling from the dramatic and terrifying shifts in their world, the original residents of the Bastion were hard-pressed to find their voice of protest. For the most part, they simply nodded their heads and consented to the colonel's directives. Safety, after all, was foremost on their minds at the time. The biggest challenge for most of the civilians was moving from the second floor, perceived as slightly more secure, to the ground floor for their living quarters. The library's windows were covered over with heavy wooden tables and lumber, but those measures only went so far to calm frayed nerves. The library, now illuminated with the sparing light of a handful of fluorescent tubes and a smattering of battery-powered lanterns, began to resemble a prison for refugees. Without showers and no water to clean their clothes, rising body odor permeated the walls of books which had been moved and adjusted to afford some level of privacy for those forced to live in such conditions. All of this was done and endured in the name of survival, despite the fact that the militiamen were not subject to the same conditions or deprivations. Those men lived in the classrooms primarily on the second floor. Many of them had private rooms all to themselves and enjoyed such basic comforts as beds and working electrical outlets. The divide between the haves and the have-nots was stark and troubling. And troubles certainly followed. Such disparity cannot persist indefinitely. Things would first go from bad to worse for one segment within that arrangement. A few young women moved upstairs, seeking comfort and security. They were willing to become wives to some of the militiamen, some even having mock ceremonies with vows and as much pomp and circumstance as could be mustered. The wives would clean clothes, maintain living quarters, and, of course, avail themselves of their new husband's every nocturnal whim. The first handful of wives came somewhat willingly. They were recent widows nearly paralyzed with fear, or orphaned daughters or sisters who dreaded the agonizing solitude. Those with husbands or boyfriends or family of any sort stayed in the library. At first. When a pair of covetous militia eyes spied the soft feminine form of a wife, the status quo changed. It was no longer a matter of choice. The woman was taken against her will, and the protesting husband was beaten within an inch of his life by a beer-plied group of militiamen. The next to suffer the same fate was a father of a late teenage girl. Other complaints were met with more intimidation and more threats. Food supplies and other materials gathered in trips were stockpiled in the militia-controlled kitchen and doled out to the others after the colonel deemed that his men and women had been properly fed and equipped first. It was largely his men, after all, who risked their lives on the excursions and supply runs. Because they shouldered the greater risk, they were entitled to more of the spoils. Continued objections by the civvies, as the colonel referred to all those outside of his militia circle, led to mandatory duty rosters for all civilian residents. These duties included emptying latrine buckets, building projects, and any other job the colonel could imagine. No one in the little community realized that their home, once a school, was now an ad hoc military installation under the official command of the colonel. By looking around after a few short weeks, most recognized their little refuge had changed dramatically. They all felt safer, but at what cost? The sinister reality of their situation was finally apparent to all of them when another woman was being forcibly taken. Her brother, seething with contempt and rage, flew at her abductors. He swung his fist as hard as he could and struck one of them. The militiaman's large, gin-blossomed nose was crushed, spurting jets of thick, red blood. The other two uniformed men conducting the raid each plunged their long combat knives into the brother's chest again and again, finally standing up and shooting him several times for good measure. This all took place in the hall just outside the library entrance. The young girl, barely a teenager, was dragged away as her brother's life drained away onto the floor. Everyone still in the library watched all of this grisly scene play out without any apparent way to stop it. They cowered and waited and watched. If it wasn't before, the dark costs of their decision to allow the militia to join and then gain control of their lives became apparent to all of them. And still no one acted. 44. Looking down as he spoke so that his words were barely audible, the old man with a grisly gray beard and an equally grizzled and gray suit said,
"We should be ashamed of ourselves. What are their plans for those kids?"
The old man was among a group of people reinforcing the fence barricade with sheets of pilfered plywood and lumber. They had already covered any exposed first-floor windows similarly. The fence they were trying to fortify was something which had been added by the militia and was, therefore, not completely fastened and secured to the building. In order for the fence to truly do its job, work needed to be done to it. The other benefit to the work was that it produced a distraction for the people residing at the school. And the people who needed the distraction were all those without guns, which was everybody who wasn't part of the militia. From their elevated position on the loading dock, a few of the militiamen watched as the work progressed. Ostensibly, they were there to provide security if any skins decided to show their faces. Everyone knew better, though. The men and women with guns were as much or perhaps more about watching the workers as anything else. They were the eyes and the ears of the colonel. Other projects had also been implemented to improve their situation over the past weeks. When all was said and done, all the projects simply served to pass the time. And that was exactly what it felt like they were doing again. A woman to his left, her head held up recklessly, said,
"They had a woman and another person, too."
Another man, this one younger but appearing just as beaten as the older man, said,
"I heard one of those bastards got shot. I mean, one of our protectors, that is. Got killed, too."
He looked back to the wall he was helping to construct and returned to hammering nails into the wood. The old man answered,
"Good. I hope the son of a bitch suffered. I figure it wasn't the colonel. How about Carter or Sullivan? Either of them, maybe?"
Defiantly, he dropped his hammer and stood back from the wooden palisade which was rapidly reaching completion. The younger man shook his head apologetically. Sighing, the old man shook his own head and spat.
"Seems like a bad time to find ourselves stuck in a rut of bad luck."
Her anger flushing her cheeks, the woman, her hair a storm of knotted blonde locks, bristled.
"Well, I'm not going to sit here and just let them turn that poor girl into—"
She paused, out of breath, and wishing for a cigarette, but then continued,
"That's just not going to happen. Not again."
The younger man paused his own hammering.
"Keep your voice down," he warned. "Christ, I don't want them killing any more of us. I don't think I can take any more butchering. I can't stop thinking about that day and then every day since. It's bad, but it could be a whole lot worse.
Fed up, the woman snapped.
That's bullshit, Daniel, and you know it. Would you rather we were all dead?
Asked Daniel. The woman fired back.
That's bullshit too.
Pulling her further down the wall and away from watching eyes and listening ears, Daniel hissed at her.
Are you saying that they won't shoot one of us next? They've already shown us what they are capable of. The only difference between those militia assholes and the skins on the other side of the wall is that the militia boys don't eat us after they kill us. What do you want us to do? I mean, what do you think we really can do? Jess, I agree with you, but Christ, what can we do about any of it? They'd probably do the same to you that they're planning with that other girl, just like all the others. And I'd be shot or thrown in with those things in the dog kennels, or... I know.
Jess, the blonde woman, interrupted him.
It's still bullshit. Royce is right. We should be ashamed. And I am.
She thought back on those days that led her to this place, filled with fear and regret. That day so long ago seemed more like the images from a long-forgotten movie that was on in the background during one of her many naps than memories from her past. In disjointed bits and pieces, the images presented themselves at unpredictable times. The only truly clear memory she had was when they first learned that something horrible had set upon Anchorage and was ravaging the city and its population like a voracious blaze. She had been in her cubicle at work, trying to force herself through the endless bureaucratic processes of the modern office, when a breathless coworker burst in and demanded that they all go online to see what was happening. Each of the 6 of them went to different web-based news sources and saw for themselves the chaos erupting in Alaska's largest city, which lay just so many hours up the only road from where they were. Most of them simply stood up from their desks and departed, not certain if they would ever see the office or their coworkers again. A few quiet, tearful farewells were shared, but fear muted all of their thoughts. There was no reporting to supervisors or asking permission. In point of fact, most of the supervisors had already gone. Jess sat at her workstation for several minutes after everyone else had gone. She had never felt so alone in the office in all her many years of working there. She was very nearly stunned into a stupor, thinking about all those souls she knew in Anchorage and wondering if each was safe. Her first actual thought was of her daughter. She dialed first from her office phone and then from her cell phone, but continually encountered that nauseating series of beeps, and then the condescending voice informing her that her call could not be completed as dialed. All circuits were busy, or simply the fast busy signal which was the death knell of a failing communique. She was directed to voicemail time and again, which she filled with increasingly desperate messages. Her boyfriend Bob had taken her teenaged daughter Sid with him on their boat on a late-season fishing trip. Jess had burned through all of her leave on prior excursions and was unable to join the 2 of them for this last trip. She had been talked out of calling in sick to be able to join them and presently regretted it. She would feel much more comfortable if she could somehow talk to them to ensure that her daughter was safe. Leaving one final message on Bob's phone, she got up from her desk and went out to her car, which sat in a now empty parking lot in the old Cars Mall in Kenai. She made it back to her house before the roads filled with desperate motorists trying to flee the city. By the time she had arrived to her largely undeveloped neighborhood, which was closer in kinship to the collective prairie homesteads of America's past, full-blown panic was starting to take hold. Cars and trucks of all sizes and varieties started to crowd the highway, desperate to put every inch of pavement as possible in their rearview mirrors. Most towed either fishing boats or, in some cases, small aircraft. Like the frustrated line at the Division of Motor Vehicles, the traffic forced its way in frustrating fits and starts down the highway. Her first instinct was to get back on the road and head south to the boat launch in Ninilchik. She was, however, wise enough to realize that she wouldn't be driving anywhere anytime soon. There was very little point in contributing to the growing mess on the main road on the opposite side of the trees. She sat there at the window for the better part of the afternoon and evening, sipping a beer absently as she watched the nearly motionless line of headlights on the highway. She listened to a chorus of honking horns and revving engines. The television blathered in the background for some time until a test pattern appeared on the screen. The signal, which originated in Anchorage, had been lost, but it was of little interest to her. The Pope could have passed by outside, and she would have been oblivious to it. She worried about her daughter. She was at once thankful that she was away from whatever horrible thing might be coming down the road, and fretful that Sid was out of her sight, and therefore away from her protective maternal sensibilities. When her cell phone began to vibrate excitedly on the end table next to her, Jess nearly leapt clear of her pants trying to answer it. It was a text from Bob. He said that he'd heard what was happening in Anchorage, that Sid was safe with him, but he was trying to figure out how to come for her. He'd heard the National Guard or Coast Guard or someone had closed the roads to try and contain the problem. He wasn't sure how he was going to get to her, but he was going to try. Crying as she punched letters on the tiny keypad, she explained to him in her best text speak that keeping her daughter safe was much more important than his coming to get her. She said that she would try and make it to them instead. He protested, but she held her ground and made him understand that he needed to protect her daughter. He, of course, promised, but also said that he would find a way back to her. In mid-text, the signal bars on her phone disappeared, and the words, "No service," appeared on her screen. Jess remembered wanting to throw the phone across the room, but couldn't part herself from the only thing which still might lead to a connection to Bob and Sid. She collapsed on the floor, holding the warm phone against her cheek, the phone's bright lights reflecting in the tears coursing down her cheeks. She hadn't cried with that much abandon in years. She really hadn't any cause. She remained on the floor for quite some time. The evening gave way to night, which seemed so much darker than usual. The test pattern on the television behind her was the only light she had on in her house. Jess gathered herself enough to stand on her feet again. Her neck, a constant source of pain and irritation, was throbbing due to the angle at which she had been lying on the floor. She didn't much care for pharmaceuticals in dealing with anything, but she was thankful she let her doctor talk her into having a supply of pain medication on hand, just in case. With the main road in front of her house still full of traffic and the air stirring with the buzz of gears shifting and horns blazing, she realized that her options for leaving at present were fairly limited. She couldn't get on the road, and she didn't particularly want to start walking, not knowing what was waiting on the other end of the road. Instead, she swallowed 2 pain pills, curled up under a blanket on the couch, and fell into a deep slumber. Sleep was Jess's secret weapon with which she fought stress. Actually, it wasn't that much of a secret, and it really wasn't much of a weapon either. When she awoke, the stress was still there, but then she also had to deal with the guilt she assessed herself for running from her troubles. Under the present circumstances, it seemed like sleep was as good of an option as any for her to take. The next morning, Jess woke suddenly, startled. She sat bolt upright from her position on the couch and looked around in the fading darkness. Autumn mornings were crisp and reluctant. The sun, having been on nearly round-the-clock duty for the past few months, seemed as tired and hungover as she was. Jess didn't see anything out of place in her house or in the slice of yard she could see through her window. Still, something seemed amiss. She draped the blanket around herself so that it resembled a Roman toga. She wasn't quite sure any respectable Romans would have Hello Kitty as their traditional attire, but she was comfortable with it. She drifted from the living room to the kitchen to turn on the coffee pot and was headed to the bathroom when she heard a sharp, echoing crack outside. It was down the road a bit, but near enough to draw her back to her window to investigate. She couldn't see clearly due to the angle, but she detected a bit of a commotion up the road. A handful more of the pops convinced her that it was gunshots she was hearing, and that she should get herself ready to leave. her thinking limited to taking the next step in front of her. She grabbed her car keys, the couple of bottles of water on the top shelf of the refrigerator, and her cell phone and ran out to her car parked in the driveway. She shot a cautious glance over her shoulder as she dropped into her front seat. There were still people down the road. She thought she recognized one of the men carrying a rifle of some sort across his shoulders, but from that distance it was hard to be certain. Maybe she had seen him at the liquor store, or maybe at the car's grocery store. He might have been a client of some different component of her office, for all she knew. Regardless, with the man were a handful more, all of whom appeared to be armed. Jess paused in her car, worried that perhaps she didn't want to draw their attention toward her. The keys were already in the ignition, but she seemed incapable of turning the key. She waited and watched, trying to decide what to do next. The air outside was cool but not yet cold, but her breath generated enough warmth to fog the windows and cloud her vision. From the road and the gathered young men, raised voices and sudden movement caught her attention. Jess wiped a clear but streaked spot on the windshield, but was confused by what she thought she was seeing. The 4 or 5 men were shouting at something out of sight, but their shouts very quickly gave way to shooting. They were shooting at someone. Shooting! Jess's hands were shaking uncontrollably as they reached for the key and turned over the car's engine. Thankfully, her car cooperated and started effortlessly. She turned on the defrost, which quickly cleared the windows. Feeling trapped, she didn't know what to do next. To her right was the unfinished side of what would eventually become a neighborhood. The paved road gave way to a muddy gravel road which came to an abrupt end in an as-of-yet incomplete cul-de-sac. It was a dead end. If she were to turn left, she would drive straight for the shooting and the insanity that seemed to be taking hold in her neighborhood. There would be no avoiding the armed men standing guard behind the trucks. Not seeing any feasible options, she put her car into drive and slowly crept out of her driveway. She felt the worried tears burning her eyes and blurring her vision. Jess had no idea what she was going to do once she was spotted by the men, but she had few other options. The men had 2 trucks sitting nose to nose across the road in the fashion of a police roadblock. When one of the men spotted her and signaled with his hand as much, Jess felt her heart sink into her stomach and start to boil in her digestive acids. Much to her surprise and relief, he didn't turn the gun on her. He waved to her with a friendly but shaking hand. He didn't appear to pose any immediate threat, despite the gun in his hands. She stopped her car short of their position. From the angle her car was sitting, she was able to see somewhat under and beyond the 2 trucks. Jess dismissed the thought as soon as it occurred to her, but she could have sworn she could see bodies lying in the street on the other side of the trucks. It couldn't be, she told herself. It's probably something else entirely. Bob always told her she had an overactive imagination. She invited his calming demeanor into her memory, trying to soothe the disquieting thoughts to which she was prone. She was so distracted with what she thought she was seeing that she didn't see one of the young men walking over to her driver's side window. He waved to her and started to speak, which, of course, she could not hear through the still-closed window. She rolled the window down a bit.
Sorry, what were you saying?
His eyes may have been able to disguise his fear, but his voice cracked with distress. He asked politely, a slight hint of Texas curling cozily around his words.
You doing okay?
She nodded, but couldn't find any words with which to answer.
You hear about what's been happening?
Again, she nodded.
You know where you're headed?
She shrugged, still distracted with the apparent body lying in the road and the disregard with which it was being treated by everyone else. The man, his face still evincing signs of adolescence, turned his eyes in the same direction as hers.
You don't want to go that way unless you have to,
he stammered.
I don't know what's happening to them folks, but something's making them all crazy.
Jess moved her eyes and then her head so that she was facing him again. Her mouth stood partially agape but produced no words. He looked away.
They just keep coming, No matter what we do, they just don't stop. One of them bit Trey on the hand before he shot it in the face. It was just an old lady who was mad as a dog. She came at him and he pushed her away, but she didn't stop. So he pushed her down, but she got back up. Ain't nothing he could do. The craziest thing was that she just kept biting at him, like she ain't eaten in a week and he was a big old T-bone or something. When she bit him, I guess he had enough and shot her. We've been shooting all the others ever since.
She was finally able to ask,
Others?
He gestured with his chin.
You can see 'em. We ain't murderers. They was just not right.
Jess put her car into park and removed her foot from the brake. She sat back in her seat and let his revelation settle into her mind. An old woman. Shooting people. Crazy. Dead bodies. Terror. One of the other men nearer the trucks said with some distress,
I think Trey is getting worse.
She got out of the car and walked over to the other man standing beside the truck's open door. With both concern and fear in his eyes, he asked her,
What's wrong with him? It didn't seem like much of a bite, but it just keeps bleeding. It won't stop.
Jess leaned into the truck, the interior of which was heavy with the scent and moisture of perspiration. She could smell something else, too. It was a different kind of salty, warm odor, which she immediately realized was the aroma of blood. The man was breathing in quick, labored, shallow breaths, his chest barely rising enough to allow air into his lungs. His clothes and the seat in which he was sitting were both streaked with drying patterns of red.
How long ago did he get bitten?
The first man with whom the young man had spoken said,
It happened early this morning, just before dawn. She was walking down the street, but when she saw us, she started to run at us. We thought maybe she needed help or something, but when we could see her face, I ain't never seen no one looked so mad, I guess. I've been around some real mean drunks in my day, but ain't none of them ever looked as bad as her. After she bit him, we drove out of town and headed down this way. We stopped to pick up Hank over there, but Trey looked too sick to do much traveling. We decided to hole up for a bit, but he just keeps getting worse.
Jess realized that Hank was the man she recognized and then remembered that she had indeed seen him in her office. He was standing close to the tail end of the other truck. He looked up, realizing she was still processing his face. Me and Geraldine ain't working out, so I was over here visiting a friend. She surmised he was admitting to some possible infidelity from the woman with whom he had visited her office. His face was riddled with guilt, but her memory of the woman was hazy at best, so there was no need for his blushing cheeks. She nodded, trying her best to absolve him of whatever affront he had committed. Jess met the rest of the guys as they discussed what to do. The first young man was named Alan. There was a darkly tanned native man named Simeon. She couldn't decide if he was young or old, but he was certainly weathered. His hands looked like leather work gloves, and his cheeks looked as tough as rawhide, and his dark eyes were serious. The final man in the group was Justin, a thin, wiry man in his early 30s whose metabolism had obviously not marched much beyond his adolescence. His arms, while nothing but sinewy muscle, weren't much bigger around than a mop handle. He was the only man not armed with a rifle of some sort. Instead, tucked in the waistband of his Carhartt pants like some suburban gangsta was a semi-automatic pistol. His boxers rising slightly above his sagging pants helped to complete the look, in Jess's opinion. They debated whether to stay or to go, and then they debated which direction to go if they were to leave. Every discussion, however, returned to what to do about Trey, who was still languishing in the growing pool of his own blood. Trey wasn't involved in any of the discussions. Of course, he hadn't been conscious for some time, but he likely would have been excluded anyway. In his last moments of consciousness, he had been delirious and his speech unintelligible. No one wanted to admit it, but it had occurred to all of them at one point or another that Trey was likely dying. Jess finally asked,
"Where the hell were you guys headed when you stopped here in the first place?"
In a jumbled, out-of-tune chorus, they all answered, "Homer." She shook her head and huffed.
"Then why the fuck don't we just go to Homer?"
Jess knew that Bob and Sid would be somewhere near Ninilchik, which was just outside of Homer, so heading in that direction would get her closer to them. Alan said,
"Last we heard, the guard had closed the road between here and there, and weren't letting no one through."
Undeterred, she answered,
"And?"
Hank, the oldest in the group, said, "There's probably a line of cars a mile long down that way. What we gonna do when we get stuck in that?" Simeon ended the discussion with,
"We walk."
Jess seconded his motion with a nod and an approving,
"We walk."
45. Jess pulled her car in behind the two trucks, and they started on their way out of the neighborhood and down to Homer. As they steered around the dead bodies in the road, Jess refused to look down at them for fear that they might be people she had known. She still didn't know what was happening. But she had to trust that these men, even the slightly off Justin, were not ruthless, cold-blooded killers. There had to be a reason for it. She was alone in her car and was thankful that none of the men had wanted to ride with her. She wasn't certain how she would have handled such a request. After all, she didn't really know any of them, and, desperation or no, she would have felt very compromised. In the black Chevy in front of her was Justin and Hank, with the suffering Trey across the back seat in the full-sized cab. His breathing had become raspy and sounded as if his throat and lungs were filling with fluid. Attempts to position his head in such a manner as to allow it to drain had been unfruitful. His condition was critical and was worsening by the minute. The smaller black GMC, with Simeon at the wheel and Alan sitting next to him, was in the lead. They drove with dire intention, whipping their vehicles into a growling, gravel-spitting frenzy. The three-vehicle convoy was quickly out on the highway heading south. While she could feel herself starting to calm down a bit, Jess was still very much on edge. She was glad to be on the move, but her questions and her concern lingered. But guilt was looming larger for her than any other emotion. She felt guilty for not trying to flee Soldatna sooner. She should have left as soon as she got the news, like everyone else. She could have, and maybe she would be with Sid at that very moment. But what would she have done if, after she had fled with the rest of Soldatna, Sid and Bob had returned? She would never have forgiven herself if her daughter had come home and not found her mother. At the very least, she had a fair idea of where to find her daughter now, and that was exactly what she was going to do. She wiped the misting tears from her eyes with her sleeve and focused on the road. It was a good thing she did. Through the black Chevy's rear window, she saw Trey suddenly sit straight up in his seat. Though she couldn't see his face clearly, he seemed to have shaken the debilitating sickness which had laid him low, as evidenced by his more alert posture. A rush of activity followed in which it appeared Trey was reaching into the front of the truck. The next few intermediate moments were some of the most intense and frightening of Jess's life. The big black truck, like a pinball bouncing its chaotic way down the table, careened from one side of the road to the other. The truck's brake lights protested suddenly, forcing Jess to bring her car to an abrupt stop. She watched, motionless, as the truck then sped forward out of control and struck the back of the lead truck. Like the booming voice of thunder, the collision's impact created a sound that rattled Jess's teeth and made her jump in her seat. Both trucks lost control and toppled violently, end over end, off the road and into the trees. Shattered pieces of fenders, windows, and mirrors exploded into a tornado of swirling plastic, metal, and fiberglass that was strewn across the road. A thin cloud of smoke and dust kicked up by the collision settled over the debris and the still clicking and ticking but motionless trucks. Simeon's truck came to rest on its tires, though it had rolled on its top at least once. Sitting in her car, Jess was stunned, speechless. For a long time she merely stared and waited. There didn't seem to be any movement in either vehicle. Leaving her car door open and the engine running, Jess climbed from her car to investigate. The nearer of the two vehicles was Simeon's. By the time she stood next to the passenger side window, now devoid of glass, Alan was sitting upright again. His forehead was cut and bleeding quite profusely, coursing rivulets of crimson having been forged around both sides of his right eye, his eyebrow forming a temporary but rapidly saturating barrier around which the blood was forced to flow. His cornea was splotchy from burst capillaries, producing a spreading patch of red. When Jess looked in upon all of this, she let out a tiny, surprised sound resembling a kitten's mewling. Alan looked at her with his other eye and asked, with some humor still in his voice,
"Do I really look that bad? I guess either I'm in shock or it looks a hell of a lot worse than it feels."
She asked quickly,
"Do you think you can get out?"
"I don't feel broken, if that's what you're asking, but I think the door may be. I might need a second or two before I'm up for that, though."
She hadn't seen Simeon move yet. He was draped over his steering wheel, which seemed to be twisted into an unusual angle. She was about to ask if he was all right when he leaned back into his seat, removed from his pocket a pack of cigarettes, and lit one, though doing so with his shaking hands proved quite a task. He looked over at Jess and Alan.
"You miss one insurance payment, and that's when you get into an accident."
Jess responded,
"I think Allstate gonna cut you a break on this one. You okay?"
He looked down at his waist and then at his legs. Everything seemed to be in proper order, though his chest hurt from impacting upon the steering wheel. He could feel the deep bruises with every breath. He nodded and leaned hard into his door until it opened. Had he not been still wearing his seatbelt, he likely would have landed squarely on his face due to the dizzying disorientation that swept him as a result of his exertion. He was also introduced to the throbbing ache in his neck, which had avoided detection. Jess hurried around to the opposite side of the truck and stood next to Simeon. She suggested,
"Maybe you should take it easy like Alan."
Simeon asked,
"What about the others? Hank? Justin? Trey?"
"I'll go check. It looked like Trey had gotten better just before they crashed. I thought I saw him sit up maybe."
Simeon looked over at Alan and cocked an eyebrow. She started to walk away when Simeon said with some urgency,
"Here, take this, just in case."
He took a small revolver from an inside pocket in his jacket and put it in her hand.
"And what the hell would I need this for?"
"Just take it."
Guns didn't solicit any specific response from Jess. She could take or leave them, really. Having grown up in Soldotna, she had always been around firearms, so seeing one was of little consequence to her. She was neither a gun enthusiast nor an opponent of the right to bear arms, but fell somewhere in between. The small pistol Simeon gave to her was only different in that she was holding it now, rather than just looking at it or listening to someone else discharge it. She slipped the pistol into the front pocket of the blue cusspuck she was wearing and walked over to the other truck. The Chevy was resting on its driver's side. Steam from the engine was creating a malodorous cloud that clung to the truck and the area around it. She could hear movement in the truck, although from this angle all she could see was the vehicle's suspension, transmission, and axles. She walked through the noxious vapor, using her hands in a fruitless attempt to fan it from her face. Hank's head was partially visible through a shattered opening in the front windshield. His skin was torn, and his skull was partially broken. His blood was spilling down the glass in efficient streams which spread into web-like tributaries the further it got from the source. A small, dark puddle was forming on the ground just below the leaning truck. Despite the grievous wound, Jess saw that he was moving. Perhaps he was still alive, but stuck and unable to extricate himself.
"Hold on, Hank," she said aloud. "I think I need to get some help, Just hold on. I'll go get Simeon and Alan.
Hank said nothing, though his head came forward a little further into the jagged gap in the glass.
I'll be right back.
As she ran back, she thought she heard a grunt, or possibly a groan. She knew she needed to hurry. She also knew that she couldn't help the men alone. She needed help. Jess's life didn't demand a level of fitness above the most rudimentary level, and if the rescue was going to require significant physical exertion, she wanted to make sure that it wouldn't be up to her solely. She would get the job done, but it wouldn't be pretty or efficient. With a little assistance, she knew she could get those guys out of the truck. Simeon was already on his feet as she emerged from the cloud.
They need help. Hank looks hurt real bad,
Jess said to him. Simeon leaned his head back, trying to stretch his injured neck.
Did you see anyone else?
No, I saw Hank's head through the windshield and came back to get you. I didn't even take the time to look. Sorry. Guess I should have.
He shook his head and followed her back. A concealing shadow hung over the truck and obscured their view in. They approached and, from just above the glass, peered inside. Jess was confused by what she saw. Someone was moving inside, but she was having a hard time discerning what he was doing. Whoever it was, he seemed to be rooting around, looking for something. Pressing her face against the window, Jess was finally able to see in clearly. Trey was the one who was moving. He was digging into the side of the passenger seat, but she could not make out what he was trying to get. When his hands re-emerged from their errand, he was holding what appeared to be Hank's slick, dripping innards. Trey shoveled the oozing bits of flesh into his chomping maw and swallowed them down only half chewed before he forced in more. Jess was frozen in utter terror, incapable of processing what she was witnessing. Her brain didn't seem to want to register or acknowledge what she was seeing. She also couldn't look away or even blink. She finally flinched, blinking rapidly when a geyser of blood sprayed from a newly punctured pocket of flesh between Trey's teeth. Her sudden movement caught Trey's attention, and he paused momentarily, his mouth still full of Hank's skin and organs. Seeing her, he lunged straight for her, slamming his face into and further shattering the windshield. Jess retreated, falling backward as she did. Simeon caught her by the arm and steadied her before she completely lost her balance. They shared a look between one another as the growling and rustling on the other side of the glass rose in pitch and intensity. With her terror-filled blue eyes darting between Simeon and the windshield, Jess asked,
"What's going on? It looked like Trey was eating Hank. I think that's what I saw."
Pressing the inside, Trey began to force the shattered glass from its frame. Hank's head fell from the opening in the windshield and disappeared from sight. When the glass finally fell away, Trey spilled out of the vehicle's cab, his back obviously broken and his legs not working for him. Trey flopped around on the ground in the horrific soup of blood, organs, and human detritus. His face was spattered with blood and small pieces of tissue from Hank and possibly Justin, both of whom were still strapped into their seats by their seatbelts. Jess screamed and stepped back behind Simeon, who pulled another, larger pistol from a concealed shoulder holster under his jacket. He pulled the trigger 3 times, unleashing a storm of 9mm bullets which seemed to do little to discourage Trey's rage. He squirmed around like a predatory lizard, his legs resembling a long, trailing tail. Simeon and Jess retreated a few steps as Simeon discharged a handful more shots, none of which had any more effect than their predecessors. When Trey managed to turn himself around so that he was again facing the two of them, Simeon finally raised the pistol barrel and sent a bullet through Trey's forehead, producing the desired result. With a single bubbling gurgle, Trey's head dropped to the ground and ceased moving. By that time, Hank had started to move as well, though he no longer appeared to be himself. His dilated pupils burned with ravenous aggression, while his face was twisted into an animalistic snarl. He reached out toward them, but his seat restraints held him in place. He stretched his arms to their fullest length and worked his fingers desperately, hoping that his manipulation would help close the distance between him and them. A frustrated quake rippled through his body. He was so close to his prey, but just out of reach. Simeon raised his pistol, but Jess touched his arm in order to forestall his action. She said,
"Shoot him in the chest. Shoot him in the heart."
Why?
"Just do it. I want to see something."
Thinking that perhaps this cute blonde girl wasn't nearly as innocent or as helpless as she originally seemed, Simeon followed her directive and shot his friend squarely in the chest. To his surprise, the gunshot seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Jess demanded over the horrible moan coming from Hank.
"Shoot him again."
Simeon again listened to her and shot Hank in the chest. The second bullet passed all the way through Hank's body and struck some metal piece on the truck behind him. Regardless of the mortal wounds inflicted upon him, Hank seemed not to notice. If anything, he became more excited and animated in his efforts, straining against the seatbelt, but to no avail. Simeon looked back at Jess, who was as incredulous as he was. He wanted to ask her something, but couldn't form the words of his elusive question. He just didn't know what to think. She finally said to him,
"Now shoot him in the head, just like you did Trey."
Simeon raised the pistol and squeezed off a single round. The bullet struck the squirming Hank just above his left eye, scattering the gray matter inside his skull upon the seat behind him. With this final bullet, Hank, or more precisely the beast who was once Hank, fell limp against his restraints and struggled no more. When Justin started to squirm similarly, Jess simply said to Simeon,
"We need to get out of here."
They ran over to Alan, who had just gotten the bleeding from the cut above his eye under control, collected the rifles and ammunition from the back of Simeon's wrecked truck, and climbed into Jess's car. The three of them sped away with Justin still hungrily fighting to free himself from his simple but seemingly effective prison. They drove south and couldn't put enough distance between themselves and the horrible revelations behind them fast enough. Simeon kept looking over his shoulder, afraid of what might be following them. He wasn't much for believing in fairy tales or ghost stories, but the things he had seen over the past day or so was changing the way in which he thought about the world. 46. Not too long thereafter, the three of them riding in Jess's little blue sedan came upon the tail end of a solid wall of cars and trucks, all stopped end to end and packed tightly, asshole to elbow, as her father used to say. There was no driving through it and no driving around it. It may as well have been a brick wall. But all of the cars were empty. There wasn't a soul to see in any direction. Alan wondered aloud for all of them.
"I wonder what happened to all the people. Where the hell is everyone?"
Simeon suggested,
"Back up the car a bit and maybe turn around."
Jess looked over at him, her face screwed into a question.
"What the hell will that accomplish? Homer's that way, in front of us, not behind."
"But what else is in front of us?"
Frustrated at having become no closer to Sid and possibly putting more distance between the two of them again, Jess had to grudgingly admit that it was probably a good idea. If they had to get out of there quickly, doing so in reverse could prove both difficult and dangerous. While she turned the car around, Simeon climbed out with his hunting rifle, which looked as weathered as he did everywhere but in its metallic action. Those parts that were truly functioning pieces of the rifle looked immaculate and well kept. He walked cautiously over to the first truck he encountered, which happened to be a couple of ranks of cars into the mess. He checked in the rear windows of every car he passed, hoping not to encounter another creature as terrifying as what Trey and Hank had become. Simeon walked like a hunter on the prowl. Jess watched him in her rearview mirror as he picked his way through and finally leapt into the bed of the truck. It was a big Ford that sat well above all of the cars immediately around it.
Simeon hoisted the rifle to his shoulder and peered through the powerful scope. He stood as still as possible, letting his eye adjust to the incredible magnification produced by the optic device. He was able to see well down this open, straight stretch of road. There were dips and slight rises, but overall the road ahead was a fairly direct path forward. He saw cars and trucks and dozens of boats that had never made their way to water. Some of the boats, more than others, caught his eye. He admired some of the amazing watercraft to which he would never have access. Of course, he had proven time and time again that he didn't need a fancy boat or expensive equipment to catch fish or to hunt moose or any other outdoor pursuit he chose. His father had often told him that being a hunter was in his blood, and having those expensive gadgets wouldn't make him a better hunter, always warning him not to become a slave to modern devices because they were fleeting and would only thin his blood and make him forget his way. Looking out at all the vehicles sitting uselessly on the road, he couldn't help but think about his father's wise words. His father wasn't a mystical shaman, but he did understand nature and man's place in it. Simeon wondered what his father would have had to say about what was happening. Satisfied that he had seen all that there was to see, he hopped back down and trotted back to Jess's car. He sat down heavily and handed his rifle back to Alan, who instinctively checked the rifle for live rounds in the firing chamber. Seeing nothing there, Alan leaned the rifle next to his on the floor of the back seat. Simeon said without much inflection in his voice,
Cars and cars. Miles of cars. But no people.
Shaking his head, Alan said, "Where could they all be? It's not like they just disappeared or something. Did they?" Overwhelmed, Jess gushed emotionally. "My daughter is down there somewhere, and I'll be damned if I'm just gonna—" "Do you guys hear that?" asked Alan suddenly. Jess answered, "Hear what?" "That. It kind of sounds like a buzzing, but I'm feeling it all over." Jess admitted, "I don't hear or feel anything. You're just distracting me, and I need to find a way to get to my—" Alan was looking over his shoulder by then and could see some movement amongst the cars that were now behind them. He was seeing it in the narrow spaces between the vehicles. He quickly surmised that the noise was coming from whatever was moving. He rolled down his window just a crack, and the buzzing became louder, but it was accompanied by something more. They could all hear a screeching groan that sounded almost human. It was definitely coming from somewhere within the traffic jam and was getting closer by the moment. Simeon said to Jess,
I think we need to be moving.
"But Sid is down that way, goddammit!" Simeon's face became very serious, and he said again,
I think we should get moving.
Jess put the car into gear and reluctantly let it inch forward. Moments later, 3 and then 4 enraged, terrifying people, who all shared common characteristics with Trey and Hank, emerged from the jam and started to sprint toward Jess's car. "Please get moving," Alan said, agreeing with Simeon. Jess, still watching in her rearview mirror as the people got closer and closer, could see that all of them were either painters working with shades of red, or that each was spattered to different degrees with blood. She could also see, even from the rapidly declining distance between her and them, that their eyes were as steeped in fury as Trey's and Hank's had been. She pressed the accelerator and asked over and over, "What is happening? What is happening? What is happening?" As she repeated the phrase, Jess's words found themselves steeped more fully in desperate sorrow and agony, like a bitter tea that left a sour taste in the back of her mouth. She needed to get to her daughter, but there didn't seem to be an immediate way to make that happen. Her car gained speed and put their pursuers firmly in the distance, but it didn't seem to be deterring them from the pursuit. Glancing in the rearview mirror often, she saw Alan visibly shiver, the prickly goosebumps rising on his neck. She completely agreed with his sentiment, whether it was spoken or not. They drove hard back toward Soldatna, noticing for the first time there appeared to be people wandering aimlessly in the open spaces off the side of the road. They all knew, despite the distance between their car and those souls on foot, that there was something different about the other people. Sometimes they were wearing torn or otherwise tattered clothing. On one occasion, they saw a woman dressed in a nursing uniform who appeared to have seeping, lethal wounds on her neck and face. Part of her cheek had been peeled back, exposing teeth and gums to little black gnats and flies who hungrily swarmed the open and inviting wound. As they neared Soldatna, on their left-hand side was Skyview High School. From the highway, they weren't able to see the school itself, but they knew that it was there just the same. Jess pulled into the parking lot, surprised to see a series of school buses parked end to end to form a kind of a barrier. The great yellow and black wall cordoned off the front entrance of the school and part of the parking lot in front of the building. Jess stopped her car and waited expectantly. Sure enough, one of the buses slowly began to reverse itself, making room for her to drive her car into the enclosure. She, Simeon, and Alan were relieved, but Jess felt sick over the distance separating her from her daughter. 47. The first pair of zombies found the school on the second day after Jess and her companions arrived. Simeon was alongside the other men, swinging his bat like a club. There was no denying its rudimentary effectiveness. It wasn't as loud as one of their guns, and it still got the job done. As it was, Jess, Simeon, and Alan were among the few people at the school to have firearms with ammunition at their disposal. The three of them were immediate celebrities as a result. At least two of them accompanied every excursion outside the wall. They were rarely called upon to use their guns for fear that the sound would attract more of the ghouls. But the reassurance of having the guns along eased many worried minds. On more than one occasion, however, especially the further they were from the first day, their guns were the difference between everyone returning to the school and none of them returning. Jess was a capable shot with her pistol and put it to good use. Both Simeon and Alan toted powerful hunting rifles. Though the rifles were slower to shoot than the pistols that several people carried, the large caliber bullets which hurtled from their barrels were quite capable of dispatching more than one of the devils at a time, so long as the angle was right. Simeon learned this fact very early during a trip to the gas station. They had a couple of very efficient generators to run a limited number of appliances and some lights, but the generators required gasoline. A recent survivor who had found his way to the school told everyone about a tanker which was parked partially in and partially out of the road at the Chevron station near the juncture of the Sterling and Kenai Spur highways. He told all of them that it looked like the driver had just left it there. The gas station was only a little further than they had been already. They could take Jess's car and as many gas cans as they could carry. If they were lucky, the truck would still have its keys in it. A woman named Francine, a pretty, young native girl, had experience driving heavy equipment, so she agreed to come along. Simeon and Jess were in the front seat, while Francine and another older man named Royce rode in the back. They had 4 large jerry cans, each capable of holding 5 gallons of gasoline, loaded into the trunk. There was room for more, but at their disposal they only had 4 empty cans. There were 2 other cans which still had gasoline in them at the school. The hope was that they would lay their hands on more gas cans at the gas station or on the truck. Jess sped them across the bridge and into Soldatna. Every time she found herself back in the city, she felt more and more like an interloper. This wasn't her home anymore. This wasn't the town that she had always called home. It was still painfully familiar, however. Having been out on more than one occasion, all the grim reminders of their current circumstances were also becoming horribly familiar. The empty buildings, the abandoned cars, and the bodies, always the bodies. She wondered about each and every nameless, faceless corpse. She likely knew more than a few of them. Like Dante's torments in his Inferno, the sorrow she felt each time she saw the decomposing piles of bones was as if it were the first time. The bitter, burning acid scorched her stomach and her heart simultaneously, taking her breath away. She couldn't deny the distraction that it threatened to be every time she drove them near any of the bodies she had spotted. Of course, the bodies that were still moving around gave her equal pause, and they lacked predictability. The threat of their unpredictability had her and all of her fellow pillagers on edge from the moment they drove away. Luckily, on that day, they didn't see any of the walking dead lurking about. They could see the stalled tanker truck as they passed the car's grocery store, and they all became anxious. The furthest any of them had ventured into town was to go to the Spinard Builder Supply Store, which sat just across the river. Had any of them gone the slightest bit more, they would have seen the tanker clearly. It didn't matter. They were on their way now. Francine hopped from Jess's car and into the cab of the big rig while barely touching feet to the ground. Royce got out, opened the trunk, and took one of the cans with him. In his other hand was his bat. Simeon, too, was up and out. He still carried the bat he had used during his first close encounter with the undead at Skyview, but over his shoulder was slung his rifle. Simeon circled Jess's car, looking at their surroundings from different angles. When Francine tried to start the big truck, the diesel engine choked loudly, causing everyone to jump. She leaned out of the cab and said with an embarrassed laugh,
"Sorry, I should have warned everyone. My bad."
The loud, mechanical bark echoed through the quiet morning air. Simeon knew they were there on borrowed time as soon as she did that. Royce hurried over to a valve on the tanker trailer but was puzzled how to proceed. The wrong move, and he would be doused with fuel and become a walking firebomb. Maybe Francine would know. He walked back over toward the cab but was stunned to see one of the walking corpses pull itself from the wheel hub of the truck. It had obviously been run over by the truck's driver and assumed dead. Stuck and immobile, the zombie must have been dislodged by the sudden lurch caused by the engine. It slithered out of its lodgment, pulling itself along by its hands, its legs largely missing from about mid-thigh down. From the distance at which he was standing, there was no way he could arrive in time to save Francine, who was unaware of the danger and concentrating on getting the truck started. He shouted and finally got Jess's attention. Royce pointed excitedly. It didn't take another look. Jess was already holding her pistol in her hand. She took a few steps to narrow the distance between her target and herself, but was already in the process of raising the revolver and sighting down its barrel. She took a couple of final steps, steadied her arm the way her boyfriend Bob had shown her, and squeezed the trigger. Jess shot the slinking abomination in the back of the head, its congealed gray matter spattering all over Francine's legs. Francine's terrified expression froze on her face, her eyes and mouth wide with surprise. Deciding that the truck was beyond starting, she gave up on trying. Luckily, she did know how to get gas from the tanker's outspout, but there didn't appear to be time to do so. The sound of their car had apparently drawn the attention of several of the undead loitering in some of the surrounding parking lots. The truck engine's bark and the gunshot had piqued their interest and set them on a course toward the 4 human beings. Simeon saw the first one as it appeared around the far side of the truck. He dangled the bat at his side expectantly and started toward the thing. However, he stopped dead in his tracks when the second and then the third creature joined the original one. Seeing their quarry, the zombies became agitated and excited. Their unwieldy, slow gait became much more focused and fast, their quickened steps rapidly propelling them forward. Dropping his bat, Simeon pulled his rifle into his hands and quickly chambered around. He took one quick look and fired. The bullet punched its way through the closest devil's eye and exited the back of his head. The bullet then continued into the forehead of the woman following closely behind. Both slumped backward without any fanfare, their brains having been scrambled. The third ghoul continued forward without missing a step. Simeon calmly chambered another round. By that time, Jess had joined him and was raising her own gun. Simeon waved her off and finished the third attacker with a single bullet. Royce shouted,
"There are more over here."
He was pointing toward the Mexican restaurant which was behind them on the south side of the road. Francine added,
More from back that way, too.
And from around the nearby gas station, more of the abominations were emerging. Simeon knew their position was quickly becoming untenable.
"We need to go. Now."
After which, Simeon aimed his rifle and brought down another one. Jess jumped into her car and realized there wasn't room for her to be able to maneuver their way out. She hadn't parked in such a manner as to be able to speed away quickly, which she presently regretted. The car wouldn't be getting them out this time. She got back out and looked apologetically at the others. In shutting her door behind her, they all instantly knew they wouldn't be driving back to their refuge. Francine leapt back into the truck cab and then leaned out to say,
Come on this way. We can cut through the cab. They're thinner on that side.
Francine was through the cab and on the other side very quickly, with the others following quickly on her heels. Scurrying like the scared prey she was, Jess held her breath involuntarily as she tried to keep pace with the others. She was behind Royce but just ahead of Simeon, who had stalled to protect the rear. Simeon had to use his rifle butt like a club into the forehead of their closest pursuer, sending him head over tail into the next closest, who ran into the next. The resulting knot of tangled bodies bought Simeon and the others enough time to emerge on the other side of the truck and close the door behind them. Francine was right. There were fewer of the undead on the far side of the truck, but there were still quite a few of them coming. The four of them paused, feeling overwhelmed by the odds that were building against them. The street, parking lots, and open spaces in front of them were starting to fill with the staggering, rotting wretches. Jess uttered,
Oh, God.
"Later," Royce said. "We gotta get away right now."
He pointed to a fairly broad seam between the two larger bodies of oncoming walking undead, which were threatening to merge into one contiguous mass of rotting aggression. Francine, confused, asked,
But doesn't that take us away from where we want to be? Are you sure?
Simeon was the first to start moving. He said over his shoulder,
"We just want to be away from here right now. There's too many of those things. Come on."
With that said, Simeon dropped another target with his rifle. Truth be told, he was trying to line the creatures up in such a way as to hit multiple targets with single bullets, deciding that he needed quicker shooting to deal with the threat of their avenue of escape getting cut. Simeon shouldered the rifle and pulled out his automatic pistol from his shoulder holster. Repeating, "Shit," over and over again in quick bursts like a revving two-stroke motor, Jess was struggling to load her pistol with some of her few remaining shells and run at the same time. She ran square into Royce's back and nearly knocked the both of them off their feet. She did end up dropping several precious bullets. Out of habit, she stopped to retrieve the fallen, deadly necessities, not realizing there were hands a scant few steps away from grabbing her. Luckily, Simeon had seen her predicament. He was making his way toward her and firing the pistol at the same time. Royce, too, had pivoted and was swinging his bat feverishly, hitting everything in its path. Francine, terrified and screaming, had continued to run, oblivious to the others' plight. It wasn't personal, and she hadn't intended to ditch everyone. She was simply being driven by her fear, which had taken control of all of her judgment. She watched breathlessly as the envelopment of ghouls around her friends threatened to close. Royce grabbed Jess's collar and pulled her upright. She had gotten her hands on 4 of the 6 dropped bullets. The other 2 brass-colored beauties eluded capture and had to be left in the street. Jess jammed the 4 bullets into the revolver and had it back ready to fire just as Simeon emptied the magazine on his own pistol. Firing those 4 bullets in quick succession, Jess, Simeon, and Royce got themselves extracted from the tightening pocket, sprinting toward Francine. She had stopped running near a small car dealership and was currently fighting to catch her breath. Bent at the waist and looking up from that position, Francine saw the horde of ghastly nightmares, their expressions burning with a single collective, ravenous rage, chasing her friends. The four of them accelerated away from their hunters, but it was a pace that none of them could maintain. They were all heaving and wheezing, their lungs protesting their overexertion. They were running through the loading areas and back parking lots of the businesses that sat along the main highway. Their trek luckily took them clear of any more of the menacing wraiths. The activity at the tanker had apparently attracted every ghoul in the vicinity to the street. In no time, they were back at the river. Exhausted, with muscles aching and lungs struggling, Jess looked toward the bridge and was disgusted to see a small pack of the creatures standing, waiting in the middle of the road. She counted 4 zombies, who were even then starting to put their noses to the air. And that's when she realized those things could smell them. There was no time to hesitate, and she knew full well that none of them really had any reserves on which to draw to have another battle. She looked at Simeon, who was already checking the load on his pistol. She had 6 more shots, and 6 beyond that in her pocket. They nodded at one another and charged out from behind their cover. It took a moment or two before their movement was detected, which allowed them to get closer and ensure that their bullets hit their marks. Simeon shot first when he pulled his trigger twice, quickly. Both bullets hit the nearest zombie above the shoulders. The first struck the thing in the neck, and the second hit it on the side of the head, just above the ear. It collapsed into another of the beasts, which righted itself only to take a bullet to its forehead. Jess fired as well, but the sharp cracks from Simeon's pistol made her wince, and her first shot went wild. The second hit its chosen target, though it only punched a small hole in the ghoul's car's apron. She fired again, and was finally able to produce the tiniest of holes in the fiend's forehead. It appeared to be enough, as the beast shuddered and then slowly fell forward, all of its fire having faded from its upturned eyes. Simeon finished off the final monster, and they all started to run again. The renewed shooting had reawakened the percolating hunger of the zombies still searching for their prey back near the truck. There was a fair amount of distance between them and the zombies, but there was no time to dawdle. They needed to get back to the school as quickly as possible. They would be coming back empty-handed, but at least all of them would be returning. That was the last time Jess had wandered outside the school or its protective walls. She'd seen enough of what lay beyond. She realized that it could just as easily have gone much differently, much worse for all of them. Not an optimist by nature, Jess could only imagine around which corner she could have met a violent end. And then there was the guilt, a gnawing, relentless, ulcerous feeling that chewed her insides whether her eyes were open or closed. She found that she couldn't close her eyes anymore without seeing Sid's face. In the quiet, solitary moments of night, she could hear her daughter's voice and her warm laugh in her thoughts. Jess's actions never went beyond chastising herself, though. During those dreamy moments that hovered between sleep and awake, she could imagine herself sneaking away to head south. The first few steps would be exhilarating. When she started to imagine picking her way alone in the dark, through the string of bumper-to-bumper cars on the highway, Jess would be jarred back awake, having to attempt her descent to sleep all over again. On some nights, she found it impossible to sleep. Instead, she wept silent, painful tears all night long until the glow of morning signified it was time to rise again. 48. A handful of days later, when the shock of that day still resonated with all of them, the militia arrived. Hauling their own small tanker filled with gasoline, they drove up to the line of school buses. Seeing the military-looking vehicles and the military-looking uniforms and, perhaps most importantly, the military-looking weapons, the gate was opened and the militia was allowed to take over. While Jess grew closer to Royce, she felt herself drifting further away from both Simeon and Alan over the days that followed. Alan was immediately drawn to the militia's authority and perceived power. It started with simple curiosity and conversations. Soon, though, he was eating his meals with them and standing watch with them. When Alan showed up one morning wearing a uniform, Jess couldn't claim to be surprised. It was just a matter of time, really. To herself, she wondered what kind of initiation rite he had to endure. With the new black eyes, he looked a little like a raccoon, but he wore those battle scars with pride. It was not unlike joining a fraternity, and with his affiliation with the group, he could and would enjoy all the benefits granted. He received better sleeping accommodations and slightly better rations. He was also given one of the much-coveted assault rifles to have on his person at all times. Alan believed it when he was told that sometimes they had to appear cruel in order to maintain both security and order. Of course, those terms were dictated and practiced by those in power, who had the luxury of deciding how to provide security and what was the accepted definition of order. And as a very smart man once said, when there is a miscommunication or a misunderstanding, the party under the thumb is always the party that suffers. Alan didn't consider this, nor would he have considered it. He simply didn't think that way. It wasn't a matter of intelligence or critical thinking. He was just not inclined to consider issues that deeply. He actually thought that his position with the militia might benefit Jess and Simeon as well as everyone else at the refuge. He was a good man and would act accordingly. He hoped that he would be able to make a difference for all of them at their sanctuary. Simeon, on the other hand, continued to go out on every excursion outside the wall. He ran himself ragged, like he was running from something or possibly atoning for something. He rarely spoke, and when he did, he didn't waste words on such musings. For him, things were simply the way they were. At first, he chose to sleep outside, near a large metal trash can which he used as a burn barrel. He went into the woods surrounding the school and retrieved pieces of wood to burn and generally kept to himself. When he was out in the town, he engaged no one in conversation and shared few words. He always stepped up to help anyone in need and refused to allow anyone to be left behind, regardless of the danger. As the temperature continued to edge its way down, he allowed Jess to talk him into sleeping inside. She had to convince him that it wasn't for his sake but for the sake of those people like herself who would have to care for him if he became ill. He grudgingly consented, but then chose to sleep near one of the numerous exits.
Every morning, Jess would go to Simeon's area to wake him and spend some largely silent moments with him.
His quiet nature and flat disposition made her feel lonely. If she was lucky enough to have something warm to bring him to eat or to drink, she would, but often she came to him empty-handed. He would smile up at her from his bed of newspapers and discarded towels as she touched his shoulder lightly to wake him. This went on for days and days. It became a bit of a ritual. One morning, she came down to his little nest and found that her tortured bird had flown. Sometime during the night, he'd gathered his newspapers into one tidy stack and his towels in another, and departed. It pained her to think that she was the only one who would miss him more than his guns or his nerve. He was gone, and she rightly doubted he would ever return. Despite the growing number of people at the school, Jess felt more and more isolated. Royce was the only one with whom she really spoke, and he was a bitter curmudgeon most of the time, which made it difficult to be around him. And through all of this, her overwhelming fear battled with her overwhelming guilt to determine her daily torment. Her daughter was still out there. She could feel it. Sid was alive and safe. Jess had to find her. But how? There was a world of walking death separating the two of them. She also doubted that her daughter would still be in Ninilchik or Kasilov or anywhere else on the Kenai Peninsula. Jess had to hope that Bob would have taken her as far from this place as was possible. Again, Jess had to ask herself to where they would go. The world had changed, and nowhere was safe any longer. She was nearing the limit of her resolve when the idiot militia guys brought in the captives. When she saw them drag that girl down into the darker end of the hall toward the secured portion of the school, she suspected the worst. And when they led those 4 kids over to the fenced kennels they'd put some of those things in out on the basketball court, she knew there was no limit to their cruelty or depravity. Jess had reached the end of her rope and wished that Simeon was still around to help her take action. The problem she had, well, actually she had several problems, but the first problem she had to overcome was resolving herself to do something. She'd gotten so comfortable in her complacency. She, like many of the people at the school, simply needed a catalyst to set her into motion. 49. Coming closer to Soldatna, Neil let his foot off the gas a bit. He needed to be careful and pay better attention to the gas gauge. He didn't want to run out of fuel too soon. The truck would make a very handy vehicle in which to make their escape. Emma asked,
So where the hell is Skyview?
Della answered flatly,
On the other side of town, just down the road a bit.
Confirming, Neil asked, On the other side of the river? Della again responded without emotion or inflection in her voice.
On the other side of the river.
Ahead, in the road, Neil spied some movement. There were a couple of Zeeks looking lost but frightful, wandering aimlessly on the lanes of the highway. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pressed the gas pedal a little more. With a clenched jaw, he braced himself for the coming impact. The silver truck growled like an armored war elephant and surged forward. It was almost too late when Neil realized that it wasn't just 2 Zeeks in the road. With their V8 Hemi engine steadily building steam, they crested a last rise in the road and saw a large crowd of the creatures milling about expectantly on the highway in front of the looted Fred Meyer store. Just beyond the mass of walking dead was a large, shiny silver tanker truck. It blocked most of the road, and what the tanker didn't block, the zombies did. Holding his breath and barely controlling his fear, Neil was forced to veer right and continue north on the highway or risk becoming enveloped by the mob.
It's that way, right?
Jerry asked. Frustrated and a little on edge, Neil snapped, I'm working on it, okay?
Just checking.
In his rearview mirror, Neil watched the terrifying mob become much more animated as they gave chase. The lethargy of the grave was shaken away by their flailing arms and groaning mouths. Like an amorphous plague culture devouring the contents of a petri dish, the pursuing horde filled the road and median behind them. Jerry rubbed his temples and his chest, trying to ease the discomfort from the increased density of the undead, subsonic buzz. Steve, their militia hostage, was also massaging his head, suffering from the strain, his eyes widened with surprise.
Where the hell did all these come from?
You never seen a big group of Zeeks before?
Emma asked.
Zeeks, huh? We call 'em skins. But yeah, I seen 'em thick and heavy, but the colonel, he told us they'd killed or chased all of 'em off. He said that Soldatna was mostly clear and that maybe we'd be able to go home soon.
Emma summed up what everyone else was thinking when she said,
Nobody's ever going to be able to go home. There's just no such thing anymore.
Well, maybe we can make a new home then,
Steve said hopefully.
I didn't have much of one before anyway. Anything would be better than what I had.
Emma warned.
Careful what you wish for.
What do you mean by that?
It can always get worse than it is,
Jerry said.
and sometimes you don't even notice until it's too late and you're boxed in.
Sensing the conversation was headed for a decidedly dark philosophical place, Neil punched the accelerator with a very heavy foot. He was trying to ignore all the talk, but finally determined his efforts were futile.
This colonel, who is he? Is he really military? Does he have any answers?
No, he ain't military or connected to the government at all. He just organized us. He and Carter and Sullivan all lived out on a homestead near Kasilov. They've been collecting supplies and preparing for the collapse of civilization. They knew it was coming. They could see all the signs. They bought guns and ammo and other military equipment. I don't know how they got what they did. The colonel was a lawyer and had lots of money, so he could afford to buy all kinds of things and in lots of different ways.
Neil asked for clarification.
Meaning?
Meaning he had his own contacts in the black market arms trade. Let's just say where there's a will and the cash, there's a way. When it did finally happen, the fall, I mean, he gathered all his people out on his property and closed the gate behind them. He had lots of land and a barbed wire fence around all of it. I went along with a friend when my mom and dad decided to go south and leave me a note. They didn't bother to even look for me. They just took my younger sister and headed out of town without me. They probably were hoping to find a place on someone's boat down in Homer. Maybe they made it. To be honest, I don't really give a shit one way or the other. I guess I cared about them as much as they cared about me.
Steve breathed heavily and paused with that realization.
On the colonel's property, they gave me some food, this uniform, and a gun. They invited me in and made me one of them. I don't remember a time when I felt like I belonged as much as I did with these folks.
Skeptical, Emma asked,
So what's different? Why the change of heart? If they are your new family, why are you helping us?
Steve looked at Della.
I was raised a Christian.
Emma rolled her eyes and allowed a disparaging, silent chuckle. Steve ignored it and said,
I was raised a Christian. That much of my upbringing stuck with me. And Christians don't kidnap folks. They don't steal and they don't kill.
Under her breath, Emma hissed,
That's not been my experience. Well, maybe you ain't never met any real Christians. It takes more than just going to church.
Neil, sensing the anger rising in Emma, touched her on the arm and extinguished her burning fuse. He did so because he didn't want Emma to embarrass herself. He knew and had seen Emma's disdain for religion, but he also recognized the wisdom of Steve's words. He was right. Emma had simply had nothing but bad experiences in her recent memory, and her opinion had been formed as a result of those bad memories. Emma bit back her comments but seethed with resentment. She didn't like someone else telling her what to say or how to say it. She knew Neil's intention was good, but it didn't make it any easier to take. She had a lifetime of feeling like she had to take it, and she had no intention, with whatever little time she had left, to go back to that kind of a life. Hell, even her old job as a medical transcriptionist was built around someone dictating in her ear what to type. She breathed deeply and stared ahead. Neil wanted to get away from these things, but he also came to the conclusion that to approach the high school in the truck would alert the militia to their plans. They needed to be able to get to the school much more stealthily. Of that he was certain, but beyond that the plan became very hazy. The zombie roadblock likely saved all their lives. Had they not been in the road, Neil would have probably driven them straight into the waiting guns of the militia, or whatever they were. Neil wasn't too impressed from what he had heard thus far from Steve. They sounded like a bunch of assholes who no longer had the constraints of civilization to keep their behavior in check. But if they had automatic weapons, and God knows what else at their disposal, and the willingness to use that equipment on anyone deemed a threat, he was rightly concerned for their well-being. He remembered a different way to get them to the road that ran along this side of the river, separating them from Skyview High School. He just needed to get them far enough ahead of the Zeeks chasing them and then double back. That would be the easy part. Zombies were nothing if not predictable. Dealing with the militia would be a different thing entirely. 50. Claire couldn't contain her tears or her pain any longer. She had tried to be strong. She had tried to resist. But it was all for naught. She couldn't kid herself. The agonizing scream leapt from her unexpectedly. She didn't even recognize the voice as her own. It filled the room and then came crashing back down upon her. She searched her mind feverishly, trying to remember if there was a question that she had failed to answer. What could she say to make the pain stop? What did he want from her? Suddenly, a man's face was filling her vision. Spread across the breadth of the face was a menacing, toothy grin. The man said with playful terror in his words, "This little piggy went to market." He dropped the toe he was holding between his fingers and flashed the blood-glistening garden trimmers. "How many more piggies do we have?" She couldn't remember. Was that the answer he needed to make him stop? Claire knew that it wasn't the first toe he had cut from her feet, but she had lost count of how many he had removed. The first one had been her second toe from her right foot, the one with her silver toe ring on it. He was currently wearing that ring on the first knuckle of his pinky finger. "I hope we don't run out of piggies anytime soon. I'm having so much fun with you. I didn't know you could scream so loud. Did you?" When no answer was forthcoming, Sullivan said, "Tisk, tisk, tisk," and disappeared from view again. When she felt the blade brush against her skin and slowly close around her next digit, she didn't wait for the pain to let fly a reverberating wail. She thought maybe she could hear an evil snicker as the sharpened blades came together again and slashed through another toe, which fell to the floor. He once again used the flat surface of a glowing red butter knife to cauterize the wound. He didn't want her to bleed to death. Not yet, anyway. Where was the fun in that? Sullivan had both of her feet held firmly between the ruthless jaws of a pair of table vises mounted to the workbench on which she had been strapped. Her struggling and frantic movement had left her ankles bruised and bloodied. As he picked up the toe and repositioned himself on the stool next to her, he said quietly while he stroked her hair, "The Colonel, he said he didn't want you dead. At least not right away. But he didn't say I couldn't have a little fun before he talked to you. Are you having as much fun as I am?" Again, Claire couldn't find an answer that she thought might lead to the end of the torture session. Instead, she simply surrendered herself to her tears, which came hot and heavy. She tried to blubber out an answer, but her words were as filled with tears as were her eyes. Sullivan said with all the warmth of a serpent, "Your silence must mean that you are having fun. What should we do next?" Claire closed her eyes and begged for any kind of delivery from this madness. She pleaded with the world to stop the pain. She hoped and prayed that Jerry would somehow make all of this go away. She needed him to come and save her. In her lucid moments, she tried to guess how long she had been a prisoner. It had certainly been hours, but had it exceeded days? She wasn't sure. Through her fear and despite her pain, she thought of the children. She was fearful for their fates. Her crazy torturer had never mentioned them. In fact, he had never said anything about anyone. He went on and on about nothing, telling stories about people whom she didn't know, who had done him wrong in some way. When her wrist was moved and her clenched fingers separated somewhat, she could only dread what was coming next, and her expectation wasn't far from reality. Sullivan started with her pinky on her right hand and snipped it off one knuckle at a time, using the same heated knife each time to close the wound and stifle the blood flow. It was a routine he had either practiced to perfection or had been considering for a long time. The putrid odor of her own melting skin and singed hair filled her nostrils. Over the past few hours, she had smelled it so many times that it no longer solicited the same nausea. Her mind flooded her senses with endorphins and helped her retreat from the agony. At one point, she blacked out. Though her eyes were still open, her consciousness had thankfully fled. When she awoke again, she was alone. Her hands and feet throbbed so intensely it felt as if they buzzed. She was loath to look at the damage done to her body, but she couldn't resist. Slowly, her vision inched across the ceiling above as she forced her eyes down toward her extremities. She couldn't help the gasp that escaped her. She knew it was coming, but it surprised her just the same. She was not able to recognize the mangled flesh as her own. The pinky fingers on both hands were largely gone. The pinky on her left hand still had a lone knuckle, but her right one was gone. The ring finger on her right hand was gone down to the last knuckle, too. The ring her parents had given her was gone as well. Claire couldn't see her feet, but she couldn't imagine they looked any better. The swelling in both feet made wiggling her toes out of the question. For all she knew, all of her toes had been hacked from her feet. She wondered about her respite and how long it would last. She was fairly certain she could wriggle her wrists free, but she realized she would not be able to make an escape. Her feet would be of no use to her. Claire would be forced to crawl away on her hands and knees, and she had no illusions about her chances under those circumstances. Still, she had to try. Moments later, she was pulling herself along the cold tile floor of the shop classroom. Once, long ago, she remembered her mind in such a hazy state and crawling on the floor, but that time had involved an entire bottle of cheap vodka and a gallon of orange juice. Likely resulting from the shock her system was experiencing, she shivered and quaked with each labored breath. With willpower and adrenaline, she forced herself to keep moving through her teeth-chattering fever. It took her several agonizing minutes to cross the room to the closed classroom door, where she stopped and wept. There was no way she would be able to stand to open the door. Her torturer would return and find her on the floor. She knew she would pay a terrible price, but she was terrified of the possibilities, and she had no choice but to wait for him to return and deliver her punishment. That was her last thought, as she thankfully fell into unconsciousness. 51. Sullivan walked slowly through the empty, barely lit school hallway, enjoying the echo of his heavy footfalls. He had been summoned by Colonel Bear and was dutifully reporting. He didn't like being taken away from his work, but he rightly figured his guest wasn't going anywhere anytime in the near future. He walked into the school office and was greeted immediately by Sherry and Terry. They were two prettyish young women who played the part of the Colonel's secretaries. Neither of them really did anything, but they were willing to carry on the charade. It wasn't like the phones were ringing or visitors were coming in to see the principal or anything. But it added a level of normalcy for those who needed it. The Colonel liked having the pretty girls jumping at his voice and doing his bidding. Sherry and Terry weren't their real names, but he couldn't think of anything else to call them, and he didn't care enough to actually learn their names. He smiled as he rounded the corner and stepped into the office. Sherry, or was it Terry, smiled back and said, "He's expecting you." Sullivan stifled the urge to say, "No shit. He's expecting me? Is that because he sent for me?" He simply nodded and walked into the Colonel's office, shutting the door behind him. Sometimes he hated people and their simple minds. Once the door was shut, Sullivan said, "You rang?" The colonel was a big man, with an ego and voice to match. His larger-than-average head and thick neck appeared to be amorphously spilling outward from his overly tight-fitting military-colored golf shirt. There was no definition between the soft, pink flesh of his neck and his head. His jawline barely distinguished itself. There were no rolls, however. His abundant skin was distended just enough to give him the appearance of a close relative of human beings, but something that still seemed otherworldly. If he were a comic book character, his name would probably have been Blob Man or something like that. His size and weight, of course, turned him into a perspiration machine. Typically, the colonel's forehead would be adorned with beads of glistening sweat, and his shirt would have damp patches in all the typical places. The air in his office was heavy with moisture and the not-too-subtle aroma of body odor. While everyone else bitched about the smell, Sullivan, an idea man, had learned tricks to help him deal with it. For instance, on that day he popped in a fresh piece of big red chewing gum as he walked into the office. The strong cinnamon scent, discouraged to venture far from its source, hovered around his nose and warded off the assault the colonel's limited sense of hygiene might try to mount. Sullivan sat in the large, plush, leather chair in front of the colonel's desk and smiled. Sullivan hadn't realized his forehead and left cheek bore the evidence of his time with Claire. Both were speckled with drying blood. The colonel noticed his second-in-command's adornment and handed Sullivan a towel. The large man said, his breath shallow and labored,
"You might want to clean up before you go wandering around. No point in inciting the civvies."
His voice dry and humorless, Sullivan replied,
"If you say so, sir. But what's the point? No disrespect intended, you understand."
"Sullivan, you may not know it, but we will need those people eventually. If we get them all up in arms, we may be forced to make certain adjustments which probably won't sit too well with them. At least not yet. We need to ease them into totally accepting everything we say, or there'll always be someone willing to stand up to us. If they think they can't get by without us, well, life could be real easy for all of us then."
Sullivan hadn't bought into the colonel's bullshit about establishing a new world order. He didn't see how one world order was any different than the next. He wasn't any more interested in telling someone else what to do than he was in letting someone else do the same to him. He lived his entire life having to pretend to care about what others thought and said and did, and now wasn't any different. The colonel, though, pretty much let him do what he wanted, and Sullivan could appreciate that kind of management.
"So what's the plan, then?"
he asked. The colonel sat back in his chair, which creaked and popped due to his excessive weight. He laced his fingers together behind his head and neck, which didn't seem to have a defining line separating the one from the other, and exhaled a long, satisfied, deep breath.
"Tell me about the teenager you brought in. Any chances he might become a new recruit?"
Sullivan smiled.
"Carter's already working on it. He's pretty good at those things. I'm sure he can get it done."
"Good. And the woman?"
By that time, Sullivan caught scent of the colonel's ripe breath. He stood up and walked over to the window so as to subtly escape the hovering odor.
"Sullivan?"
With a sinister slant to both his eyes and his voice, Sullivan said,
"For what we want of her, she doesn't need to be on board with your vision. She just needs to be well plied. Believe me, she won't have any fight left in her when I get done."
"She's no good to us dead, Sullivan,"
the colonel admonished.
"She's no good to us at all. She's just another liability. You might as well let me have my fun for once. I listen to you and I follow your orders. Don't I deserve a little R&R? Haven't I earned it?"
The colonel wrinkled his face into a question. He asked, with his head tilting slightly,
"Earned what? What are you planning to do?"
Sullivan smiled a grin that still had idiomatic canary feathers fluttering around it.
"I earned you not asking any questions on this one. I earned no interference. And afterward, you can tell me what to do and when to do it, but let me be right now. Like I said, I earned it."
The colonel leaned farther into his chair and somehow projected enough of his musk to fill Sullivan's nose. The gum was failing him, and he was becoming bored with this discussion. He needed to go back up to his room for a few minutes. There was a bottle of Johnny Walker that was calling out his name. And then it hit him. The bottle. He could be real creative with that bottle. And if it broke, he could use the pieces. His creativity pleased him immensely. Leaving the room slowly, Sullivan said over his shoulder so the two women could hear him as well as the colonel,
"I got it covered, boss. The woman will know her place at our feet, just like all women should know."
He shot the two women in the front office a smile, from which they cowered and looked away. 52. Neil slammed his hand against the steering wheel in frustration. He continued to wait for some revelation. They needed a plan, and he'd be damned if he could think of one. He knew they were both outnumbered and outgunned. He wondered if the militiamen were expecting them. He also wondered about the discipline of the militia forces. Would they have pickets on watch outside their defenses, or would they simply hide behind their walls and wait? Really, Zeke's weren't tactically creative. Neil and his group had used that against them many times over the past several weeks. They didn't use subterfuge or stealth. Zombies were nothing if not predictable. They simply came at their quarry relentlessly, overwhelming any resistance through sheer hunger and rage. If he knew that, then maybe this colonel guy knew that too. There really wasn't much need to have people outside the walls, so long as there were diligent lookouts atop the walls. Neil needed to think of a way to use that against them. In the road ahead, shuffling along the pavement like a stray dog, a lanky, bony wraith saw the shiny silver truck barreling toward it. The zombie raised its ashen arms and started to head on a collision course with the truck. The ghoul, which had once been a woman, perhaps a housewife, a mother, a neighbor, was showing the advancing signs of decay through the tattered shreds of clothing that still clung to her emaciated frame and trailed behind her like a fluttering war banner. Her teeth were fully exposed, the skin around her mouth having curled away. Her cheekbones protruded through gaps in her skin, as did some of her ribs and part of her right shoulder. Some of the bones peeking through were the result of the wounds which had claimed her life in the first place. The closer she drew to the truck, the more fearsome she became. Neil looked over at Emma, expecting to see an approving nod as he edged the truck into a more direct path toward the thing in the road. She wasn't even acknowledging that Neil was looking at her. She was too busy looking at the zombie too. At least that was what she wanted Neil to think. Of course, Emma saw him look over at her, and she knew exactly what he needed. But she also knew that he was also expecting to look over and see Megan giving that nod. Emma wasn't willing to be that person. She just didn't have it in her anymore. Her affection for Dr. Caldwell had caught her by surprise, almost as much as his affection for her did. She hadn't found much luck in love in her life. She'd been in love and had been loved, but it never seemed to last. And after each, she had always sworn she would never love again. This particular time was no different. other than perhaps her resolve and resignation. It wasn't that Emma was trying to be heartless. She cared deeply for Neil, respected him, and appreciated him. But it was simply not enough to encourage her to let down her guard and make herself vulnerable again. She wasn't willing to go down that path another time. Some people might feel compelled to seek mates and relationships, but Emma wasn't one of those people. All the warmth and security and whatever else one derived from romance did not come close to balancing with the misery, loss, and whatever else she would suffer when the relationship eventually failed. Jerry was instead the one who commented on Neil's apparent decision.
Neil, have you thought that maybe hitting it with the truck might not be a great idea?
Why not?
I mean, I'm the damned teenager here. Why am I the only one who might be worried her head or other body part might come through the windshield or my window? I like being warm and dry for a change. Oh yeah, and my legs not always feeling tired is pretty freaking cool too, by the way. So I think it might be a good idea to take care of this truck, so maybe it'll take care of us.
Neil corrected their course and steered them away from the zombie, who turned slowly as they passed and hissed at them its disappointment. Sorry, I guess I just let myself get distracted. As if answering a question that hadn't been asked, Della said,
Maybe that's the key. Maybe them monsters distract everyone. Maybe they can help us. Maybe they can be our distraction.
Emma shook her head and asked,
What in the hell are you talking about?
No, Della's right, Neil said. I was trying to figure out how to get Claire and those kids back. I was coming up empty, to be honest. Steve, you said the colonel had more than 20 men and a bunch of guns? Steve, watching a trio of wretched ghouls loitering in a parking lot of a looted and burned business, answered,
Yeah, quite a few more in 20, I guess. That is, unless Carter's convinced any more of the other men in the group to join his men, and then who knows how many. When you caught me, I'd been out with them boys for a few days looking for supplies and scouting around in general. Carter's real persuasive, I'd guess you'd say. They got a couple of honest-to-God machine guns and a bunch of guns that might be what you'd call cousins of military hardware. They got some other odds and ends too, but I don't know what all of it did.
20 guns is enough, Neil remarked. That's more than we can deal with. We need some kind of an edge if we're going to have any hope at all. Neil slowed the vehicle and turned left. He asked, So how are we going to do this then? 53. Royce, his hair as white and stormy as a cloud, stood in the doorway of the small conference room of the Skyview School Library. He looked over his shoulder to make certain no one was within earshot. Satisfied, he said,
I don't trust no one here. No one gives a rat's ass about no one else.
Jess nodded her head in agreement. She was about to say something when Royce continued.
No one except you, that is. I need help, and you're the only one here that I can ask.
Jess was caught off guard by his candor and by the compliment. She looked up at him this time and nodded much more slowly. She was agreeing without having first heard what was being asked of her. She would have agreed regardless. She had been missing something for quite a while, and she suddenly realized what it was. Purpose. She no longer went on outside excursions, and her duties as a laundress were less than fulfilling. Royce, almost with a whisper, said calmly,
I'm gonna go get those kids out, and then get them away from here. And I can't do it alone.
I'm in.
Royce smiled as much as he ever did, revealing his perfect teeth, which were as white as his hair.
I was hoping you'd say that. I really didn't know how I was gonna do it alone.
How do you plan on getting them out?
I don't know yet, but I'm gonna go do it now.
Jess leaned forward and whispered,
Well, hold on just a second. I might have something that will help.
Just outside the doors of the conference room was a bookshelf that housed, among other things, Toni Morrison's Song of Solomon. Jess walked up to that section, touched the book lightly, and then pulled it from the shelf. She reached in quickly, as if she was thrusting her hand into boiling water, and then pulled it back out with something small, wrapped in a scrap of cloth. She held the item in her hand as if weighing it for authenticity, and then rolled it out of the cloth. It was the revolver Simeon had given her. There was a small handful of shiny bullets lying in the cloth next to it. The little gun seemed almost a child's plaything, but the bullets added to the toy a sense of purpose and gravitas. Royce, his eyes wide with wonderment, asked in disbelief,
"How the hell did you hide that?"
Girl's gotta have her secrets.
More than a little pleased, Royce gushed.
"Well, hallelujah for that, sister. I think you just made all this a lot easier."
Royce, what about that woman?
Jess asked with concern.
Are we gonna try and help her? We can't just leave her.
One thing at a time. We gotta get those kids out of that hell those bastards put them in. If we can actually get that done, then we can talk. Well, get it done without.
Jess finished for him.
Getting us both killed.
Royce said,
I figure either way, something gets resolved tonight.
54. Jess opened the back door where Simeon had slept all those weeks ago. The outside air was crisp and dry against her cheeks as she entered the dark evening. While the short days of winter were still some time off in the future, the nights were starting to become much darker much quicker. Due to the absence of any artificial light from street lamps, vehicle headlights, or neon store marquees, the darkness seemed so much more absolute in the dead of night. Luckily, there was still some lingering purple-tinted light when she stepped outside. She looked over and could make out the contours of the cages, sitting like an isolated archipelago in a concrete sea. There was something else, too, a swirling twist of air with a little more than just air to it. Snow. It was faint, not much more than frost that spread wet kisses on the cold air, but it was definitely there. Jess stopped and breathed in the cold moisture which crowded out all the warmth in her lungs. The chill swept through her from the inside out. Almost at once she could hear the snarling, snorting foulness of the undead who had been caged in kennels surrounding the children. Luckily, the loading bay and car lot were both empty. Jess had been concerned that her resolve might fade a bit when actually facing the task. She was pleasantly surprised to find that hearing the creatures steeled her nerves and set her on her path. There were at least 3 of the militiamen patrolling along the wall perimeter, but still some distance away. All 3 walked with the enthusiasm of a mall cop on beat after hours. Jess looked at Royce, who hadn't taken his eyes off of the cages. He was carrying a mop handle that he had sharpened and honed into a very lethal point. He was also carrying an equally sharp but much shorter filleting knife. Ignoring any looks thrown their direction by the armed men, the 2 of them walked up to the nearest cage. Jess said over the grunts of the ghouls separating her from the children on the other side, "Hold tight, kids. We're here to get you out." Danny, who had neither slept nor sat since he had been locked inside, sighed and started to cry tears of relief. He knew someone would come for them. He just thought it would have been Neil. He didn't care at the moment, though. He just wanted to be able to rest his legs and his eyes. He'd been fighting both the cold and sleep all day and into the night. He knew that if he was to surrender to sleep, he would have ended up in the clutches of one of those things that was almost close enough to touch him as it was. The frigid air would have made sleep difficult as well. He and the 3 other children were pressed as tightly together as possible due to more than just fear of the zombies. They were freezing, their teeth chattering uncontrollably and shivers running the lengths of their bodies every few seconds. Danny tried to hug all of them against him through most of the day, but he was starting to get so tired. For a moment, he was afraid the voice he was hearing was merely a hallucination. Royce said gruffly, "Come on, you bastard. Come over and see what old Royce has got for you." The beast in the cage became even more agitated with the introduction of more prey. It pressed its face against the fence, trying to get closer to Royce, who was standing just out of reach. The stench of rot, though faded with time and the elements, was much thicker from this proximity. The odor was kin with raw sewage, animal feces, and mothballs. It was hard to remember that these things were once human. Royce smiled at Jess and then plunged the sharpened stick into the demon's empty eye socket. A small stream of heavy, dark, syrupy fluid spilled from the new wound as the abomination convulsed momentarily and then slid down the chain-link fence. It curled itself into a twisted heap and was no more. There was a padlock hanging on the fence, but it hadn't been locked because no one could find the key. Royce pulled the lock out and hurled it across the basketball court. He flung open the gate, which whistled and creaked like old bones. In a flash, he was through the next barrier and face to face with 4 very scared faces. He nodded and motioned to them with his hands. The 4 children needed no more encouragement. They scurried out of the enclosure and sprinted across the basketball court to the back of the school without saying a word. Against the school wall, as far from their prison as they were able to see, they turned and huddled into a ball of scared, shivering bodies. Looking at the children, Royce was feeling pretty good about himself and his decision. The hurried footsteps approaching from behind threatened to change all that. Ignoring the sound, he started to walk away toward the kids and Jess, who was already making her way toward them as well. The voice that caused Royce to stop dead in his tracks was that of Mel, one of the Colonel's loyal henchmen. Mel was a believer in the Colonel's madness, which made him extremely dangerous. Royce breathed in deeply and pulled the knife from his jacket pocket. He hoped the darkness was enough to conceal his intent. He didn't know if he was ready to do what he resolved to do or not, but he would soon. The footsteps behind him grew ever closer, as did the volume of the questions. Royce had his eyes closed when he turned to face the much younger man. The confrontation was interrupted with frantic shouting and thunderous gunshots arising from the front of the school. The younger Mel looked away from Royce and watched the shadowy silhouettes of his fellow soldiers head away toward the ruckus at the front of the school. Royce took the opportunity to pounce. He stabbed at Mel with the knife, hitting the young man in his stomach and chest. The blade, cutting through the man's jacket and shirts underneath, produced a long gash across Mel's torso. Unfortunately for Royce, the knife struck one of Mel's ribs and was deflected away from doing any significant damage. Regardless, Mel fell backward, clutching the bleeding wound, the warm fluid spilling between his fingers in dark, flowing trails. Royce looked triumphantly over at Jess and smiled. He didn't see Mel take the pistol from his holster and aim it at Royce's back. There was, of course, no hesitation from the wounded warrior. From this distance, he didn't even take aim. He simply pointed the deadly instrument at Royce and let it do its work. The crack echoed off the school's outer walls as Mel pulled the trigger and sent a 9mm bullet through Royce's back. Royce felt the bullet enter and exit his body. It was a sharp, hot pain that sent an uncomfortable buzz from his toes to his eyes. Like he had been punched in the gut, his breath burst forth like a storm cloud from deep within his chest. Gasping, he reached for the little hole in his belly, pulling his hand away with a dark sheen of blood covering his fingers. He tried to recapture his breath, but was jolted when Mel pulled the trigger again, sending another bullet into his back. Royce let the knife, still held in his right hand, fall to the ground. The second bullet hurt far more than the first, hitting him higher on his back and exiting this time through his chest. Jess screamed and started to run toward him, but Royce held up his hand to stop her. He smiled at her, though he doubted she could see his expression in the still gathering darkness. His focus lost, and his balance faltering. He began to swoon slightly. Jess ignored Royce's gesture and ran over to him. She caught him just as he was falling forward, his eyes rolling up into their sockets. She was sobbing and begging Royce to keep breathing, but her effort fell on deaf ears. In a blood-sputtering, violent convulsion, Royce died in Jess's arms. Still on the ground and holding his sliced flesh, Mel demanded,
"Get me some help! I'm going to bleed to death!"
You won't get the chance,
Jess said defiantly, and shot him in the neck twice from close range with the pistol she pulled from her pocket. Mel dropped his own pistol and brought both of his hands up to his throat in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood from the two mortal wounds. His windpipe shredded. When he tried to speak, all that emerged was a gurgling, blood-wet sound that was not unlike Royce's final utterance. She would have shot him again, but the violent shaking in her hands made pulling the trigger nearly impossible. Jess gently set Royce's head on the pavement and touched his cheek. She couldn't stop the tears, though she knew time was of the essence. She needed to get moving, but first she found Mel's pistol on the ground next to his still struggling, kicking body. As he watched her grab his discarded firearm, Mel's eyes filled with rage. He felt betrayed by one of the very people he had been, in his mind, protecting from the evil that had fallen upon the world. He couldn't believe she had shot him. He wanted to strike out at her, but was afraid that if he took his hands away from the spurting wounds on his neck, that he would certainly bleed to death. Jess met his stare with equal ire, but she chose to say nothing. She shook her head and backed away from him, his own pistol pointed at him as a precaution. She looked around again and saw the other gun he'd been carrying when Royce surprised him. When she hefted it from the pavement, she was expecting it to be much heavier. She thought to herself how much difference having a gun like that with her might make. She didn't know how many bullets it held, but just the feel of it in her hands made her feel a little more secure. By then, Mel was barely breathing and his hands had fallen away from his neck. Jess cursed him as she walked away. She had all but forgotten about the zombies in the cages when she heard one of them moan slightly. It was as if they had been watching the violence like a spectacle of blood in a Roman arena. Caught in their ravenous gaze, Jess couldn't help the shiver that stopped her in her tracks. She had to fight her rising fear to convince her legs to move again. She ran to the children, shouting,
"We've only got a few minutes. We gotta get out of here."
Danny nodded to her.
Where should we go?
Jess didn't know for sure where to go, but knew that they needed to get themselves away from the school, which had become a prison. Another series of gunshots from the front of the school distracted both of them from their conversation. She weighed the small pistol in her right hand against the larger pistol in her left. She looked at the silver revolver and thought of Simeon for a moment. The thought was there and gone in a flash. She handed Danny the revolver and fished out the extra shells from her pocket. She asked the boy,
"Do you know how to handle one of these?"
Danny nodded and held out his hand.
Yeah, I had to learn to be able to help.
This time, Jess nodded. She said to him,
"You gotta be careful with this, okay?"
Danny knew the drill. He looked her in the eyes and nodded another reassurance to her. He slipped the pistol into his pocket and put the extra bullets in his other jacket pocket. The revolver was much bigger and heavier than the pistol Neil had entrusted to him. Jess asked the air,
"What is going on out there?"
55. Prior to Royce's gallant but ultimately fateful decision, Emma and Jerry were sprinting at full steam across the bridge spanning the Kenai River. Jerry looked over his shoulder against his better judgment and lost whatever breath he had been able to retain. Fast on the heels of his retreating breath, his will melted away, wilting like a fading flower. He almost lost his balance and had to consciously guide his foot back to the ground so as not to trip. He was worried that if he did fall, he wouldn't be able to get himself back to his feet in time to escape being today's dinner special. Jerry trusted Neil's judgment, which had served them all well so far. Regardless, through Jerry's mind paraded a stream of obscenities, all directed at Neil and his mother for having had him in the first place. When he looked over at Emma, he didn't see fear or distress or even extreme exertion. She seemed preoccupied by some mundane distraction. Nothing more, nothing less. Of course, it could have been a matter of concentration, but he couldn't tell for sure. Emma, however, was anything but distracted. She just happened to be focusing on what lay ahead instead of what was pursuing them from behind. Having those things close on their tails had become a simple fact of life. If she were to dwell on that unfortunate circumstance, she doubted she would be able to function. A waking nightmare from which she couldn't escape by simply opening her eyes would possibly have been enough to stop her cold. She was carrying the M4 assault rifle and was ready to use it at the first sign of danger to appear in front of them. She concentrated on the road ahead. She didn't want to miss anything. One of those things or one of the militiamen. It didn't matter to her. She and her rifle would deal with either in the same manner. That thought was passing through her mind when out stepped an unsuspecting man armed with another of the assault rifles, like the one she was carrying. He stopped and hesitated, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. He hadn't seen a group of skins this size in weeks. There were hundreds of them, all in various stages of rot. In front of the oncoming horde by a fair margin was what appeared to be two people. It dawned on him too late that one of the people, a woman, was even then aiming a gun at him. He was incapable of doing anything other than waiting to see what happened. Emma, upon seeing the man emerged, stopped, raised the rifle, and fired. The first burst and resulting clap of sound caused her to wince reflexively. Those first few shots always did that to her. Seemed to be no way to grow accustomed to it. Even so, she aimed carefully and hit her target. She wasn't sure where the bullets struck him, but it was enough to send the sentry sprawling to his belly, yelping with surprise and fear. Jerry had continued to run and was upon the man only heartbeats later. He grabbed the man's dropped assault rifle and stepped back. Emma was with him by then. She took the gun, extracted the magazine, and discarded the firearm. Jerry looked at her, confused.
"We need the bullets more than we need the gun," she said. "It's just dead weight."
Already running ahead, Jerry said,
"Okay, whatever, but let's go."
The hurt, scared sentry begged,
You can't leave me here. You gotta help me.
His voice trailed off as Jerry and Emma put distance between him and them. He was trying to get to his feet, but both of his legs had taken bullets. A desperate sound filled with terror emerged from his throat as he struggled to get away. He was wounded prey without any hope of escape. The guard pulled himself painfully along the pavement, but he was doomed from the moment Emma pulled the trigger. A crowd of perhaps 20 zombies set upon him. The first grabbed hold of his trailing legs and pulled him backward. The man kicked at his attacker, but another one only laid its hands upon his other foot. With the two of them pulling at him, his forward movement ceased. He tried to fight, but it was utterly and ultimately futile. Soon, dozens of hands were reaching, clawing, tearing at first his clothes and then his flesh. Several jagged, clawed fingers began to pull at his face, the nails gouging his skin and producing seeping, oozing wounds. When the hands found the corners of his mouth, the gruesome results defied description. Flesh, torn and bloody, was ripped from his bones and fed into hungry mouths. His tongue and eyes were literally gnawed from his skull while he still struggled. The feast on the sentry did not distract the entire stampeding herd following Emma and Jerry, but enough of the first rank of zombies detoured to create a little more comfort for the man and woman. Emma's shooting had alerted the defenders at the school, who pierced the night with both bright lights and bullets. They shot wildly at shadows, but the bullets, coming fast and furious, were a growing danger for Emma and Jerry. The commotion also distracted all the zombies' attention from Emma and Jerry as well. The two of them continued to run in a wide arc around the school until they were rounding the building toward its rear. They saw the semicircle of fortified buses transformed into battlements around the school's main entrance, just as Steve had described. Against the sweeping arcs of floodlights and flashlights, the two spied the frantic silhouettes of militia defenders moving to and fro both atop and inside the buses. From random points all across the rounded wall, little sparks and flashes of light erupted as guns were fired. The parking lot in which they were running seemed to stretch on forever, like some first-time marathoner's paved nightmare. Eventually, Emma and Jerry came upon a cordon of concrete traffic barricades. As they hopped the chest-high wall, Jerry looked back over his shoulder. A few of the ragged creatures continued their pursuit, but the vast majority seemed to have taken the bait. With any luck, the wall across the parking lot would not end the chase for the rest of them as well, leaving Jerry and Emma to find their way into the school without that threat at their backs. It was apparent the concrete traffic barrier had been placed prior to the emergence of Armageddon. On this side of the lot, the pavement was largely broken and, in some places, had been stripped back completely down to bare earth. Distracted while he looked around, Jerry nearly turned his ankle on the uneven surface. Looking up, Jerry saw that they were in a gathering lot of cars, trucks, vans, and all manner of small commercial vehicles. Most appeared very used and definitely abandoned, probably utilized by some of the survivors to get there and then discarded. Through the middle of the motor pool was a clearly marked path that led from an opening in the concrete wall and to a closed, fenced gate. He pointed. "That's our way in." Emma nodded and kept pumping her legs, forcing herself to run despite her growing fatigue. The plan. They needed to stick to the plan. The plan would keep them all alive.
56. They didn't have much going for them. Neil estimated that the only real thing they did have was the element of surprise. So when they devised a plan, there weren't a whole lot of moving parts to it. They needed to lead as many zombies as they could to the walls of the fortified school, use the diversion to get inside, rescue their cohorts, and then get away. The emerging weather might also play a part. The closer they came to the river, the more flakes they began to see in the dim light afforded their eyes. The thin, icy fog had definitely given way to a light flurry. It wasn't diminishing his vision yet, but it was threatening to do so. Maybe they could ride in behind it and never get noticed. It was the best Neil and the others could do, with little to no time and even fewer resources at their disposal. Neil, Della, and Steve rode in the truck at a safe distance behind the attacking mob of frenzied fiends. It was their job to ride in following the chaos and collect the others while the fight still occupied the defenders. It was important that revenge didn't preoccupy their intentions. They needed to be quick and stealthy. Revenge would only compromise their efforts. Neil tried to explain and then emphasize this to Jerry, who had demanded to be one of the runners. Neil was worried about what Jerry might find and was even more worried that he might go looking for those responsible. When Steve heard the shooting, his breathing changed. Each exhaled breath held a little doubt and a little guilt. He shifted uncomfortably several times in his seat next to Della in the back of the truck. His regret hung as heavy in the air as did the smell of everyone's body odor. Neil sensed the shift in his disposition almost immediately, and spent as much time watching Steve in the rearview mirror as he did watching the road. "You doing all right back there, Steve?" When Steve made no response, and only peered over Neil's shoulder out the front windshield, Neil said reassuringly, "If they're as good as you said, then they'll be okay."
I've got no interest in killing anyone. I just want our people back. We're going to get in and out as quick as we can." When Steve looked away, Neil shot a glance at Della. Her expression rarely changed, and this time was no exception. She wore a constant mask of serious consideration, which could be mistaken for belligerence or hostility. Looking at her eyes, Neil felt calm again, and knew that he had nothing to fear from Steve. Della, as D.B. had said many times, was not a woman with which to trifle. His concerns temporarily allayed, Neil paid closer attention to the road ahead. The lingering evening had yielded to the press of night. The darkness, as absolute as Neil had ever seen, made him feel claustrophobic, so overwhelming was its presence. He was driving with only the parking lights to show the way for fear that he would compromise their plan. Even the moon had pulled a heavy, gray cloud around itself as a means to shield it from the unrelenting night and the gathering wintry winds. They crossed the bridge slowly, so as not to distract the undead army from its siege. Below, the river had begun to embrace its winter ebb, its depths as shallow as they would be all year. Neil strained to try and see better what lay ahead, but it was of little use. He was as blind as the proverbial bat, but he lacked the sonic radar system for navigation. Across the bridge, the road and the area to either side widened, adding a new depth and dimension to the darkness. It felt like they were driving down a well. Neil couldn't take it any longer. "I don't think I can drive any farther without lights. I can't see a goddamned thing." Both Della and Steve nodded, but Neil had already made up his mind. He flipped on the lights and revealed only a few yards in front a slow-moving procession with its back to them. "Holy shit!" he exclaimed.
"There's hundreds of them,"
Steve gasped. Steve was correct. There were hundreds of the ghouls immediately in front of them and hundreds more over at the battle at the school. Slowly, like a many-headed serpent of gray stone, the slithering parade of death wheeled about to face this fast-approaching new opportunity. Only man made his own light, and it was only man that the infection craved. The hunger fueled the rage that coursed through the creature's black, coagulated veins. Their hands, as thick as branches, clawed at the night. From their open mouths spilled a vile chorus that engorged the black all around them and produced a rising nausea in Neil's, Della's, and Steve's stomachs. Through the tight forest of reaching, decaying dark arms, Neil pressed the truck forward. He pulled the large silver vehicle hard to the left, trying to escape the cul-de-sac forming in front of them, and found a little space into which he could continue their forward momentum. Neil hadn't anticipated this many of the foul creatures, based upon the isolated pockets they had encountered thus far in and around Soldotna. He had been concerned that Jerry and Emma wouldn't have been successful in attracting enough of the undead to create the diversion needed to liberate their abducted friends. Apparently his concerns were not well founded. Sensing that perhaps he needed to change his own role in their scheme, Neil said over his shoulder, "When I get us a little breathing room, Steve, I want you to come up here and drive. You probably know the lay of the land around the school better than I do anyway." Steve asked doubtfully,
"What do you plan on doing?"
"We might need some protection, so I'm going to climb into the bed of the truck and be ready with my shotgun. If we hit another big pocket of them, I'll try and clear us a path." Steve nodded his understanding, but the nod also held a little doubt about Neil's judgment. Steve had no interest in being out amongst those things, even if it only meant in the back of their truck. He didn't want to be any closer to those things than he had to be. When Neil stopped the truck, Steve threw open the door, leapt out, and then quickly hopped into the driver's side door. He didn't even pause to breathe. Once back inside, he locked the door and finally exhaled. Neil deftly climbed into the bed of the truck and lifted a backpack full of handguns and ammunition onto his back. At his feet lay another backpack holding more ammunition for his shotgun as well as his trusty aluminum bat. He grabbed hold of the truck's decorative roll bar and slapped his hand twice on the roof of the cab to signal he was ready. Della had also taken the opportunity to climb into the front seat and was preparing herself, though her demeanor was much calmer than that of her male counterparts. Across her lap she was holding a dangerous-looking blade that most resembled a machete. Once seated, she began to hum quietly to herself. Steve pressed the gas, spinning the tires slightly in the gravel. Neil held tightly as they lurched forward, getting away just as a large group of zombies was closing around them. Steve drove over two of the beasts who fell from sight beneath the grill and were crushed by the truck's heavy wheels. Neil hoped they could trust Steve. He, Della, Jerry, and Emma were all placing a lot of faith in the young man. Della didn't seem to be as hesitant as Neil, but that only went so far in alleviating Neil's worry. There was more shooting coming from the school, and now they could hear shouting as well. There was no discerning individual voices, but the sound was clearly that of desperation. Perhaps the wall was not as solid as they had thought or had hoped. They never were. The battle was fully engaged, the outcome very much in doubt. The militia was killing scores of the undead, but there always seemed to be more to fill the gaps that opened. Lacking the discipline of fully and professionally trained soldiers, the militia expended large quantities of ammunition needlessly. Their shooting was erratic and oftentimes ineffective. From the tops of the buses, several militia members threw flaming Molotov cocktails into the masses of decomposing but still animated flesh. The fires lit the killing ground somewhat, but did little else. Several of the fiery ghouls pressed themselves against the sides of the buses, threatening to torch those sections of the wall and its hapless defenders. It was one of the bursting firebombs that caught Steve's attention. He looked over for just a second, but that was enough. When he looked back, he saw too late the concrete barricade which separated the old parking lot from the new expanded lot, which was still under construction. It was a wall that shouldn't have been there and caught poor Steve completely unaware. He had no time to react other than to gasp and close his eyes. The truck ran headlong into the concrete wall with a sound that rivaled all the shooting combined. Pieces of steel, shards of glass, and splinters of plastic and fiberglass exploded into the air. Smoke seeped and steam hissed. The truck was dead after a series of exasperated and fruitless clicks and pops from the engine. Neil was thrown like a flailing rag doll over the top of the truck and onto the other side of the barrier, landing on his back with a jarring thud, which robbed him of both his senses and his breath momentarily. Neil was thankful for the padding the full backpack over his shoulders provided him. The pack's contents, lumpy and hard as they were, inflicted some significant bruising and aching pains, but he was thankful for being alive. He allowed a few precious seconds to pass as he appreciated his first struggling breath into his starving lungs. His vision was still absent, which allowed his mind to struggle to process what had just happened. Neil saw the barricade before Steve did, and had time to prepare. Neil thought for sure that Steve had seen the obstacle, but when the truck neither changed course nor speed, Neil had braced for the impact. Now, his moment of reflection and gratitude behind him, Neil got his feet under him and looked around. One of the headlights from the truck was still functioning, as was a single yellow hazard light which flashed on and off in rhythmic clicks, all of which cast a haunting, pulsating glow over the accident scene. The truck's demise was not lost on the army of zombies who had already dispatched contingents to attack, overwhelm, and devour whomever was involved in the crash. The monsters shuffled hungrily, their bile-fouled voices rushing forward and preceding them like the tide. Neil could make out their silhouettes as they approached.
"Della? Della," he shouted. "Steve? Anyone?" Looking around desperately for anything he might use, Neil thought he recognized something on the pavement. Excited, he tried to run, but his legs and especially his back were hurting worse than he had originally thought. Instead, he stumbled forward and fell painfully. Breathless and suffering,
Neil managed to pull himself along the ground until he had laid his hands on the object. It was his shotgun, and its oily, cool metal surface instantly helped him to feel more confident. At least with the gun, he had a fighting chance. Time was working against him. It was working against all of them. Neil didn't know if either Steve or Della was still alive, but he needed to get back up so he could help them. He gritted his teeth and stood up on his hurt leg, which sent currents of pain shooting up from his bruised and bleeding knee, as well as his aching tailbone. When he straightened his back, his tailbone shifted uncomfortably like the unoiled hinge joints of a door that hadn't been opened in a millennium. He could almost hear the grinding of bone against bone. Neil was in need of a good oiling more so than Oz's Tin Man ever had been. Once up, Neil could see that Della was starting to move again. She shook her head, the blood on her brow glistening in the faint glow from the lone working headlight. She looked over at Steve, who was still unconscious behind the steering wheel. From Della's reaction when she touched Steve's forehead, Neil could deduce that Steve was still breathing. Della looked up and finally saw Neil. She could see the fear in his eyes despite the sparse light. She followed his gaze over her shoulder and saw the oncoming ranks of death. Excited by the prospect of a meal of flesh, the ghouls moved with a ravenous purpose toward their prey. Rotting arms lashed out in anticipation, and heads the color of granite rippled with ticks. She looked at her approaching fate and knew her time was limited. Della locked her yellow eyes on Neil's and said calmly,
"You need to be going on now. Me and Steve, we'll keep 'em busy. You go get the others. Protect 'em as best you can."
"No, Della. You don't know what you're saying. We can—" But Neil's protests fell on deaf ears. Della had already started to hum to herself. She forced open her partially crushed door, which creaked and popped loudly. Grabbing a baseball bat that was on the floor of the truck, Della climbed out and faced the predators who were mere feet away by then.
"Go,"
Della demanded over her shoulder.
"Before it's too late. You gotta go now. Here,"
she said as she quickly reached down and tossed him the other backpack. He watched it sail through the air and roll to a clanging stop some yards away from him. And the last thing Neil heard her say was, "God bless and keep you, Neil." Hearing his name from her lips was enough to shake Neil from his stupor. He fired the shotgun several times into the horde. Della, for her part, swung the bat high above her head in lethal, swooping circles that struck head after head. In her left hand, she brandished the machete, which sliced off reaching hands that drew too close to her. Della's hum became a grunt, which quickly transformed into an animalistic growl, but it was of no use. There were simply too many of them for her to be able to hold at bay indefinitely. She flinched slightly when a few of them made their way around the other side of the truck and began to gnaw on the slowly reawakening Steve. Poor Steve didn't scream, but instead only whimpered, his consciousness thankfully not completely revived. By the time his arm had been pulled ruthlessly from his body, his eyes had again closed and his breathing had stopped. Gnashing teeth rived flesh from bone, creating great red rupturing geysers which coated the inside windshield of the truck. With both backpacks tossed over one shoulder, Neil did as he was told and left Della while she was still fighting. The concrete barricade, if he was lucky, would help to stall his pursuers indefinitely. Of course, there was always that possibility that some of the infected souls had already found their way around or over the low wall, but he would simply have to deal with those possibilities as they arose. For the time being, he needed to find Jerry and Emma and get the kids out of harm's way. Neil snaked in and out of a maze of parked vehicles, afraid for a few moments that he had been thrown into an adjoining Salvation Yard or something. He couldn't fathom why they'd been parked so precisely otherwise. Should he be wary of some lingering, bitter but determined junkyard dog waiting to pounce from the shadows? Could there be more than just the undead to fear in the dark? Neil stumbled and fumbled his way clumsily through the narrow spaces between doors and fenders. His eyes wide, Neil was nearly blind in the dark. There may have been a flashlight in one of his backpacks, but he didn't feel like he had the time to stop and search. He had to keep moving. He needed to get back to the school. They were all counting on him, and now he only had bad news to bear. After several painful strides, Neil found himself standing in what appeared to be an open lane. To his right, he saw a gate and maybe a building on the other side. Maybe he'd get lucky. Maybe he could get his bearings and then find his way back to the others in time to be of assistance. His legs and back aching more with each step, Neil forced himself forward. The backpacks on his shoulder felt as if they weighed a ton, and the gun in his hands weighed another. He would simply have to carry the weight. They would likely need the guns and definitely the ammunition in the future. 57. For all the talk and the swagger shown over the past few weeks, the militiamen seemed pushed to their limit from the outset of the assault. There just seemed to be so many of the skins attacking all at once. They'd never seen anything so frightening. The citizen soldiers watched from atop the school buses as a sea of festering, soulless beasts spread out before them in undulating waves. The creatures pelted the buses with their fists and their heads, shaking the large yellow vehicles until they were no longer safe to be used as platforms. Getting down from the vehicles proved no simple task. One young man with hopeful blue eyes and shaggy, fair hair lost his balance and had the misfortune of toppling forward amidst the hungry ghouls. His screams lasted only a few brief moments, but the sheer terror of them shook all within earshot. And then another unfortunate person, this one a young woman, fell to the same fate. If Jess had been there to witness it, she would have been horrified to see that it was Francine, the pretty native girl, who had been lost. With the deaths, fear and doubt began to intrude into the rudimentary discipline which had been imposed upon the defenders. Cohesive and mutually supporting gunfire was exchanged for wild shots fired in manic bursts. Orders from composed group leaders were ignored and met with wild, fear-filled screams. It appeared as if their redoubt was doomed to be overrun and suffer the same fate as every other bastion, large and small, which had been created in the apocalypse. One voice rose up above the fury to calm frayed nerves and regain control of the dispirited militia. Carter walked up and down the line of defenders, shouting orders and directing traffic. He watched the buses as they teetered on their deflated tires and threatened to fall onto their sides. Carter knew that it was time to act before he was unable to do so. When the militia had first arrived with all of their military equipment all those days ago, several of them, Carter included, had set about preparing their defenses using some of those tools. On the outsides of 3 of the buses and at about shoulder height, they had taped a curious item that had the words, "Front toward enemy," embossed upon it. From the curious items ran wires which were connected to small olive-colored devices not much larger than cell phones, but with a working part that looked like the grip of a hole puncher. The 3 pieces of equipment, thought to be merely detection tools, were then nearly forgotten by everyone else in the compound. Carter went to the small wooden box into which the wires had been led and removed the 3 small olive-colored devices. He shouted for everyone to cover their ears and then calmly triggered the devices. Following World War II, governments and industry devoted much of their collective attention to developing and producing new and innovative ways of conducting warfare. The approach of total war mobilized a new way of thinking, which gave birth to entire new industries and opportunities. Anti-personnel mines, too, went through an evolution of sorts with the discovery and application of shaped charges. While landmines had seen widespread use during World War II as a means to create defensive perimeters, their random nature and uncontrolled detonations proved to be somewhat problematic. A shaped charge was simply an explosive device whose destructive force could be directed through the proper application of a solid base or backing surface, typically made of steel. The blast couldn't go through the metal surface, so it was forced to direct itself away from that surface, spreading in a controlled arc a hail of deadly shrapnel produced by the explosion. Such charges could also be controlled through command detonation, or, more simply put, a soldier could wait until the device would have the most optimum effect and then trigger it manually. The design was quite simple and very innovative. From this new development arose a new type of killing tool called a claymore mine, which saw mass production beginning in the 1950s. The mine was used in limited numbers during the Korean War, but improvements in design and effectiveness increased its use in subsequent conflicts. And, as with all things mass-produced, the claymore found its way into the black market, which was where Colonel Bear had obtained several for his own use. The olive green mines sat for years in specially designed cases in the Colonel's storage shed, waiting for their opportunity to do what they did best. Carter had always wanted to use the claymores, and was all the more eager to detonate the explosives that night. With his head down, he touched off the mines. In 3 great, horrific flashes of fire, smoke, and steel, the bombs belched death out away from the defenders. An arc of death and dismemberment, roughly the size of half a football field, opened in 3 large cones spreading out from the buses. Entire bodies of zombies simply disintegrated, while others were decapitated or similarly disfigured. Decomposing limbs and torsos were tossed into the air over the ranks of the undead further back. The lull that followed swept through both the living and the living dead. No one, not even Carter, had anticipated such a raging torrent of sound and fury. With his ears ringing and his chest still pounding from the concussion of the explosions, Carter stood up and began to shout orders. He directed some of the defenders to climb onto the buses while others were sent into the buses to shoot through the windows. Much of this was done in pantomime with the aid of a flashlight because everyone else's ears were still ringing as well. He looked for a specific face, and finding it, he shouted,
You! Fucking new guy! Get your ass into the bus and make yourself useful!
Alec, his eyes distant and nearly empty despite the battle in full throttle, nodded and climbed onto the bus. He was now toting a 20-gauge shotgun, which carried quite a bit more kick than the small-caliber rifle he had carried with him from his family's cabin all those weeks ago. None of the militia had found the courage to enter the buses before, but with Carter ordering them to do so and that new kid jumping in so readily, none of them hesitated for very long. They took advantage of the lull to re-establish themselves into better positions. Thankfully, the explosive devices had worked exactly as designed, leaving the buses only scorched from the blasts, but seemingly still very much intact. The bus Alex stepped up into was filled with blinding, choking smoke, which made walking down the narrow, off-kilter aisle very difficult. Alec and the others found their way onto the bus and into firing positions through the bus's shattered windows. With the tires of the bus having been flattened, the militiamen didn't seem to be nearly high enough for comfort any longer. In front of them was a sea of bobbing heads appearing out of the darkness, and these heads were just inches below the muzzles of their guns. Gnarled fingers reached into and around the militiamen, brave enough to set about their tasks. At first, Alec hesitated, his courage melting with his first choking fit as he made his way to the end of the bus. Alec's position next to the emergency exit was more than he had anticipated. He had essentially 2 walls of partially broken windows to defend and a single gun with a handful of shells with which to do it. Alec's hands were lead weights hanging at the bottoms of his arms. He could barely feel the gun in his quivering hands. He missed his mom and his dad. Hell, he even missed his little brother. He missed being a kid without any worries beyond looking and acting cool, which seemed to be as far from his mother's and father's grasp as he could imagine. He missed that guns were something that he used only in video games. His head filled with all that he missed and threatened to burst at any moment. He couldn't possibly be expected to fight. A loud rap on the outside of the bus drew his attention. He turned and saw Carter there with a big smile and a menacing bat. Carter shouted above the din,
Don't think, just shoot. Remember, this is for your sister.
Alec shook all over as his resolve struggled against his terror. With the will of a titan, he raised his shotgun, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Again, he heard the loud crack behind him against the bus.
Turn the safety off, dipshit!
Alex heard Carter chastise. Alec found the switch with his thumb and fired a quick, nervous blast which sailed well over all of his possible targets' heads.
Remember your sister,
Carter said.
She's counting on you.
With the shotgun at his shoulder this time, Alec aimed better and fired a slug which plowed a furrow through the nearest head in front of him. He looked back over his shoulder but found that Carter had already moved away. There wasn't time to consider the departure. Alec looked to his right at the others on the bus-turned readout and wasn't filled with comfort. They all looked as ill-prepared and as terrified as he was. He couldn't see all the men on the bus, but he was fairly certain he was the youngest. The man closest to him looked to be at least his father's age, if not older. The smoke was starting to disperse, but the darkness again resumed its overwhelming crush all around them. Firing his shotgun, Alec turned to face the advancing ghouls pressed against the bus's metal skin. Their nails, like steel claws, raked across the painted metal, removing scorched bits of paint while seeking soft bits of clothing or flesh. He screamed as he shot the next several blasts from his shotgun. He fired until there were no more shells to discharge. He looked to his right again, in time to see another young man make the mistake of following his gun out the window as he fought to keep hold of it. As soon as the young man started out the window, his legs went vertical, and then he was gone. Alec thought he could hear the man's screams, but they may have been his own. Alec reloaded quickly, but with clumsy fingers. It wasn't fast enough to save another from the party on the bus. There were only 3 of them left, including Alec, when they decided it was time to abandon the bus. The first man, an older guy wearing an orange hunting vest over a business suit coat, looked down toward Alec and simply turned and ran off the bus. As he fled, he ran into another militiaman and knocked him onto his back. When the second man regained his footing, he too decided it was time to depart and followed the lead from the other man. Alec, feeling very alone and all but surrounded, ran too. He emerged from the position, fully expecting to be berated by a violently disappointed Carter, but there was no sign of him. The defense was starting to unravel, despite all the carefully scripted plans. Alec's wasn't the only position which had been compromised. On another of the buses from which a claymore mine had been detonated, the side of the vehicle had started to give way. At first, the windows fell from their frames, and then seams began to open as rivets loosened and welds separated. Leaning across the larger window apertures, the unfortunate souls in that bus forced the weakened side of the vehicle free. It didn't collapse fully, like an opening drawbridge, but it opened enough to spook the men and women fighting within it. They panicked and tried to withdraw, which only invited more disaster. The storm of death around them began to rage and intensify, the dark clouds swirling uncontrollably. Scared and desperate people ran in both directions, screaming and pointing and shooting mostly blindly. They shot at every shadow, while from behind the shadows the undead continued their assault. Like frightened eyes, searchlights and flashlights scanned the ground and the heavens, but found only more and more ugliness emerging from the night. Carter walked from defensive pocket to defensive pocket, trying to calm his troops. But he was finding it hard to compete with the chaos. Pulling out all the tricks at his disposal, Carter began handing out Molotov cocktails to those standing around him.
Light 'em up! Light 'em up!
He kept shouting. Carter knew the battle was not going well, but also that it was far from lost. There just seemed to be so many of the undead. There simply weren't enough bullets. They needed to get creative in dealing with them. If only he had a handful more claymore mines. There were some more, but the colonel had other intentions for them. 58. There was no use trying to ignore the battle raging in the front of the school. The horrific sound, filled with terrified screams and echoing gunshots, defied Jerry's and Emma's best efforts. The locked gate stood between them and another smaller car lot situated around the school's receiving area. The gate was secured with a heavy, intimidating lock and an equally imposing chain. Neither Jerry nor Emma had on them a tool capable of dealing with either the lock or the chain.
"Now what?" Jerry whispered. "Do we shoot it off?"
The shooting on the opposite side of the building might mask their own gunshot, but there was no guarantee. If a guard had been posted to cover this entrance, shooting might just alert them to Emma's and Jerry's presence. They could ill afford finding themselves in a firefight. They needed to get in and get out as quietly as possible. That was their only chance. Thinking all of this in an instant, Emma answered,
"No, we climb."
Jerry, desperate to find Claire, slung his rifle over his shoulder and started to climb. The gate sagged and swayed too much, so they ascended a section of chain-link fence with what appeared to be a wooden fence of sorts behind it. He hooked his fingers and forced the toe of his boots into the crisscrossed openings in the stiff, twisted wires comprising the fence. He pulled and pushed himself up. Once atop the wall, Jerry paused momentarily to survey the area. He appeared to be looking down at basketball courts, but there was something else toward the middle. It looked like dog kennels or something. He couldn't be sure, but he thought that perhaps there was something or someone in the cages. Emma, feeling exposed and vulnerable while she climbed, pulled herself up next to Jerry. She looked back over her shoulder to prove to herself that her fears were unfounded, and saw nothing but empty space. They hadn't been followed after all. She whispered,
"Come on, let's go find your girl."
They climbed down carefully. Though the presence of the wooden fence posed new challenges, on Jerry's second step his foot slipped and he fell painfully to the ground below.
"Fuck!"
he screeched, as the pain from his ankle and the bottoms of his feet crept up the length of his spine to his brain.
"You okay?"
Emma called to him. Shaking his head and rubbing his ankle, he answered,
"Yeah, but watch that last step. It's a bitch."
It was darker down below the height of the wall, as if the moonlight dared not venture so deep. It felt as if Jerry had fallen into a well of shadows. He stepped tentatively through the dark, hoping for dear life that he wouldn't run into something. Emma leapt down behind Jerry, startling him and causing him to jump.
"Sorry."
She partly giggled the word in a rare moment of levity. More seriously, she asked,
"Where's your flashlight?"
Jerry felt like a fool. With the flashlight in hand, he clicked it on and pointed its beam into the gloom. The light reached out and found the kennels they had spied from the top of the wall. Both Jerry and Emma recoiled slightly when the festering, rage-filled face suddenly filled the light. It snapped its jaws closed hungrily and aggressively several times, pressing its face roughly against the bowing fence, which gouged darkening troughs in its skin.
"What the hell?"
Emma gasped. Jerry wondered aloud.
"Pets?"
Panning the light left, they saw a recently dead body with a still spreading pool of blood around it. Jerry looked at Emma and cocked his eyebrows. The dead man looked like a soldier, probably one of those militiamen. He didn't look like a Zeke to Jerry, so he found himself very curious about what had happened to the man. Emma approached the dead body cautiously. Leaning over him, she began to search him. From a deep pouch attached to his belt, she pulled a pair of ammunition magazines. They weren't the same size as her rifles, but the bullets looked to be the same caliber. Ammunition was ammunition. She stuffed the clips into her backpack and continued her search. He had cigarettes, a lighter, a small flask with what smelled like whiskey in it, an MRE ration kit, and some other odds and ends. The search took her a mere moment, but their proximity to the Zeke kennels were making both of them uncomfortable. They needed to get in the school and find Claire and the kids. 59. When Jess burst into the library, her breathless entry caused a gathering crowd at the door to scurry into dark corners like roaches fleeing the light. They uttered weak, surprised gasps as they retreated deeper into the bookshelves. Many had survived similar, if slightly scaled-back versions of the battle outside, and the desperate sounds were reviving suppressed fears. Their collective psyche was largely broken, as was their morale. They were a scared herd of prey, corralled into a trap and waiting to die. The sad truth was that most of the people hiding in the library were well aware of that fact and their probable fate, but they were paralyzed with fear. Jess, standing alone in the entryway, scanned the library for anyone who might help, but not a single soul looked at her. They avoided her gaze as much as they avoided the reality of the struggle happening outside the school. They were detached and dispirited. Not a one of them was willing to engage her. No one was even willing to acknowledge her. That wasn't good enough for her, and she didn't have time for subtlety. Unfortunately, as she started to speak, she was overcome with emotion and began to sob, drenching her words and the fire of her passion. She said to everyone, "I'm taking those kids out of here. I could use some help. Those kids could use some help. This is our chance. They killed Royce, and any of us might be next." Her plea was met with silence, other than an embarrassed sniffle or a throat-clearing cough, to which she continued, "This is no way to live. We're all prisoners here. This is our chance to get away." Still nothing. Jess waited for a second or two, hoping that guilt would work its magic. She was a mother and was adept at using her daughter's sense of guilt to influence her decisions and actions. She was pulling out all her tricks to encourage someone to step forward. She was more than a little concerned about taking those kids out beyond the walls, especially at night, and even more so without the aid of another adult pair of eyes and arms. She waited until she was certain that no one was willing to be that person. Something in her belly turned and crawled up into her chest, and then into her throat. "No one? Not one of you? You all make me sick. Fucking cowardly pieces of shit. Every one of you. You deserve to be prey. You deserve what you get." She was again only met with breathing and the staccato pops of gunfire outside. Jess allowed a disgusted, single, silent laugh to find its way to the surface. She shook her head in frustration and walked back out. The children had been waiting in the hallway all that time. The littlest boy was standing near the wall and messing with a small rectangular object which appeared to have been taped there by someone. The wires which led away from the device had also been taped to the wall. Little Paul seemed to be tracing some raised letters on the object with his tiny index finger. Jess signaled to all the children to gather around her so they could get on their way. They needed to use the distraction, whatever it was, to their benefit.
"What about Claire?"
Danny asked.
"Claire? She's the woman who was with us. She needs your help too. We can't just leave her here." "You're right. Danny, my name is Danny, and this is Jules, and Paul, and Nikki."
Jess nodded to each in turn and then continued.
"Danny, you're right. We need to get her out of here too. We need to go find her, but I don't think we have much time."
Lucky for both of them, Jess was very familiar with the school. Her daughter had already attended 2 years of high school at Skyview, which had afforded Jess opportunities to be in the school. She knew of some shop classrooms on the far side of the cafeteria. They were somewhat removed and in a blind corner away from the more trafficked areas of the building. It would likely be a good place to hide someone. She thought that maybe some other folks who had been brought to the school under similar circumstances had started out there. Jess's footsteps echoed in the dark, cavernous room as she ran toward the shop corner. She rounded the corner and was surprised when the fist came out of the gloom and struck her squarely in the face, hitting her with all the fury and force of Thor's hammer, drawing blood from her nose and tears from her eyes. She was instantly unbalanced and thrown backward, gliding awkwardly across the slick tiled floor. The rifle she had taken from Mel clattered away from her, sounding like a squad of tin soldiers wearing plastic boots running across the floor. It came to rest well out of sight, not that she could see anything at the moment anyway. With her eyes filled with fearful tears and her chest empty of breath, Jess began to panic. Try as she might, though, she couldn't get herself back to her feet. When she heard the chillingly calm voice emerge from behind her disorientation, her panic nearly climbed to full-blown attack. With icebergs chilling his speech, Sullivan said coolly,
"Yeah, I don't think so, bitch. It's way past visiting hours."
Apparently pleased with his creativity, Sullivan produced a poisonous snicker. Despite the bludgeoning he had just dealt to Jess, Sullivan's breathing had never changed and his heart rate never fluctuated. He was as cool as frostbite, and just as hospitable. Danny recoiled from the terrifying man and tried to shield the other children at the same time. They all retreated clumsily, tripping over one another as they did, inextricably knotted together like a basket of crabs. Sullivan smiled and said to them,
"I was always good with kids, too. They always learned to respect me or pay the price. You kids not like your kitty kennel outside? I guess I'll just have to come up with something better next time, huh?"
Danny found enough courage to demand,
Where's Claire? What did you do with her?
Sullivan took out a large hunting knife from a scabbard hidden under his jacket and acted as if he was picking his teeth with the enormous blade. He asked absently,
"Was that her name? We never got around to formal introductions, I guess. Tell you the truth, I wasn't that interested. No, I was curious about a completely different side of her. And let me tell you, she was remarkable."
Sullivan looked at Danny, who was barely visible in the darkness.
"You want to see her? Or what's left of her, I should say. Help yourself. She's inside."
Danny wanted to run into Claire and get her out, but Sullivan's grin froze him in his tracks, with a slight sensation of vertigo and nausea. It held all of Medusa's menace, with the power to change men to stone. Sullivan laughed and leaned forward so that he was towering over the still huddling group of children. He hovered like a vulture awaiting the fateful moment of its carrion promise. Sullivan relished those moments and the accompanying sense of power that surged in his veins. There was no narcotic he had ever tried which produced the same effect.
Is she?
Sullivan again laughed a toxic chuckle.
"Do you want to know if she is okay? Or just alive? There's a big difference, you know. The Colonel, he ordered me to keep her alive, and I guess I did my best. But I kinda lost track of her in all my fun."
The man's laughing did not return, but the sneer had never left. It was still painted across his face like a grim splash of dark graffiti. Jess was still not recovered enough to get back to her feet, but her mouth was well on its way.
"Such a tough man, torturing a woman. She was probably tied down, too."
Sullivan's smile barely receded, but something happened to his eyes. They narrowed and filled with anger. Whatever calm had been a part of his facade evaporated as his fury formed into threatening storms of emotion, promising to burst at any moment. Jess, her eyes still not in focus, wouldn't have paused even if she could see the homicidal urge in Sullivan's eyes.
"She was, wasn't she? My hero. Hey, maybe as an encore you could take one of those kids and—"
starting across the cafeteria, his hands balling into angry, tight fists. Sullivan's acidic voice cut her off.
You better watch what you say, bitch, 'cause you're next.
From the entrance to the cafeteria, one of the colonel's girls, he couldn't be sure if it was Sherry or Terry, screamed.
What are you doing? You've got to stop. They're just children, for God's sake.
Sullivan was once again hearing someone tell him what he could and what he could not do, and he had just about heard enough of that for one day. He especially didn't like to be given orders by a woman. He'd never worked for a woman and couldn't imagine having done so. With a murderous scowl, he looked at the woman standing in the middle of the hallway and thought about what to do for a moment. With no other ideas surfacing immediately, Sullivan leaned back on his heels and hurled his large knife at her. The blade rocketed across the cafeteria, turning end over end as it cut through the air. Having practiced such a throw for countless hours on the colonel's ranch, Sullivan had gotten quite adept at throwing knives and axes over the years. This distance, however, was several more yards than that to which he had grown accustomed. The blade struck its target, but instead of sinking itself into her flesh, the silver metal only cut her. A wound opened up on her arm and her abdomen, which spilled a torrent of blood from cut arteries. The woman screamed and fell over backward. Out of Sullivan's sight, but viewing all of this, was the other of Colonel Bear's secretaries, who had just emerged from the colonel's office. She saw her friend fall, scattering blood on the floor and walls. Both women were now screaming, though the one still standing took off running down the hall toward the library. Flanked by two of his more loyal men, Colonel Bear was by then standing behind the counters separating the office from the hallway. He watched the young woman, who only moments before had been pleasuring him to his delight, run toward the library screaming. He looked at the two men and with his chin gestured down the hallway toward the library. His obedient men did his bidding without question. They marched down the hall and out of sight. Colonel Bear sighed heavily, already regretting what he suspected he would be forced to do. Teaching lessons to these people was something in which he had no interest. Carter, and especially Sullivan, were thankfully more willing to put forth the effort necessary to rein in people's wills. Seconds after his guards disappeared into the doors, the colonel could hear the doors open again. There was commotion erupting. Voices filled with anger and devoid of fear filled the echoing hallway. Jess had relit the pilot lights of their resolve, and the other woman's hysterical shouting had added fuel to the fire. The two militiamen did their best to quiet the agitated civilians. Unfortunately, their efforts were limited to pointing their rifles and shouting at everyone to "Get the fuck back!" When the two men felt like they had exhausted all their options, they started to pull their triggers. Already excited, the civilians did not shrink away from the shooting. They surged forward, a mob with a single purpose, and quickly overwhelmed the men who were bludgeoned to death with boot heels, fists, and the butts of their own rifles turned against them. A new voice found its way above the others in the hallway. It was one of the men who had refused to join his militia. Daniel, maybe. He was trying to get them organized. The colonel could tell by their frantic voices that they had guns and were now trying to decide how best to use them. There were only a few brief moments before the uprising would likely begin. It would likely be messy, and the colonel didn't have the resources to be able to fight a battle outside against the skins and one inside against his slaves. The colonel shook his head and sighed a disappointed chest full of air. The hallway was now bubbling with new voices and with questions. There was doubt where there had only been fear and control before. Again, the colonel sighed. He had so hoped his efforts could lead to a new beginning. Apparently, it wasn't going to be this time. He would simply have to try again. He was going to miss his little mistresses. But he had to do what he had to do. He had to have control, especially now. He couldn't allow this moment to slip away from him. Colonel Bear took a small contraption from a wooden box on the counter. The olive-colored device wasn't much larger than a cell phone, but looked kind of like a hole puncher. He clicked off the safety, and then detonated the claymore mines which lined the hallway walls outside the library. The explosion shook the school to its core. The shrapnel, without anywhere else to go, careened seemingly endlessly off the walls, wreaking a bloody vengeance upon flesh with utter abandon. The intensity of the blast forced a rush of hot, fiery air to surge through the hallways, knocking the colonel, who hadn't anticipated the fury of the explosion, onto his large posterior. The gush of wind, along with the concussion of the explosion, also set Sullivan off balance, sending him to the floor as well. Taking the opportunity to get around him, Danny stood up and tried to run into the back rooms to find Claire. He took one step and was tackled by the big, scary man. Danny kicked and struggled, but the man was just too big, too strong, and too willing to be mean. Very quickly, the man had his hands around Danny's throat and was squeezing until Danny's eyes felt like they would burst from the pressure. Danny was fairly certain the man was going to kill him until Jess intervened with a kick to Sullivan's side. The man let up his grip slightly, but didn't release Danny. When Jess reared back to deliver another kick, Sullivan rolled and grabbed her leg. He pulled her to the floor, punching her between the shoulder blades. Luckily, Danny was able to extricate himself from the fray. He retreated to the wall and pulled his legs up to his chest. He'd never been so afraid in all his life. Trying to draw him out from his stupor, Jules yelled, "Danny, do something! He'll kill her!" Sullivan had finally gotten his hands onto the back of Jess's head and was in the process of forcing it down violently onto the floor. Danny shook, and in so doing, he felt that familiar weight in his jacket pocket. Danny stood and pulled the revolver from his pocket. He screamed at the top of his voice, "Leave her alone!" Sullivan stopped and smiled up at Danny. If the man was afraid at all, he was doing an amazing job of hiding it. Danny immediately felt like the man was more in control of the situation than he was, despite the fact that it was Danny who was holding the firearm. Sullivan sneered. "Kid, unless you're ready to use that thing, you better not make a habit of pointing it at people." Danny wilted. The gun began to sag and droop in front of him, like a lifeless tree branch ready to be pruned. The pistol felt so heavy, and the trigger seemed so impossible. Sullivan was probably right. The image of the other man Danny had inadvertently shot flashed into his mind. It had happened so quickly. There had been no thinking on Danny's part. He only reacted, and the man was dead. This felt so different, so premeditated and vengeful. It felt so much more real and calculated. Danny was crying frustrated and fearful tears by then, which Sullivan saw and relished. The man's smile grew until it filled the entire room. He laughed. "I knew you didn't have it in you. You're no killer." From behind and to the side of Danny, Emma shouted, "No, but I am!" She fired 2 3-round bursts from close range, all the bullets striking Sullivan in the torso and legs. He tried to move as the bullets punched holes into and through his body, breaking bones and laying waste to internal organs. His right lung pierced completely through from front to back, filled with blood, and collapsed. Another bullet shattered his torso. Still another found its way to his groin, emasculating him violently. Sullivan fell backward with an ugly, startling thud. Jerry was already running over to Danny, who was still pointing his gun at the dead or dying Sullivan. Danny was still crying. He was ashamed. He needed to be strong, and he was unable. He felt like he'd let down Jules, Nicky, and Paul, not to mention Jess, who was very nearly beaten to death. Jerry stepped next to Danny and slowly lowered Danny's arm back to his side, removing the pistol from his hand. Sensing Danny's frustration, he said, reassuringly, "I'm proud of you, buddy." Danny looked up at Jerry questioningly. He couldn't possibly guess the source of Jerry's pride. He didn't need an explanation, though. He just wanted to get away from the school. He wanted to be away from the zombies. He wanted to feel safe again. At the moment, burrowing himself into Jerry's jacket and chest would suffice. He hugged himself to Jerry and felt Jules's little arms when she joined the embrace. Jerry whispered to both of them,
"I'm so sorry. I promised I'd protect both of you."
"You came for us, Jerry," Jules said. "You kept your promise." There was no time to discuss any of it at the moment. They needed to get away while the Zeeks were still threatening but not yet overrunning the base. Emma asked,
"Where's Claire? Where's Alec?"
Danny turned to look toward the rooms in the dark corner.
"I think Claire may be back there."
Jules said,
"We haven't seen Alec since we got here."
Jerry ran by her toward the doors to which Danny had referred. Jerry opened one but immediately ran across the hall to the next. He paused in the doorway, his breath taken away by what he saw. Emma watched Jerry's posture sink, his shoulders rolling forward sadly as if he was trying to wrap himself in a warm, protective cocoon. His whole body shook as he was swept by a sudden emotional wave. He didn't seem capable of moving into the room on his own accord. Emma stood up from the kids and walked over to where Jerry was standing. She touched his shoulder gently and stepped up next to him. The room was lit with a single flickering incandescent bulb. The rank stench of body odor and human waste punctuated the already heavy, moist air hanging in the room. Lying motionless atop a workshop classroom bench was the seemingly lifeless body of Claire. The gray-green tabletop surface was spattered and smeared with drops and streaks of blood. Her blood. Emma swallowed her gasp and whispered,
"Do you want me to?"
Jerry stepped into the room and slowly approached Claire. She was neither moving nor breathing. His hand shaking fearfully, Jerry reached out and touched Claire's bruised and bloodied face. Her skin was cold and somewhat spongy, the result of the beating she had received. Jerry wasn't entirely sure about what he was feeling. The air was warm and sticky, like a small weight room where all the heat and smells from the lifters is trapped upon itself, and yet his skin crawled with goosebumps. His feet and hands hung so heavily at his side, but his head felt light and dizzy like a balloon threatening to drift away. Emma, mindful of the fact that they had limited time with which to work, pivoted around Jerry. She stepped lightly, almost on her tiptoes, toward Claire. Even from this distance, she could see that Claire's life had already fled. Seeing Claire's mangled hands and feet on the table drew a gasp from Emma. She hoped Jerry hadn't seen them yet. Emma knew she needed to get Jerry out of that room. She had precious little time and needed to act. Emma grabbed Jerry's arm and tried to pull him away, but he was immovable, a statue with a vacant, pale face staring forever at his doom. Emma was suddenly gripped with fear. What if she couldn't get Jerry on the move again? Could she keep everyone going by herself? And the fact that kept rearing its head through her doubt and indecision was that there was no time for any of it. The shooting and screaming and fighting outside was still loud and raging, but it couldn't last. There were only so many bullets and a finite number of targets. When the shooting stopped, she would know that the clock had stopped ticking for them.
"Jerry, we need to go."
The words came without Emma's knowledge or conscious intent. It was as if her thoughts became self-aware and took to flight of their own will. When she repeated them, she was less surprised, but in both instances Jerry either willfully ignored her or was unable to respond. Either way, her message did little to alleviate her anxiety or spur Jerry to action. Jerry finally said, his eyes moving no more than his feet.
"Go on without me. I'm going to stay here with her. She shouldn't be left here alone like this. I...
His thoughts were as muddled as his speech. He was having a hard time understanding what had happened, let alone why. Emma pleaded.
"Jerry, she's gone. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do for her. She grabbed his arms and forced him around to look her in the eyes. I need your help. Those kids, they need your help. Please. By the time her final word emerged, Emma was crying, which made her angry. She hated to cry. She resented her loss of control as a result of crying, the sniffling, the blubbering, the hyperventilating. She hated all of it. She hated it so much that when the tears started, her mood immediately soured. Her bottom lip twitched with anger as the tears rounded her downturned mouth. She was nearing a total emotional explosion when a familiar voice echoed from the other side of the cafeteria.
Jerry? Emma, where are you guys?
It was Neil, and he couldn't have arrived at a better time. 60. Neil had neither the patience nor the immediate dexterity to hoist himself over the wall the way Emma and Jerry had done. He just didn't have it in him at the moment. When his bat failed to unfasten the lock or its chain counterpart, Neil held the barrel of his shotgun inches away and fired. The 12-gauge slug was more than effective. The gate flung open effortlessly after the blast. He walked into the enclosed compound and looked around. Deciding it was prudent to use his flashlight now, he swept left and right with the beam. The left side of the yard had more cars, all of which appeared to be still serviceable and recently used. Neil wandered over to the nearest vehicle, a dark Chevy truck. He smiled when he looked in the window and saw keys on the dashboard. He found a beat-up Suburban in the front rank a little further down. Again, the keys were there. Neil propped open the doors in anticipation of a hasty exit. Under their typical circumstances, a little preparation typically went a long way, and that Suburban would make a great ride out of town. Satisfied, Neil looked the other direction only to see the kenneled Zeeks on the far side of the enclosure. The moaning creature in the nearest cage became much more animated when the light fell upon it. Having had enough, Neil again raised his shotgun and fired 2 quick successive slugs into the beast. He was fairly certain he hadn't dispatched it, but he had momentarily quieted it, which was good enough for him. Indeed, both of Neil's shots had struck the creature in its upper chest. 2 very lethal pulls of a trigger under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, his first shot had also hit and destroyed the gate's latching mechanism. By the time the zombie had gotten back to its balance-challenged feet, Neil was gone. The decomposing ghoul leaned forward ever so slightly and the gate gave way. It swung open slowly, uttering the creak of a long-closed coffin as it did. With unsteady but capable steps, the zombie began to make its way into the building, following in Neil's footsteps. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria now, Neil limped across the largely dark room and thankfully found himself amongst his family. He could sense the grief before he had crossed the full distance. Seeing the children scared but safe meant that it could only have been either Claire or Alec. Neil was about to ask as much when Danny leapt to his feet and ran full into Neil, wrapping his small arms around Neil's waist. Neil touched Danny on the back gently, and then leaned down to return his embrace.
I knew you'd come for us,
Danny said quietly.
I just knew it.
Neil smiled but was unable to combat the thankful tears and so didn't bother to try. Jules joined their hug eagerly, getting her even smaller arms intertwined tightly between Neil's and Danny's. The hug could have lasted longer, but an unfamiliar voice said, I don't think we have much time. We should be getting out of here. Neil reluctantly pulled himself free of Danny's and Jules's arms. He didn't recognize the voice any more than he did the face, but it was of little consequence at the moment. He nodded in agreement. Emma emerged from around the corner.
Jerry needs your help, she said. Now.
Neil ran to her and knew what to expect when Emma grabbed his arm as he passed and squeezed it forcefully. He stopped and looked her in the eyes to see the warning that she shared. He slowed his pace as he entered a room which reeked of loss and tears. When he touched Jerry's shoulder, he could feel a soft, steady but building vibration through his layers of clothing and jackets. It was an unfortunately all too familiar sensation, and one that they didn't seem capable of escaping. Jerry appreciated Neil's sudden and unexpected appearance as much as Emma did, maybe even more so. Jerry didn't want to have an emotional breakdown at all, but he especially didn't want to in front of Neil, who seemed to have accepted Megan's death with a stoic resolve that surprised all of them. Jerry wasn't a machismo-driven person, but he also didn't want to appear weak when all those around needed him to be strong. He felt like he was caught in a trap.
How the hell did Neil do it all the time?
Jerry had seen all the telling signs of his responsibilities in Neil's face and in the tired way in which he carried himself on occasion, but that was really as bad as it got. Neil always seemed so composed and reliable. Jerry didn't want to be another burden to Neil. If they were to just leave him behind, then he wouldn't be anyone's burden to bear. He could just stay with Claire until whatever happened next. As he thought it, Jerry recognized how ridiculous it was, but that was what he wanted. He wanted to be with Claire, and if that meant death or any other options, well, so be it. His own internal struggle and the hard realizations of their reality finally sent him over the edge. He doubled forward and produced a loud, long, deep wail at the tail of which the single-word question stretched on and on.
Why?
Neil stood with Jerry and didn't say a word. He didn't know how to help, and that is likely the reason that he had appeared so stoic to Jerry and everyone else. He'd never really had to deal with loss, and suddenly it was all around him, haunting his every step and every thought. Megan's face, which he had yearned to see in all of his waking hours, was already starting to fade from his memory. It was drifting away on a growing, surging torrent of other faces lost to the infection and all of its destructive wrath. And now Jerry was suffering the same pain that Neil had somehow absorbed and, at least temporarily, avoided. He didn't envy Jerry's suffering, but he envied Jerry's ability to at least feel it. Hating to do it, Neil was forced to interrupt Jerry's grieving with another reality. Jerry, I know that you're going to ask to be left with Claire, and I also know that isn't going to happen. We have to leave in 1 minute. You've got a minute with her, and then we have to go, and you're coming with us. I'm hurt and need your help more than ever. Neil waited for Jerry to stand back up, which happened slowly. When he was righted again, Jerry looked away from Neil but nodded his understanding. He held up a hand and waved Neil into the other room. Neil complied but did not leave Jerry out of his sight, mindful of the fact that grief can sometimes cloud judgment. Neil didn't want Jerry to try anything he or any of them would regret. He got Emma's attention and had her stand in the doorway. Neil then went over to Jess to introduce himself. Before Neil had a chance to speak, she said,
I'm Jess. I get that you're Neil, but we don't really have time for formal introductions. We really need to be getting out of here, and I mean now. Pretty soon things are going to change out there, and either them militia assholes or the skins are going to get the upper hand, and then...
Neil nodded. You're right. Emma, can you help Jerry? Kids, we need to get going. Jules asked again.
What about Alec? He's here somewhere too.
61. Alec was still carrying the shotgun he had been given despite having no bullets for it. He was dragging it absently behind him by its strap. He resembled a tired boy at the end of a long day of playing. His steps held no enthusiasm, and his stare, struggling to see in the inadequate lighting produced by waving flashlights and random fires, was distant and vacant. Alec's surroundings were unfamiliar and chaotic. People were running to and fro, shouting and crying. He didn't know any of them and didn't care to get to know them. It felt like his first day in junior high school, when all that he knew seemed so far away. He looked around for Carter, the one person whose name he knew, but didn't see his face anywhere. He kept waiting for someone to tell him what to do. He didn't much care for feeling lost, and a little direction would have been very welcome. He started to walk back toward the main school entrance when the screams behind him grew much louder. He thought he heard a woman shouting some kind of a warning, but then her shrill cries were suddenly quiet. When the first ghoul emerged from inside the bus, it was as if everything stopped. Time itself paused to see what would happen next. Luckily, not everyone was frozen in panic. One man stepped up to deal with the danger, swinging his rifle like a club, striking the beast just above its eyebrows. The creature fell backward against the bus as the man continued his attack. With his rifle butt, he crushed bone and brain matter until it was smeared hideously on the vehicle's yellow side. Unfortunately, the man was so engrossed in destroying his foe that he didn't see the next one, lumbering down the narrow steps. It turned abruptly and grabbed the man's shoulders, forcing him to the ground. The two struggled as Alec watched, not able to muster the courage to step forward and help the endangered man. Another man joined the close-quarters melee just as two more zombies climbed out of the bus. And then a steady stream of the fiends began to appear. Alec heard someone scream, "They've broken through! They're through!" The chaotic battle that ensued was only manageable because the appearance of the creatures was limited to a trickle at first. As one was dispatched, another was there to take its place. The first several were teetering wretches without much dexterity or flexibility, but then some of the recently deceased militiamen and women began to join the fray. They moved much more lithely, like fearsome predators on the prowl. Unable to discern friend from foe, many of the militia began to shoot indiscriminately at the dark shadows that ran about. Many living militiamen fell prey to the bullets of militia guns. Alec was still backing away from the growing fight when a stray bullet careened from the pavement and struck him in the right knee. His kneecap shattered, and the attending ligaments and tendons shredded. Alec was swept from his feet. Unable to get up from the ground, he tried to crawl to safety. His efforts were doomed from the start. In mere moments, 3 ghouls saw the crawling figure as hapless and helpless as a wounded bird. Excited by the prospect of young flesh, the trio stumbled toward Alec and fell upon him. One set of jagged teeth sank themselves into the nape of Alec's neck, biting through both hair and skin. Alec swung his hand around, trying to fend off his attacker, but this only invited another of the beasts to grab hold of Alec's exposed arm. The zombie pulled back on the limb, dislocating Alec's upper arm from his shoulder joint. It forced Alec's fingers into his mouth and chomped down on the digits with its gnashing jaws. The third demon sat upon Alec's back and, pulling the boy's jacket up to expose his skin, began to gnaw on the tender flesh just above the boy's waist. His breath stolen away by both the weight on his back and the currents of pain filling his brain, Alec was unable to either fight off his attackers or call for help. For several more seconds, Alec flailed uselessly with his one good arm, until his life faded and he fell limp. The fiends chomped and chewed his young flesh between their blood-dripping lips. Turning his lifeless body onto its back, they began to harvest his delectable organs, devouring the delicious internal tissues and sweet juices in greedy, succulent mouthfuls. More and more of the militia fell under similar circumstances. Carter, still holding ground near one of the buses, directed the defense of what little territory he could. Finally, sensing he needed to face reality, he ordered a full retreat back to the school. The few disciplined soldiers he had at his side fought a moving retreat as they collapsed toward the school's entrance. Despite the frantic disposition of the majority of the little bastion, Carter's withdrawal to the school was fairly orderly and successful. A dozen or so of the militia had repositioned themselves in second-story windows overlooking the bastion's courtyard. These troops began to lay down very effective covering fire, allowing many more of the defenders to extricate themselves from their positions. The trickle of undead coming through the breached bus were handled one at a time as they appeared. Of course, the unattended corpses of many of the recently deceased militia began to reanimate, adding more confusion to the mix. So far, however, none had been able to gain access to the school. The second line of defense was holding for the moment. 62. Neil didn't know what to do. Jules was right. Alec was still out there as far as all of them were concerned. He needed their help as much as anyone. The seconds ticked away without any action taken. Neil knew they needed to be leaving, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Fortunately for Neil, or possibly unfortunately, he wasn't forced to make a decision. In the seconds that followed their reunion, two fateful events propelled circumstances beyond Neil's control. Colonel Bear, having recovered from the Claymore's detonation, wandered down the hall. Strapped to his hip, like General George Patton, were a pair of pearl-handled Colt revolvers. Moving his large body with the agility of a Sherman tank, the colonel plodded toward the sound of the shooting in the cafeteria. The gunfire, unexpected and close, startled him to purpose. Sitting on the floor, propped against the wall, his young secretary, cut terribly by Sullivan's knife, was whimpering pitifully. The colonel stood over her, looking down at her with as much empathy as he could muster. He tried to soothe her with a few comforting words which held all the emotion of Stephen Hawking's voice modulator. It was of no consequence. She wasn't listening to him anyway. The reality of her situation had finally become starkly clear when she saw her blood coursing out of her body in heavy spurts and fall to the floor. She couldn't bring herself to look up at the disgusting, smelly man with whom she had compromised herself and her self-respect so completely in the name of security. She wished him dead. The colonel heard voices of strangers. With one of his polished silver Colts in his hand, he headed toward the intruders. He was like a man moving to confront a trespasser in his house. His was a short trip. On the far side of the cafeteria, near a hallway which cut off to the left, some movement caught his eye. His breath stalled in his throat, and his finger squeezed the trigger twice, quickly. The bullets careened off the walls, creating an echoing series of off-key notes which chased the shadows deeper into the darkness. In response to the shots fired in their direction, first Emma and then everyone else dropped to their bellies. It was sheer luck. Both bullets missed all of them, but they did. Losing no time, Neil forced himself back onto his bruised and sore legs. He peeked around the corner but was unable to pick out any figures in the black. There was an echo of some light from other corners in the school, but not enough to pierce the darkness. Neil didn't look for long. He said, "Jerry, Emma, we gotta go now." Emma looked seriously but apologetically at Jules.
"Honey, we have to go. We can try and come back for Alec later, okay?"
The seriousness in Emma's eyes and in her voice stole the fight away from Jules, who merely nodded her understanding and wiped away her tears. She'd just gotten Alec back, and now he was being taken away from her again. She was unable to understand, let alone express the devastating loss her emotions were experiencing. A deep voice from around the corner surprised all of them almost as much as the bullets had.
"Sullivan, you over there?"
Jess whispered.
"That's the colonel."
Again the voice boomed.
"Who the hell is over there? Royce, is that you? Where's Sullivan?"
After hearing her friend's name said with such disdain, Jess felt her anger rise. She spit back at the colonel.
"Sullivan's dead, and you're next."
"Who the hell is that?"
demanded the colonel. Without any fear, Jess hollered back.
"This is Jess."
"Jess?"
After having spent several weeks of very close living, Jess was aggravated that he didn't even know her name or her voice.
"Yeah, Jess, you piece of shit."
With her new assault rifle taken from Mel, Jess leaned around the edge of the wall and shot back at the colonel. Her bullets were no more effective than the colonel's, but it felt good to be shooting back for a change. Everything seemed to be on hold, as if waiting, until Emma broke the stalemate.
"Neil, we don't really have time to spare. We need to go, and you know it. If we stay any longer,
We might not be able to get away at all." There was no more time for discussion. The front doors of the school suddenly burst forth and several militia people entered the school. Shouting and scared, they ran in, without acknowledging the standoff between the colonel and the hidden group of strangers in the cafeteria. They were simply too scared and too loud. Some of them fell to their knees once inside the school. There were 6 of them in total, 5 men and a woman. None of them were carrying their firearms, which had been discarded hastily in their retreat. Ignoring the menace in the cafeteria as a lesser threat, the colonel turned to face his troops and met their scared gazes with his own reproachful eyes. He barked,
"Get up off your knees, fucking cowards! Where the hell is Carter?"
A young man not much older than Alec answered, "He's still out there, sir."
"Then why the hell are all of you in here? And where the hell are your guns?"
There were no immediate answers forthcoming to these largely rhetorical questions. Not waiting, the colonel bellowed,
"Find your backbones! We're going back out there!"
His command was met with surprised expressions and no action, which only served to raise the colonel's ire all the more. He started to storm forward toward them, his feet stomping thunder with each step. One of the men, more afraid of the colonel's wrath than the threat of the undead outside, threw himself into the reinforced doors. The heavy door swung slowly on its hinges, and there in the entrance waited a trio of walking corpses, one of which was a recently deceased militiaman. The freshest ghoul was the first to pounce, grabbing hold of the man at the door. He easily overpowered the unsuspecting man, biting his cheek first and then his neck just below his jawline. The militiaman's zombie attack was relentless and merciless, silencing its victims' woeful cries into gurgling, blood-filled gags. The colonel hesitated only a second or two while he assessed his surroundings. He fired his revolver 2 more times, one of the bullets striking the distracted zombie in the back of the head. The bullet continued its trajectory through the fiend's forehead and lodged itself into the now expired man's chest. By this time, 3 militiamen, actually militia women, came downstairs to assist at the front doors. All 3 were armed with pistols and immediately set upon the 2 remaining zombies, who fell in a flurry of 9mm and .38 caliber bullets. The colonel, in a rare change of heart, ordered the still unarmed and largely motionless militia in front of him to close and barricade the doors. One of the newly arrived militia women told the colonel that Carter and 3 or 4 of his men had retreated into one of the school buses. They were surrounded and under siege, but holding out so far. She also told him that there were still 8 people, mostly women, upstairs providing cover fire for Carter and anyone else still out front. The colonel's little fortress was being pressed to its limits. He wasn't sure how much longer they would be able to hold, but he was also certain that they would. There was no other viable option. He ordered those without guns to either find some or get some other weapons in order to continue the defense. One of the men seeking a weapon headed toward the office and looked further down the hall. The lingering smoke and smell of spent explosives cast a concealing veil over some new piles of soft debris on which he was walking. As he got closer and the air got clearer, he realized the piles of debris were actually dismembered and disfigured bodies, the grisly remains of the colonel's Claymore mine detonation. The man heard a scant few hushed sobs coming from deep inside the library. In walking toward the room's entrance, the man nearly stumbled over a discarded assault rifle. He picked up the oily firearm, only to discover what he thought was oil was actually blood and gore. Seeing the blood on his hands, he nearly dropped the rifle. His resolve, however, was gone. He walked tentatively into the library to offer whatever assistance he could. He couldn't be a part of this any longer, regardless of the consequences. He would figure a way to make a run for it and get on his way at first light. That is, of course, if he was still alive come the morning. During all of that, Neil decided that it was high time for him and his group to also make their escape. The latest distraction was what they needed. While the colonel dealt with the developing situation at the school's threatened main entrance, Neil got them on the move. Neil scooped Jules up in his arms and started to run. Emma was pulling Jerry by the arm while Jess herded the other children in the same direction. Neil led them back through a series of hallways to the loading bay exit. It was still dark on this side of the school, though he could discern the kennels and the silhouette of the wall and fence against the night sky. Jules still struggled in his arms, though much of her fight was giving way to tears and grief. Neil was afraid that if he set her down, she would try and run back into the school. And so, with his back and his legs still screaming at him in pain, he forced himself to continue to run forward. Emma asked,
"Where the hell's the truck? Where are Della and Steve?"
Neil shook his head, though he was fairly certain Emma couldn't see his gesture.
I'm the only one who made it.
"What about the truck?"
It's gone too.
His words were heavy with apology. Emma stopped in her tracks and demanded,
"Well, how the fuck are we going to get away then?"
We'll have to improvise like we always have. We just have to keep on going. Besides, I have a plan.
Emma asked doubtfully.
"Another plan? Do you think this one is going to work out any better?"
Emma, Christ, I'm doing the best I can. You got any better ideas? I'm all up for hearing them. I found us a ride. It's out back.
Jess had Danny, Nikki, and Paul in tow. They were still approaching the others who had stalled near the exit when an errant, disfigured hand reached from the darkness and clutched Paul's little arm. The gnarled and knobby fingers curled around the boy's flesh and started to pull him away. When the creature emerged from the deep shadows and into the dim light coming through the doorway, Danny felt his bladder empty in his pants. It had on a tattered business coat, but whatever shirt he had worn in his previous life had been worn away, exposing its bone-thin chest. The throat had been ripped asunder, the ravaged internal flesh exposed and suffering from exposure to the elements. He was barely recognizable as having once been human, but Danny recognized him as one of his tormentors from out in the kennels. Danny recoiled, but tried to keep hold of little Paul, who seemed to be going limp with fear like a baby gazelle caught in the jaws of an attacking lioness. He didn't struggle. He didn't fight. With terror-filled eyes, all Paul could do was simply look back at Danny. Jess and Danny's screams were enough to get the others' attention, but it was not enough to save little Paul. The ghoul snatched away the little boy, who struggled to hold Danny's moist hand. Victoriously, the staggering ghoul turned about, already starting to bite and chew into Paul's bony shoulder and upper arm. Jess was too afraid to shoot for fear of hitting little Paul in the process, and then it didn't matter. And just like that, Paul disappeared into the veil of night, as if being pulled into a sea of dark, enveloping tar. Danny looked at his now empty hand in disbelief, and then looked back at Neil, who was as stunned as everyone else. They didn't hear any painful cries or pleas for help from the little boy. He was simply gone. Neil shouted,
"Come on! We have to get out of here!"
Seeing Paul carried away into the dark, Jules let the fight fade from her limbs. She got her feet back to the pavement and, still holding Neil's hand, started to run toward the wall. Without a word, everyone was running again. Their haste was quickly justified as more of the undead began to appear, their preternatural groans overwhelming the roar and blasts from the battle on the other side of the school. Neil's mouth dried while Emma's palms moistened. The creatures must have found the opening in the concrete barricade wall and followed the path toward the now open gate. They surged down the lane with growing excitement as they spotted the humans exiting the building. Neil ordered all of them.
Go! God damn it, go! The big Suburban with all the doors open. Keys are on the dash.
Despite his limp and his pain, Neil led them to the big vehicle. They piled in quickly and breathed a collective sigh of relief when the engine fired to life with the turn of the key. Emma was at the helm and wasted no time in building speed. The big engine in the Chevy Suburban revved higher and higher as Emma pushed the accelerator to the floor. She shouted,
"Keep your heads down!"
just as the Suburban's heavy-duty bumper plowed into the first thin ranks of living dead. As their desiccated bodies, light and brittle with decay, crumpled beneath the vehicle's weight and force, they made a sound that resembled sleet and hail striking the lower half of their transport. Emma kept their ride going forward at full tilt. She couldn't afford to let them slow lest they get bogged down and trapped in the thickening but still manageable crowd of demons around them. There was no maneuvering, so they just had to wade through it. With each new thud, another surprised gasp escaped from a different person. In the headlights, Emma could see an end to the rushing horde. She took a deep breath and held it, willing the big truck to continue forward at all costs. She almost lost control when they broke free. They were thankfully beyond the barricade, though none of them knew it. The truck fish-tailed violently as it emerged into the open space. Emma let out her breath finally and righted the steering wheel with a deft motion. The battle in front of the school was largely over. Random shots still rang out in the darkness, and a few handfuls of Zeeks still waited their turn to feast, but the majority of the action had passed. Each of them wondered about the results of the engagement, but not enough to investigate. Who had won? And was there such a thing as winning anymore? None wondered more than Jess. She knew most of the people back at the school, and there were still some she cared about. A couple of small fires burned here and there, providing a ghostly, flickering light by which to behold the ghastly tableau. It looked like the fires of hell lighting the procession of the dead. Jess swallowed hard as the lost oasis faded behind them. Jerry, on the other hand, was quiet and largely absent, not much more animated than the undead. He couldn't force the images of Claire's tortured and disfigured body from his mind. The guilt of his failure defied purging. Emma turned to Neil and asked,
"So what happened to Della and that guy? I mean, besides the obvious."
Neil shook his head and looked back at the kids, saying only, "Later." They sped out of the parking lot, and almost immediately, their truck began to sputter and struggle. Emma looked at the gas gauge.
Neil, I think we've got a problem."
What?
Jess spoke up from the back seat.
"Shit, I'm sorry. You couldn't have known. The Colonel never left fuel in the vehicles out back in case someone tried to steal one to get away. When you said you had a ride waiting, I just assumed it was one you brought with you."
Neil allowed a defeated laugh to escape.
No fucking gas. Great. How far can we make it?
The Suburban answered for itself when its engine choked again, gasping for fuel to fire its engine. The vehicle shuddered twice, and then the engine went quiet. They coasted for a few more yards, and then they were still again. There wasn't time to lament their worries, however. They had to keep moving. The bridge was just up ahead, and beyond it was Soldatna. 63. Straggling well behind the main body of shuffling ghouls, a dozen or so undead were still making their way across the expanse to join the battle already engaged at the former high school. These wraiths moved slower due to their advanced decay or the severity of the fatal injuries which had originally claimed their lives. These were the first zombies they saw after abandoning their stalled Suburban on the highway, just out of sight of both the school and the bridge. Emma and Jerry, at the front of the emerging line of survivors, had a hard time in seeing clearly all the threats that lurked, but there appeared to be enough room to be able to continue their exodus. Unfortunately, the Zeeks immediately sensed the emergence of new prey and began to wander closer and closer, their collective moans steadily rising in volume. Jerry, whose grief became anger, hefted his hunting rifle to his shoulder and squeezed off a round which took all of them by surprise. The high-caliber bullet struck its target in the dark, but it wasn't an effective kill shot, and the beast was back on its feet in seconds. Neil wanted to stop him, but whatever potential damage could have been wrought by the decision was already done. The undead knew that they were there. There was no need to chide his friend. Not that it would have done any good anyway. Neil looked at Jess and ordered her to stick close to them and keep the children between them. He looked at Danny and was both surprised and pleased to see the boy take a small revolver from his own pocket. The boy was quickly becoming a much-needed asset to their survival. Danny caught Neil's stare and nodded to the man that he was ready. They walked out together, with Emma, Jerry, and Neil forming an arc like an umbrella in front, and others with Jess at the rear, falling under the protective screen. The 7 of them walked briskly but didn't run. An abandoned Ford Explorer approximately halfway across the bridge served as a waypoint around which they gathered their nerves and their breath for the rest of the bridge crossing. They waited for just a handful of heartbeats. But it was enough. From around the front of the sport utility vehicle appeared a frail ghoul still wearing a dressing gown. Jules and Nicky both let slip a small, surprised squeal as the old woman's emaciated, skull-like face became visible. Neil fired a deafening blast from his shotgun, which splintered the woman's sternum and opened a hole clean through her chest. She was thrown backward several yards and ended up on her back. Lying there still for a few seconds, she started to struggle to her feet again. Dispatching the zombie was less important than getting away, so they continued their retreat with a little more speed in their steps. Another of the demons, this one a teenager still wearing a bright-colored drawstring backpack, approached them with a little more dexterity than the old woman. Emma shot this time, sending a single bullet through his head just below his right eye. First its head and then its whole body was flung backward and landed with a chilling thump on the pavement out of sight. Emma hadn't intended to fire only one shot, but apparently the magazine on her assault rifle was empty. She knew how to reload her weapon, but in the dark she was afraid she might do something wrong. Instead, she slung the rifle over her shoulder and put a pistol in her hand. They continued forward with a growing band of undead drawing closer and closer. Neil said to all of them,
"We have to keep moving. No stopping. Just keep moving."
For some strange reason, Emma, upon hearing Neil's command, remembered a line from Pixar's Finding Nemo. She began to repeat over and over in her head, "Just keep swimming, just keep swimming." Ellen DeGeneres' voice immediately brought a very surprising smile to her face. The words repeated as she spotted another target, which she quickly brought down with a pair of shots that split its ossified skull. Ellen's silly voice filled her head as she continued forward alongside Neil and Jerry. She had never felt so much an equal as she did at that moment. The real difference that she could sense in the moment is that she felt justified in judging her peers as equal to herself rather than the other way around. She had never before possessed the confidence to find herself in that position, and so with her chest filled with a swagger and her head brimming with a Disney fish's voice, Emma set about clearing a path through which they could pass to. To where? To what, really? To safety? Was it even possible to find such a lofty possibility? Emma would just be happy to not be on her feet any longer. She was really going to miss that truck. It was then, as they stepped from the bridge onto the main roadway, that Jess said curiously,
"I think I have an idea. We need to head straight up this road."
"What's up there?" Neil asked. Jess was still a little guarded and didn't want to reveal her secret, so she only said,
"At the main intersection, right before the Fred Meyer."
Neil remembered that a fuel truck was parked at the intersection. Did Jess know something about that truck that perhaps they didn't? And why the hell wouldn't she just say? He wanted to ask her, but there were other pressing concerns at hand. The more they fired their weapons and the more noise they made, the more attention they drew to themselves. The numbers of flesh-eaters beginning to shuffle hungrily in the shadows was beginning to grow. They moved slowly, but their sheer numbers were beginning to worry all of them. Neil forgot his pains, and Jerry forgot his suffering. They worked like the team that they had become. When Jerry had fired all the rounds from his rifle, he and Emma switched places so that Jerry was in the middle. He could reload while they moved forward and had Emma and Neil to protect him. They went through the same process when Neil needed to reload his shotgun. In this way, they were able to cover the ground between them and their goal some distance away. Using the path in reverse that Jess had used to return to the fortified school on her last excursion, they moved behind the Aspen Hotel and several other businesses. A small drainage ditch combined with their speed and stealthy movements to deliver them without further incident to their destination. Soon, they were within reach of the intersection and Jess's surprise. Neil looked at the fuel truck and wondered what she had in mind. Was this some kind of revenge ploy? Did she want to drive that truck into the school in some grand suicidal gesture? Jess, of course, was only using the tanker truck as a point of reference. She was more interested in her car, which had been left all those days ago. When she caught sight of its silhouette in the scant light, she almost began to laugh. Not much had worked out for her recently. Jess had suffered separation's sting and death's remorse far too much. Jess's daughter and the man she loved were worlds away and hopefully safe and waiting for her. Hell stood between her and them. Finding her car was the one bright spot of hope she'd had in quite some time. These people might be one more. Only time would tell. She looked at Neil and pointed. Realizing he wasn't seeing the forest for the trees, she said,
"That's my car, and it's got gas in it."
"Will it start?" Jess nodded.
"That car's a champ. It's never let me down. We just have to get out to it."
Neil nodded his understanding and looked over at Emma and Jerry.
"You heard the lady. We gotta ride out of here."
Emma was in the process of loading another 30-round magazine into her assault rifle, and Jerry was checking the load on his hunting rifle. Jess didn't appear nearly as experienced with her own assault rifle, but she followed Emma's lead and prepared her own firearm. As ready as they would ever be, the group of 7 hopeful people stepped from their cover and into a side parking lot of a long dormant business. At first, they neither saw nor heard any of the undead. Jerry stopped abruptly and pointed to the gas station across the street. There were 3 or 4 zombies loitering between the pumps and the station building. Jerry raised his rifle to shoot but was interrupted with a swat to his shoulder. Emma was pointing toward the road leading toward the school. There were dozens of rambling specters marching toward the continuing ruckus of the battle. It appeared as if all of the creatures were thankfully moving away from the 7 of them. Emma shook her head from side to side and then put her finger to her lips in the universal shh gesture. Jerry nodded and noticed that Neil and Jess were already moving across the street. Danny was doing his part, keeping the other kids and himself tight to Neil's tail. Reaching the car without mishap, Neil found himself standing at the driver's side door. Jess whispered,
"The keys are on the seat."
Neil started to come around to her side, but Jess chided him with,
"Just get in and drive, for God's sake."
Neil did as he was told, getting in and putting the keys into the ignition. Unfortunately, when he did so, his door was still open, which triggered a series of beeps warning a forgetful motorist the keys were still in the ignition. He cringed and quickly shut the door, which also created more noise than he wanted. The cluster of sound did alert the zombies in the gas station and a handful of others from the road to their presence. Jerry and Emma slid into the back seat, each placing one of the smaller children upon their laps.
"Okay, let's go,"
Emma pled from the back seat. Neil turned the key, and to everyone's gleeful surprise, the car started. He flipped on the lights to see a gathering mob coming at them from multiple angles. Neil squealed the tires as he punched the car forward and swung around. He drove them back out toward Sterling and the Seward Highway beyond. For just a second or so, Jess was tormented to scream at Neil to drive them back south. South was where Sid was, where she might be. South was where Bob was, where he was supposed to be. South was where she needed to be. She reached over and lowered the driver's side visor. Sid smiled back at her from last year's high school photograph. Seeing her daughter's face surprisingly calmed Jess's nerves. She pulled the photograph from the visor clip and said coolly,
"The road is blocked to the south. North. Take us north."
Neil nodded and did as he was told, which was his plan all along. The car was already moving, so he pulled hard on the wheel and got them moving back along the Sterling Highway, and to the Seward Highway further on. 64. Anyone who has ever suggested that silence was empty couldn't have been more wrong. The silence in Jess's car as they headed north on the Seward Highway was spilling over and splitting at the seams with emotion and tears. Tears of sorrow, tears of relief, tears of exhaustion and hunger, and tears of disbelief about all that had happened. It wasn't bad enough that the world was being overrun by flesh-eating monsters who had once been neighbors and friends. In the midst of that horror, some men continued to prey upon other men, women, and even children. Neil was feeling very conflicted. They had gotten away, well, most of them. What about Claire? Della? Alec? He felt guilty about inviting disaster upon everyone at the school. There was no pleasure in having wrought destruction upon a bastion such as that. And yet, having safely retrieved Danny and Jules meant more to him than he had imagined. He thought he had been motivated by a sense of duty to the children, but he now understood that it went much deeper for him. He'd not been granted the opportunity to be a father. In point of fact, he had always doubted his own abilities at parenthood, as had his ex-wife, which was why they never had children. When Danny wrapped his arms around Neil's leg at the school, Neil had never felt more gratified or paternal in his entire life. Being an uncle was completely different. Not that he ever saw his niece or nephew. It was that sense of responsibility which encouraged him to put his foot to the brake and bring the car to a stop. With the high-beam lights of the car, there was little that they couldn't see on the highway, so he felt secure in stopping. No one asked, so Neil asked calmly, "What are we doing?" The silence persisted. There was more than one answer to that question. Emma thought that perhaps she understood the nature of Neil's query, but she also wanted to avoid the futility of the answers it might generate. The simple answer was that they were driving north on the Seward Highway looking for sanctuary. They were surviving and little else. They hadn't eaten in 2 days, and the last meal they did have consisted of a partial container of fish food Della found, which was poured into a warm pot of water and some green grass. Not exactly a feast. They were struggling, with little to no hope of reward. Emma realized all of this, but was hesitant to acknowledge it. Instead, she simply said, "We're getting by." Neil asked, "Is that enough?" To which Emma responded, "There's not much else we can do. We just have to keep moving. That's what you used to say." Nodding his head, Neil still couldn't lift his thoughts from his foreboding doubts. Emma didn't hesitate. She said to all of them, "Do we prefer the alternative? Do we just want to give up?" Emma's question hung heavily in the air of the car's dark interior. It was Danny who first responded.
My dad told me to never give up. When I wanted to quit playing soccer because I didn't like not playing with my friends, he told me that I had to honor my commitments.
Danny emphasized the words, "honor my commitments," as if he was channeling his father. Jerry said from behind Jules's blonde head,
"Your dad was a smart man."
Realizing his gaffe, Jerry quickly corrected by saying,
"Sorry, your dad is a smart man. Didn't mean anything by that."
The distinction was apparently lost on Danny, who simply nodded to Jerry. Jess asked,
"Where were you taking us?"
Before we headed down to Soldatna, we were trying to go to Whittier. We thought that maybe Whittier was free of all this. I guess we hoped that we could find a place where we could go to be able to escape," Neil admitted.
Without missing a beat, Jess asked,
"Escape to where?"
Neil looked over at Jess to ask for clarification, to which Jess continued,
"This infection, or whatever it is, has spread everywhere. At least that's what we heard before the Colonel's satellite phone stopped working. That was the last outside contact any of us had with the lower 48. I don't know about the rest of the planet, but our side of the globe is pretty quiet."
Emma asked.
"But how?"
Jess looked away from them and stared out the window into the dark. 65.
"It started on that first day,"
Jess said in a hushed voice, filled with surrender.
"People all over Anchorage were just trying to get away, or that's what we heard at least. Nobody knew for sure what was happening or what was causing all the chaos. It just seemed like hell had opened its mouth and was trying to swallow Anchorage whole. Down in Soldotna, all we knew was what CNN or whoever was telling us. The most accepted theory was that it was a terrorist attack. Maybe biological weapons or something. Maybe they were right. Some mad scientist's experiment finding its way out of the lab, I don't know. Anyway, people were getting onto planes and boats and whatever was available. Some bribed their way on and others fought their way. Some of the last things I saw online were people at the airport or port or wherever, all standing in long lines, hoping that maybe they'd be granted passage out. Scared faces, young and old, men and women. And then, on one of the reports, there was some screaming and then a bunch of commotion just outside of the frame. I thought that maybe whatever was happening everywhere else had finally made it to them. And I guess that's kind of what happened. Some folks decided that maybe guns were their ticket out. They started shooting everyone in their path. Policemen, airline people, and just people standing in line. The person with the video camera just kept recording as the massacre unfolded. Kids, women, men, and even dogs. No one was safe from those people. I wonder if it worked for them. I wonder if they got a ride out of town like they wanted.
The last two comments created a pause for Jess, in which she allowed her curiosity to wander a bit. Finding her way back to her story, Jess continued.
It was like watching some horrible movie. Regardless of how they made it happen, some people found their way out of Anchorage. The problem was that no one knew it was in the bites and that anyone who'd been bitten had been infected. I saw more than a few folks pushing their way through who had bloody wounds and dangling bandages. I didn't know what was going on. No one knew. I was as scared for those people as they were for themselves. Christ, they should have left all of them behind, but, like I said, nobody knew. The first plane to land was in Fairbanks. Someone on board had been bitten and must have died en route, and then you know what happened. Could you imagine dealing with one or some of those things at 30,000 feet? Talk about a fucking nightmare. Jesus, that must have been awful.
Jess visibly shuddered as that possibility played out in her mind.
Well, the plane landed, but the pilots didn't know what was happening in the cabin. Their door was bolted, and so they were protected from whatever they'd heard was happening on the other side. When they came to a stop on the tarmac, police and firefighters were waiting, but they didn't know what to expect either. And when the doors opened, dozens of those things came spilling out, killing everything in their paths. And then the cycle started all over again. Some of that was caught by independent reporters at the airport, too. When I saw that happen on the television, I thought, maybe I hoped that I was dreaming, but it was too real. Fairbanks only lasted a few hours, less than a day. I guess a lot of people got out of town and headed to the bush, but most of the population was stuck just like in Anchorage. Eielson and Wainwright held out for a bit, but pretty soon connections were lost with the military up there, too. It was like a light going out suddenly. The reporting from up there just stopped. That was about the time that I left my house. When I got to the school back there, some other folks told me that planes loaded with those things landed in Seattle and Vancouver and a couple of other places, too. It was like we were invading ourselves or something, our own worst enemies.
Again, Jess paused. She seemed to be lost in a swirl of memories. No one in the car could have known she was thinking about her daughter, though they could all sense her concern and her drifting thoughts. She had been operating under the, now she suspected false, assumptions that Sid was somewhere safe and removed from this tragedy. Hearing her own voice recount those early days and the quick spread of the cataclysm was rekindling her doubts. She tried to picture her daughter's face, but couldn't dispel the visions of 100 snarling, decomposing ghouls which wouldn't allow her to have peace. She closed her eyes tight, but they could never feel as tight as the growing lump in her throat and chest. Tears, scorching her from the inside out, found their way through the tiny cracks between her eyelids. She held the picture of Sid to her chest and cuddled it as if it were a baby. Not wanting to acknowledge but unable to ignore the probable truth, Jess said in disgust,
I don't think there is anywhere to run. As soon as this thing got out of anchorage, I don't think there was any way to stop it. Nobody's coming for us, because there's no one left able to. We're on our own whether we like it or not.
Neil asked.
Are you sure?
Jess held up her daughter's picture.
She has been the only reason why I found the courage to wake up most days and go to a job that was slowly killing me from the inside out. She was my world. I had hoped to get away from all of this and find her. I wanted to get to her and make sure that she was safe and...
Jess's emotion caused her to bite back a sob and stop speaking or lose all control. She breathed deeply, trying to hold back the tsunami of emotion.
Like I said, the same thing that happened in Fairbanks happened in Seattle and Vancouver. Maybe in other cities too. Everywhere a plane went, that plague went with it. There were boats and ships and yachts and who knows what else on the sea too. A whole fleet of death set to sea. Some of them started to make landfall a few days later and the problem just got worse. Sure enough, though, most people wanted the military to sink the drifting cruise ships and tankers still on the ocean, but corporate lobbyists forced a discussion in Congress that delayed action until it was too late.
Jess paused again, this time in anger, and continued more sarcastically.
Those big ships represent a huge investment in capital, after all.
Quieter, with a funeral voice, Jess finished with,
The last thing I heard was them talking about bombing our own cities and using whatever force necessary to contain the threat. The voice reporting the plan, reporter, general, spokesperson, whatever, was, I don't know, a little less than convincing. Probably because he was a little less than convinced. I don't think they got this thing figured out, and I don't know that they will.
Jerry, quiet up to this point, asked,
So what does that mean?
Jess didn't have an answer to that question. She both wished to have one and dreaded what it might be. Instead, she said,
That means that I need to find a way to find my daughter. We gotta find a place where we can rest tonight and eat tomorrow.
She took a deep breath and summed up for them.
I guess it means we go to Whittier.
Neil repeated,
Whittier. That's where we've been heading all along. It seems so far away.
Still looking at the picture of her daughter, Jess said softly,
Everything does. We just gotta keep on trying.
Epilogue. Shangri-La, El Dorado, Camelot, Whittier, Alaska. Each of these places held mythic properties during its time. Well, 3 out of 4 did, anyway. Whittier was at least real, an attribute the other cities couldn't claim, though Whittier's shine was much less shimmering. Each, however, attracted the attentions and affections of some very enthusiastic seekers during its day. Whittier, again as opposed to its municipal brethren, was also in a position to be able to deliver on its purported promises. This was primarily due to the proverbial expectations bar having been set so low because of the track record of the others. None seemed to ever be able to deliver. El Dorado was the lost city of gold sought out by conquistadors from the 16th and 17th centuries. The lucky soul or souls who happened upon its storied halls was rewarded with untold riches and a lifetime of spending without any care given to earning. Entire fortunes were spent pursuing the elusive city, and yet no one was ever able to lay hands on the mythic and epic treasure. Shangri-La was a peaceful utopia, free of want and aging in a turbulent world full of suffering and loss. A cast of seekers ranging from Tibetan monks to wayward adventurers sought the undying lands which always managed to stay just one step away, despite entire lifetimes devoted to searching. On the other hand, there was Whittier, Alaska. It wasn't a bad place, nor did it always deserve the playful moniker shittier, to which it was referred by regional locals. The weather was typically lousy, but the fishing was most often good. Truth be told, there really wasn't much Whittier to Whittier. It was a nice community once upon a time, but that wasn't the present draw for Neil and his companions. They sought neither gold nor treasure. They weren't even on the hunt for an epic fishing trip as promised by many a charter fishing brochure. Neil, Jerry, Emma, and the others were looking for a piece of Shangri-La without the utopian visions. They wanted to find a place where they could just stop running and let some moss begin to grow. With Whittier so close, but still separated from them by a door of Titan proportions, they couldn't know if the town was a sanctuary waiting on the other side, or a Pandora's box of suffering waiting to be cracked open. There was no way of knowing, short of finding a way beyond the barrier. There was nowhere left for them to run. And so the final leg of the Alaskan undead apocalypse will play out in Whittier, in Resolution.
This has been an Audible Inc. production of Mitigation, written by Sean Schubert, narrated by Daniel May. Producer Mike Charzik. Copyright 2014 Sean Schubert. Production copyright 2013 by Audible Inc.
Audible hopes